Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. It's Saturday, September the 17th, 2022. Wonderful day. I hope you are having a good day. I thank you for joining us. All right. Welcome. And today we have an interesting show for you. We are going to talk about the new opinion poll that just came out that said that Peter Obi is leading the presidential candidates by 21 points and coming second and third Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar. We are also going to talk about the issue concerning Sheik Gumi and his media assistant, who was picked up in Egypt, brought back to Nigeria to answer charges that he has connections with international and local terrorists. Also, we are going to talk about the economy. Inflation in Nigeria is an all-time high, 20.52%. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Atiku Abubakar, who is running for president, but he's going on a business trip to see his family in Dubai and to visit Europe. People forgot that he's having issues with his party, the PDP, trying to deal with internal crisis before he goes out there to compete. Let's listen to an old interview with Atiku, a little bit of that.
One thing that consistently comes up when you're mentioned is corruption. Why do you think that your name is so linked to corruption?
I have been successful. And secondly, I have never been charged. I've never been indicted. They are all allegations. And I have asked anybody, I have dared people publicly, that if anybody has any evidence of corruption against me, let him come out.
Are you corrupt?
I'm not, certainly not, because if I'm corrupt, I would have been either charged or indicted.
Former president of Obasanjo, who you've recently reconciled with, made those allegations, and why do you think he made them?
He investigated me more than any other person else. Why didn't he prosecute me? Why didn't he indict me?
There are some reports that you paid more than $1 million in order to get your visa. What is your response to that?
I know my party has a lobbyist, but they engaged that lobbyist before I even ran for the presidency, or the candidature of the party. But to say that they paid for my visa, you know that you don't pay for a US visa.
You are on record as saying that you plan to enrich not only your family, but your friends if you become president. I just wanted to, get some clarification on what you mean.
Busari, this is out of context.
This is your chance to explain.
I've been quoted out of context. What I said is that my friends should not be discriminated because they are my friends.
Okay.
In fact, all Nigerians are my friends. So let me tell you, in our administration, we made more billionaires than any other administration. I don't think this administration made any billionaire anyway.
How did you do that?
And out of those, there was none that I knew before.
Some of your friends became billionaires.
No. They are still not my friends. Yes, I cannot say that I don't know them. I know them, but they are not my friends.
All right. Yesterday, the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was interviewed on CNN. That has been an interview that a lot of people have been waiting for. We have a little bit of that interview. We are also going to have a conversation around some of the things that Peter Obi said in that interview. Let's see if we have it and we can show you part of that interview. Just a minute. Let's see. Okay, we don't have it at this moment. Oh, we should have it. Okay, all right. We'll come back to that. But another issue in the news is the question of Peter Obi interview. Let me see. No. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't find it. Let me show you a great speech that was made by someone this past week. Has been trending. We are going to integrate that in our conversation. So let's see.
The choice is ours. If we are concerned about our current state of insecurity, despondency, and hopelessness, if we are concerned now about our declining values, our rate of hopelessness, if we are concerned about our economic disposition now, if we are concerned about how poorer we are going into, every day we are getting poorer, if we are concerned about the decline of education, if we are concerned about the decline of the health sector, if we are concerned about the bad image the international community have on Nigerians, if we are concerned about our future and the future of the next generation, we have a choice to act wisely, to think wisely, to behave wisely, and to vote wisely, devoid of any sentiment. This is the last chance we have, 2023. Wallahi, this is our last chance. If we get it wrong, we will never get it right. And let me warn you.
Yes, this is our last chance. If we get it wrong, we will never get it right. There are so many things going on across Nigeria, and we are going to invite our usual panel, our guests, our friends, and people, new people to join us. In the meantime, I found a Peter Obi video, and let's see a little bit of that.
To build refineries and operate them, and they're not rocket science. It can be done as quickly as possible. You can use today decide to remove the fuel subsidy, use the resources to support critical areas of production, from critical infrastructure to education to supporting investment in refinery, which will be, like I said, done within a shortest possible time.
A lot of Nigerian presidents have come in and talked about revitalizing the manufacturing sector, investing in refineries, but change, as you know, has been very, very slow. Why is it going to be different with you? And what would you say were the biggest hurdles in making sure that all of the things that you've just listed come to pass?
Well, what people need to do is to go and look at what I promised as a state governor when I said I'm going to turn around education, health, pull people out of poverty, bring sanity and civility in governance in Anambra State, whether that happened or not. When I said we're going to save money, did we do that?
I want to talk about one of the other sort of major issues.
All right, we're going to talk about that in details on the show, but this is a program announcement. Next week, we have something that we have never done before. We are going to have what they're called the longest bombardment. 100 questions in 240 minutes with the Social Democratic Party presidential candidate, Prince Adewale Adebayo. This is going to be something that we hope to do with all the other presidential candidates. And we are saying that if your candidate cannot stand the bombardment, he is not ready to serve Nigeria. Next Saturday, I plead to all of you, all our friends, to come. Let's bombard this man who wants to be the president of Nigeria with 100 questions live, 4 hours. There is no timeout, no bathroom break, no frills, no filters, everything. So join me next Saturday. Let's bombard him with questions. And we are going to invite all the presidential candidates to come on the show. 100 questions in 240 minutes. This is my encounter. If I'm in New York City, I want to thank you for making yourself available for this conversation with Nigerians. And I hope you do more of it. You know, it will help you and it will help Nigerians to know you. I didn't know before this that you were the same person that made a speech at the NBA, Nigerian Bar Association conference. And, but my question is this. Are you not afraid of being the president of Nigeria? If they hand over Nigeria as it is today to you, wouldn't you be scared? I think a normal human being would be scared to deal with that. Now, let me go to some of the headlines you've made recently. Once in one headline you said I won't appropriate our oil money as budget if elected president. You said you put it in a fund, and this is money that you acknowledge that is not there because it's been stolen. Okay. Then there's another headline where you said, "I will end insurgency and banditry within 100 days if elected president." Now, to people who have looked at Nigeria, the different aspects of the country, when they see this headline, serious people, they will think that there's something not serious about you wanting to be president. Why would somebody look at Nigeria today? You're one man. Who will be your team? Who will be the people that will go to that government with you to clean up things so that in 100 days you can deal with the issues of insecurity in Nigeria? How do you, I think, Nigeria is a serious situation. We know that, everybody knows that. And we want serious people to handle Nigeria. And if you want to present yourself as a candidate for president, there are some statements that I expect, and I think Nigerians expect, that you will give that a serious thought. Like relocating the military barracks, that's not the reason why they are not functioning. I'm sorry, but I listened to you. I invested 1 hour of my time listening to you. I wish there would be more time that we'll have one-on-one conversation about this. I think Nigeria is in a serious problem, serious situation. All right, we are going to have that one-on-one conversation with him, and I hope you will join me when we do that. It's going to be very interesting. Also, on this show, what people tell me when I go out there, people come to me and say, have your say. It's interesting. Not just that we talk about serious issues, but also that it's funny. We let people be themselves. We laugh. We argue, we do whatever we do, but at the end, it's something that people learn something out of. So as part of that, I laughed. Let me show you this.
Called Secrets of Pictures. Secrets of Pictures is based on the premise that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. Now, the picture you're looking at is that of an armored toilet that President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda took to the inauguration, let me finish now before you start laughing, took to the inauguration of President William Ruto of Kenya. I know. It came fully loaded with red carpets and air conditioner. For those wondering if Nairobi doesn't have toilets, why the president of Uganda will take his own personal toilet. Well, let me tell you. Yoweri Museveni's poop is collector's item. It is in high demand. A beautiful thing like that with the great Museveni DNA. It's a terrible thing to waste. You got to collect it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, I don't know what to do to you. I have no idea. Africans, leaders, are unbelievable. Toilets are more.
All right, so we are going to bring our guests and our people on the show to join us. All right. Welcome everybody. I know that introduction was so long. I didn't mean to have it that way. What's going on? All right, I can see our usual suspects. So Let me see. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Dr.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Dr. Diprola, welcome to the show.
Dr. Dameji, thank you for having me again today.
Yeah, Paul, welcome to the show. Paul, are you going to the junkyard, or are you going to, where are you going to now?
No junkyard
today. No junkyard today.
No junkyard. Okay, CM, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Damages, from the land of the king.
Yeah, the King Charles. Oh, we are gonna talk about that, man. It's crazy. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
Look at how Jonaba, he's so relaxed, and look at the sunglasses. Amazing.
Jonaba look like militant. We just cash out.
Jonaba. So, where do we start? The first topic we have today is Peter Obi. I'm so sorry, Obi. Peter Obi leading in a poll conducted by NOI polling organization. He had 21% of the poll answers, people saying they will vote for him. Atiku and Bola Tinubu, 16%. Kwankwaso, is it 6%? Shore didn't show up, and other people didn't, But I know. Let me start with you, Ovie. The other parties, they dismissed the poll. They said, actually they should, because 35% of registered voters, they are yet to be decided. They are undecided. So, but what is your take, Ovie?
Well, I would say, first of all, congratulations to the obedience, the Biafrans, and the Apobians for their presidential elect. We are still warming up for the zoo election coming up in 25th of February 2023. So I'm here to celebrate with CM and the rest for the victory. I mean, it's expected. If you put all the all the content into consideration, you understand that why it comes out like that. First of all, the two companies that are involved in the poll are owned by Okonjo-Iweala and our brother for Rivers, So, and these are the biggest promoter and supporter of the Obi movement. So it's understandable. Then again, the question will come as, how was this poll, come about? Was it through phone calls? Was this on internet? If it's via internet, of course, Obi is the champion of the internet as we speak, so that is expected. And the reality of this thing is that 70% of people that were actually vote don't even know about this poll. So it's to me, I think they meet their objective for just people to keep talking about the process. Boost Obi go a little bit. It's a good thing. It's good for the laughter. It's good for the shenanigan of a presidential democracy. So I won't fault it, but as I said, I just say they should enjoy the victory while it lasts.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Dr. Diprola, I know that people said that Goodluck Jonathan, last time he won the same poll, but ended up losing to Buhari. So what do you think about the polling and the results? Dr. Diprola, can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Dameji, is that question for me?
Yeah, that's for you. Yeah. What do you think about Obi's performance in that poll? Does it matter?
Yeah, actually, it matters, but because we are living in a kind of semi-zoo, if I should say, where things work opposite side. So people see innovations as fallacies. When you want to bring something, discussion, as in to meet up with the first world, so that from third world you can be coming closer. They see it as fallacies. What actually the position of the results so far shows that Obi is kneeling on their neck. There's no two ways about it. And the cries you hear and the things going on right now in the so-called INEC computer system, it's what you should expect. So the result is okay. The result is perfect, even more than they have given Obi, because Obi is here to hit inside the north. As soon as the campaign starts now, that has not spoken. All this while, Obi has been the person speaking. The vice presidents, when they begin to speak now, you will see the level of education and exposure that all the vice presidents have. And that is still having an upper hand against all these other people. You know their names more than I do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. CM.
Okay. Yes. The result of the poll, the result putting Obi in the lead is a welcome development, because it gives much hope for comfort. It is the sign of things to come. It reflects the result of the effort put in so far, given the fact that the campaign is yet to officially start. Like the last speaker said, yes, when the campaign starts, Obi will get going towards the northern part of the country, where for obvious reasons it hasn't been up till now. At the same time, those that even the percentage ascribed to Obi, to me, I think is quite is very low, because I'm expecting Obi to be heading, at least so far, to be going above 80%. That is regarding the in terms of quality control for those that did the poll, you know, because I know virtually there's no other candidate. I mean, even CNN could say it now. There's nobody competing with Obi, so to speak, the way it is now. They are afraid. They are afraid. They are afraid to stand on the podium for at least 2 hours and answer impromptu questions. They are afraid. Some of them cannot even cannot fly across the Atlantic for health reasons. They need support on both sides of it.
All right. CM, I know we play here. This is also Janaba. let me come to you. Let's see. What do you think? There's nobody competing with Obi.
Dr. Damaji.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can expect that from CM. CM should become the campaign manager for Obi. They are very good in what they do. The internet, and I hope all the Obi followers get their PVC, because I believe so many of them doesn't even have PVC, and that is even if we go through the normal way of doing things in Nigeria. But I don't see that, so I'll be leading in the poll. It's all way of it's a political way of talking about him now that we are talking about him. The reality will hit CM and all the doctors there when the election is conducted finally. I believe the poll that is all 21st century of maneuvering the people and keep talking about to be leading the poll, and at least energizes his base, and people like my brother here will be talking that his leading should be 80%. I think it should be 100%.
All right, Paul, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, and good morning. Yeah. Talking about the poll, it's kind of funny to me, because I don't want to say I try to condemn everything that is coming from poll, but how much did they go about it? You understand? Because even though you would have even seen people would have even come out to some extent and say, "Oh, I got a call. Oh, I got a call. I got this." But when you're talking about poll with Twitter and the likes, I don't really think that counts much, because Nigerians, the people, the real people who vote, you understand, are not on the internet like that. You understand? It's just the political jobbers and the few people who are so passionate about this obedient thing. So that's why Obi will lead. Then thinking about the other aspect of it, say be compared to others are not coming out. Well, because campaign has not yet started. You understand? So the obedient has already started their own campaign. So definitely they're going to do well. So let's wait when officially campaign start, then we'll go where we'll go. But I know when it comes to campaign, Obi might win on campaign, but let's wait whether he will win on the election. You understand? So that history will be made. You know, and that's what I would say for now.
Okay, but you know, go ahead. Who wants to go ahead, Obi?
And to answer the guy that spoke after me that said third world, first world, whatever. Even in America, who know they work. Dr. Dameji, even you in the election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, every poll on this head, not just in America, point that Hillary Clinton is going to win. Even you believe Clinton is going to win. But what happened at the end of the day?
Yes,
so
but
poll now just.
But also we have to remember, I know Hillary didn't win and Hillary was leading, but also we have to remember in the case of America, the polls are looking at one thing, which is who will get the highest number of votes. The polls are not looking at who will win the electoral college votes. So even in the Hillary case, Hillary won the majority of the votes. Okay. So
yes,
that's what. In the case of Nigeria, it's different because it's about.
No, wait. Dr. Dameji, wait. That make my point. The Electoral College has been in existence from the one that we have this presidential system of democracy in America. So for the poll not to put that into consideration means they are useless. It's because if you cannot factor what is most important into your poll, then what is the need? You just want to run up and down. So it doesn't matter. You cannot ignore the most important thing. You cannot ignore the most important segment of the electoral process and you say your poll is credible. Doesn't make any sense.
No, the other thing is that the swing state, talking about Michigan that Hillary lost and Wisconsin, those are a swing state that the Democrats took for granted. But meanwhile, she was still leading in those states. So that's another thing when you put it in that context.
None of those polls actually take the real voters into consideration, because if you are in America during that period and you enter where that matters, go join, go campaign where it really matters, you will understand that there's no way Trump is not going to win. Unless they live in a big city like this, that is so yopi. But the real voters who are the interior villages and all that,
I want to disagree with you on that one, because we are talking about what gives Trump the election. It's simple. It's Wisconsin. It's Wisconsin that gives Trump the election, and Trump did a different type of campaign in Wisconsin. Say he's going to bring back the industry that he himself know that he's not going to bring back. So that's where a lot of Democrats, which you understand, you don't do survey, even though Hillary Clinton did not even campaign in Wisconsin that much, because he understands to some extent those parts is their strong zone. Why would Democrats spend money on California and New York? This is their strong zone. You understand? So it's a shock. It's a shock.
That's what I'm saying. It is a shock for those that pay attention to polls and what is happening on the news media. It's a shock to them. But those who are underground, it is not a shock to me. I was in a class whereby a professor will use Obama as an example. When Obama was the president, and a student will get up and say he doesn't want to hear that name, do somebody else. You could feel the vibration of what Trump was talking about that is really, really getting momentum on the ground. But polls doesn't shine light on that. Unless you are used to CNN, Fox, or this Twitter, whatever, then you will see the razzmatazz of Democrats. No, but deep down, there was anger. There was fed up. So we are tired of the way Democrats are running the country. We really want to change. And that is what Donald Trump spoke to. even though it might be very deceiving, deceiving as a person, as a figure, but he was actually speaking to the majority, the yearning of the we Americans who really want to, who do everything to come out and cast their votes, and that's what happened.
So, but
so these are polls look to me and you, just as we did now. How many of us get PVC? But now when they make the noise, people pay attention to us than the real people on the ground. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, you have to also say that in the last election, you know, the polls were right that Trump will not win, and he did not win. There was no surprise there. So sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't. You know.
Do we want to actually dissect that?
All right, let's leave America.
For a man to get close to 80-something million votes, no poll captured that. No poll captured the 80 million people that vote for Trump.
Yeah.
So they respond to that. But
no, they are not looking at the total. Anyway, let's leave America alone. We're talking about our own Nigeria, and we're talking about
this Nigerian poll. No go. This Nigerian poll did not touch Mitch Domboa, did not touch Shani, did not touch Zaria, did not touch so many places. So
of course, Atiku said that his voters are not online. Okay, we understand. This is just the first one. Okay, we hope there will be more, and then we get an idea. And of course, somebody was saying, I think it was John Abba was saying that, or who was saying that he didn't. Typically in America, I never received a call from anybody saying, "Are you going to vote for somebody?" So it doesn't have to be, and it could be a sample. And the way they do it, you don't have to go beyond 1,000, 10,000. If the methodology is good, you can use that to know what's going on.
And again, another fault in this poll is that I think they captured, they say people who are actually willing to vote are between the age of 45 and above. And your book movement is constituencies is below 45. So I don't understand it. Now young people they scream Obi now, but they did not capture those people. They capture 45 and above. And still, they say it's leading. So but it's a good thing. If not, this their noise would have been in vain. At least the noise has produced something to cheer about. That's why I'm congratulating them.
Yeah.
Achebe said if you don't like somebody else's book, write your own. So if you say that the poll is not good, then do the original.
Come February 25th, we will write our own. The zoo will write their own. You know that.
That one is election. No, that one is the proper election. We are talking of opinion poll like we did. If you say it's not good, if you say the book is not written, the author didn't do anything, write your own and let us see. So that is it's a challenge.
So we believe in writing real results. We believe in writing real results. We write our own result for 25th.
Okay. All right. So we know that this is the first one, but it's I think it says something, and we are looking forward to more of those polls. But let's look at this. This is what's going on today, I believe.
Please, this is Omar Abia State. Yes, this is the 1 million march. We tweeted that will take goal on 17. So we are reporting from Omar Abia State. This is the media team. My name is Ekele John. I'm reporting from Omar Abia State.
So I believe that in the absence of reliable polling system in Nigeria, politicians believe that the way to measure how important they are or how well they are doing is by sending people out there to show their support. So if you use that criteria, John Abba, what do you think is going on?
To put a high 1 million march, I don't think the citizen or the origin of to reach 1 million. So, it's expected in Umaha, wherever they make the march. I don't doubt that. The only thing is that I hope all those people have their PVC because, like I said, even if you go on the normal way to somebody to merit it through voting, these people, majority of them doesn't have the PVC. So on coming on election day, are you going to come and march and then they count you by head? I think the system is created so that they can recognize those that vote and then those that are carrying out fraud activities. So the 1 million march can be marched in Sokoto, in Kaduna, or in Meduguri, where Shetima come from. We can gather everybody. Nigerians, churches are full. Well, how many of us are going to heaven?
How do you know who has PVC and who do not have PVC?
Why don't you ask your people? Why don't you? I make a call. I even bet with a lady, and I asked her that you have PVC, and she said no. That's okay. Our bet cancelled. You cannot be going out and if you like, I can't give you the number. But then, if you like, call most of these people and ask them to be honest with you. Do you have PVC?
Pastor John, Pastor John,
I take it from you.
Pastor
I take
Abba,
it from
CK,
please
understand something. All the people that did their registration January to March to July 31st have not gotten PVC, and INEC promised that they're going to get it come November. That's exactly what I said about ATM the other day. That doctor was laughing at me that I live in a village in America. You understand? So the people who registered January this year have not gotten their PVC. They said they're going to get it November. What is the possibility? What about rain go fall or Amatan go day? They no can get ink or no card.
And
what is the possibility?
Outside that, the last election, over 80 something million people registered. How many people produce president? 15 million produce a president. Why in total now 35 million votes. So now we're having 90 something million. How many are going to actually participate? How many are going to participate? Less than 50 million will participate
this
in this
movement
election.
is different because of the young people. But my
mean
concern is that the people who registered have not gotten their PVC up to this time. That's another problem.
Does it mean if you participate in a million man march, you do not have PVC? But if you do not, it means you have a PVC. This is for John Abba. Huh? People, yes.
All right, guys. Hold on, guys.
We are going to have less than 50 million people that will take part in this election, even though we are close to 100 million registered. Less than 50 million will participate, whether we like it or not.
All right. Hold on, guys. Let's welcome the new people that joined us. Alexi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And Fint, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, Alexi, we are discussing Peter Obi leading the polls that just came out this week. What is your take? Okay, Alexi had to go use the bathroom. Fins, go ahead.
What I want to say, because I've been following the program, I can hear what Idauza has been saying. Well, for me, not quite long, I left Nigeria. That's about 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And I participated in about 3 different elections while I was in school and when I finished from school. Yeah. You see, sometimes we don't really understand what is really happening at this moment, which me I'm observing from here. Yeah, because while I was in Nigeria, you see all this election. Yeah, people are getting more wiser. This time election is going to be a different one entirely, because well, I've not been to North. Yeah, the way South, like let me say Southwest, the way they do the election is that you might be in APC, yeah, vote for the governor of APC as APC governor, but in the president they have another thing in mind that okay, this is the person we need in as a governor. It could be from PDP, it could be from CNN or from whatever party. That is how it's always in Southwest. And now going back to say, maybe the poll does not have any significant it does, yeah, because the more popular those youth we think that they don't have PVC, the more you see them on the street, the more their parents begin to see another thing entirely. Because as for me, I do call home. Yeah, I talk to people, I can hear their response, even the old ones, the allergies. Where I live in Nigeria, where I was living in Nigeria before, we're very close to the Malams, to the Hausa. There's a lot of Hausas there. We call, we talk, we hear different things. Yeah, fine. It is good we have different form, different opinion, but I'm not saying Peter Obi is going to win, which I wish he win. Yeah, but you're going to see what is going to happen at that election on the 25th. You're going to see if all this thing is not going to be real. Yeah, you will not be seeing even APC presidential candidate trying to block Peter Obi going to court, whatever, for the rally. You understand? That's my own take. But to be sincere to you, I've been part of Nigerian election when I was in Nigeria. I knew how it goes around, but I've not been to the northern side. But whatever that's going to happen, the South going to make a significant role. If the Southern vote does not count, don't think APC is going to come in. That's just it. It might be a rerun. But trust me, all this poll, all this 1 million man that you people are just making mock of is doing a lot of movement.
All right, thank you.
That's my take.
Alexei, what's your take?
You are muted, Alexei. You are muted.
Do you need help? Okay, good.
Okay, sorry. Hello, everyone. I came in a bit late, so I didn't know the exact point that you guys were.
We were discussing Peter Obi's polling number. There's a poll that came out, and he's number one on the presidential.
Obi as a presidential elect, according to the poll.
No. He got 21% of
the first. My
yeah.
first point about the election again is to be or not to be. What we have seen so far is not telling a good story about what is being planned by those who want to hijack the election. Those things that were reported couldn't have been something made up by anybody who wants to, spoil the other side. That's evidence that some people took their time to compile that kind of information, and perhaps, I don't know if they have fed them into the system yet, but that's a bad sign of what is to come, because they don't want the truth to come out. And that's the problem with Nigeria. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. All the time we want to lie and deceive and control and get. Look, I don't believe Buhari won the second election, for example. This last leg, I don't believe he won it. All the precedent events and during the election, all that postponement, and people came from all over the country, all over the world to witness it. What happened? Oh, they said that they told some kind of lie just because they have not perfected their system to favor the man. And eventually, the expected happened. They said he won. So already I don't have faith in our election events, because those in power, the power that be, always use their incumbency to get what they want. So this time is different in the sense that everyone is now focused on seeing things happen in the right way. But I don't know what the right way will be, because already, let me just say this. If I had my way, I would say let Tinubu take the West, let Atiku or Kwakwanso take the North as president, and then leave the other groups to decide how they want to live. And even the Obi sensation now that is all over the place, we want him back home. Let him come and be our president. Let Tinubu be president for the West. Let Atiku or Kwakwanso be for the North. If any group does not want to be part of that arrangement, they are free to say, okay, we can put ourselves together and have our own president. And let there be a kind of, after 4 years, for example, we can all come back, not to form one country, but to have a common economic system that will favor everybody. But within that 4 years, let everyone arrange their own environment, getting ready for that cooperation. That is me. It may not make sense to people, but let's avoid this shedding of blood every time. Bullets cannot make the power that be to get what they want. They can only waste lives, but it's not going to change anything, because those who want to be free need to be free. And those who want to do it differently, I can't help them. Freedom for everyone. And then later on, we come together. And all these things, we do them peacefully. There's no way that killing people will bring us any good result. If you kill somebody related to me today, and then tomorrow you call me and say, let's unite, unity. In fact, it is the violence that's going on now that is making that unity more and more difficult to achieve. That's my say.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think I quite agree with Mr. Alex today. But the problem is that we have a prominent member from the Southwest, Southeast, collecting fast salary in Abuja in the name of Nigeria. We have ministers, House of Reps, senators. So those are the problems that actually those who want the country to separate have. How do you tell your prominent member?
Dissolve them and let us.
No, wait now. Wait. I think we agree to. I think we live in a civilized society. We belong to the Committee of Nations. So whether we like it or not, those people represent us. If you can convince those people who represent you to leave the Nigerian space alone and stop collecting fast salary, I think that would be a step forward. Because in after we that we are being represented, no matter how noise we make, it's still not going to reflect because those people actually have the final say at this point. But they are there. We keep voting for them anyway. In the southern space, we are going to vote for senators. We are going to vote for House of Reps. We are going to nominate ministers that will represent us in the Nigerian space. We vote for them. We send them there. Until we decide to say, okay, we're not sending that there again. Then maybe we'll have a conversation. But at this point, I don't know, that conversation is not going to fly.
All right. Let's watch Obi's interview on CNN, a little bit of that, and then continue the conversation.
He's a wealthy businessman with a penny-pinching reputation, and he's shaking up the Nigerian electorate as he takes on two political heavyweights ahead of the country's 2023 presidential elections. Young people in the country say they are desperate for good governance amid concerns about high inflation, a depreciated local currency, and kidnapping for ransom by bandits. And 61-year-old Peter Obi appears to be a messiah of sorts for this generation, aged 24 and below, who make up around 32% of the population, according to the United Nations Population Fund. Wayumi Lube is 24 and is one of the organizers of a movement supporting Obi known as Obedience.
The Obedient movement is pretty simple. We're just a group of frustrated Nigerians who want good governance. It's as simple as that. And we are running for presidency. Each and every one of us in the Obedient movement is running for presidency through Peter Obi.
Obi is a former governor of the mostly Christian southeast state of Anambra and is seen as a credible alternative to the two parties that have dominated politics since the end of military rule in 1999. Although his offshore accounts were among those found in the leaked Pandora Papers, which exposed the hidden riches of the global elite in 2021, Obi denies any wrongdoing. The obedience movement is powered by social media and similar to the NSAS protest, also nicknamed Sorosoke, or Speak Up Against Police Brutality, in October 2020. What are the similarities between the NSAS movement and the Obedient movement?
NSAS was just the catalyst that started all of this. And we took it, we harnessed that pain, that energy.
All right, I wanted us to talk about how they framed this. That was the introduction to the interview, how CNN framed that, because it's interesting when we do things in Nigeria or in Africa, the rest of the world will watch what we're doing and frame it the way they want it to. Who can take on that?
I can comment. The obedient organizers, give them credit for what they are doing and the way they are going about some of their movement. The NSAS movement that energizes the youth, that they want good governance, and they are being cajoled by a smooth talker that think it can make a difference in Nigerian politics, while he was impeached twice as the governor of Anambra State. Nigeria is not Anambra. And I'll be glad to see that the wish of the mouth wish of us go through ways, the West, the North, and the East, that Obi can govern them successfully. And that is not going to happen. I understand the frustration of millions of the Nigerian youth and even the older ones, but Obi is not the answer, and Obi is part of the establishment. And at least he should come, if he can get people like me to say anything about him, then he can come out and say, okay, I am not a perfect human being. I made my own mistake. But each time he's trying to be a politician like the old politicians, try to avoid questions now. Things that even he used to say he endorses, things that he proudly said. If they ask him honest question now, he started playing the old politics, and because they win or the momentum, he's seen that there is a light end of the tunnel.
No, hold on, Jonaba. Jonaba, did you watch the interview, the CNN interview?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yes, of course. That is my. He doesn't go straight to answer question in the way rather than any other politician. Nobody is perfect, but he go around things when they say, okay, which time? You never give a time frame. Even the one you are bombarding with questions, they say I will do this within 100 days. And he never even give a specific time that, okay, when I come to the office within this so time, me and my team will do this and do that. He's speculating. He have no specific plan. He just have energy in his side because of the frustrated youth, and I cannot blame them.
All right. Let me see him. Did you watch the interview? What's your impression?
Okay, the CNN interview. Yes, I watched it. You see, the thing is, sometimes I tend to ask this question: what really do Nigerians want? That is the issue. Because I let me just go a little bit beyond the dramatic at times. Sometimes people will say, "Oh yeah, things has been difficult. We've been praying. We've been doing this." Now God has sort of listened and said, "Okay, from among you, let me bring somebody different." And yet people are still querying the credentials of the person. How else will you be a president if you haven't been something like, say, you haven't had the executive responsibility at the level of governorship? He did it and came out with distinction as far as Nigerian system is concerned in Anambra. Yes, he did it. Peter Obi won the governor of the decade from 1999 to 2019. He was given the award. There are more than 100 governors that have been in Nigeria. He got it. And it's not an award that they said he lobbied. You see, but the thing is that this old brigade, because Nigerians believe in their Daewoo, in fact, they've not had, they can't hear that somebody governed the state without borrowing a kobo, and yet left billions of naira in that state. It hasn't happened before. So when you are doing this, it's like allegory of the cave, like what is it called? The Plato said. People are just saying, is this real? When you are in darkness and the ray of light comes in, you feel that no, that place is the dark. This is where the light is. So that is really what Obi is grappling with. When you tell them, okay, who are the alternative? These people, do you want to go back to Egypt where you are? They refuse. That's why the CNN chap was trying to, the lady was, I think, Zenacha, was asking him, you know, Nigerian electoral system, politics in Nigeria, look at the way Nigeria is almost on its knees. How are you going to bring up Nigeria? But Obi was showing the hope that, look, when I get in, at least, even if I didn't do anything, I stop the leakage. For somebody to practically demonstrate to you how he's going to solve ASU problem, give us what they want, not by borrowing money. He said the money will, the fuel they stole in July, multiply it by so number of dollars. Is that not how much he's giving you? So if this has been used, something like this, so I don't know what people want. But maybe if one type of economist or somewhere in the United States or somewhere in Europe is propounding this type of theory, they may nominate him for maybe, who knows, later Nobel Prize. Say the guy is practical, he knows how to handle human problems. But because he's Obi, people are still looking at it. What is this man talking about? All those type of things. Nigeria has never been this bad. You need the money you are making. It's not even enough for you to pay interest on your loan. This is Nigeria today. How can you tell people How can you tell people you are losing crude oil? This is a country that you can't steal crude oil as if it's a chewing gum. Yet ship will come in and load it and go away, and they are still telling people, you are not ashamed that thieves are taking crude oil. When the navy is there, the ship is there, and everything is there. Nigeria refused to put a gauge to know the amount of crude oil they pump out and they sell. And then when Obi is talking of doing these things, people are looking at him as if it's a mental case. Some cannot even believe it. So I ask, what really do Nigerians want? What really do they want?
Thank you, CM. I wanted to catch Blessing before because she's in Nigeria, but she's off air. Let me come to you over here. Once Blessing is back, I will get to you.
When I hear CM and by extension obedience talk and analyze Peter Obi, I laugh and shake my head because it goes a way to say how naive they are when it comes to the political space. Obi is at best a politician like every one of them. That's why whenever he speaks, people criticize him. People go and say, and for me, this last interview they with CNN is his worst interview so far. It's his worst because he's either repeating whatever he has said before or paraphrasing, and you can tell he's fatigued. He's been saying the same thing for the last 3 months, and that is why you see the reaction of Nigerians coming to like that. And again, when CNN say, "Oh, it has never happened before in Nigeria, a governor that comes did not borrow money and save money," that's to go a long way to say how much you know about the Nigerian political space. This thing has been done in Kano before in 2023 and in 2027. Never borrowed money and saved money.
Who did it?
So
who did it?
I just say Kano. 1998, 2003, and 2007 by same purpose itself. How much did he borrow and how much did he save?
See,
you understand? So
how much did
when
he
you
save?
keep saying
How much did he save?
Oh my God!
How much did
allow you talk now? Allow me. Allow me talk now.
Okay,
allow you talk.
Let me finish.
You understand? When you keep saying, "Oh, you want an award," almost all the governors in Nigeria has been given award. If you want to go by that one, so don't be buying things like that. And we say, "Oh." Where the house will be, where he won't see this money, he said the money that is solely through oil theft. Who they take this oil? Is it me and you? Yeah, his friends, his sponsors, his colleagues. So how you want to deal with the first before and get the money out? When Rudolph was actually tackling Adewale, I love that energy. But I ask myself, where is that energy when Showore was on the show? You ask direct question, how is he going to do it? How is he going to do it? How is he going to do it? When are you going to also be? How is he going to do it? How is he going to do it? It is not possible. It's very easy to say. Politicians campaign in prose, in poetry. But when you need to go back, it's a different ball game.
CM over here, hold on. Let me get Blessing before we lose that. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
You know where I am.
Where are you, Blessing? Yeah, very good.
I just crossed a military checkpoint on foot.
Oh yeah, that's something. No, you have to tell us about this because we hear this and people abroad, all these people who eat.
Can you have a look? Can you see what is going on? We had to cross on foot. We have to disembark from the vehicle.
All these people in America eating hamburger, they don't get it. They don't understand what's going on in Nigeria. Blessing, tell them.
We had to disembark, and I had to take off my earpiece and then turn off my camera. If not, I will do frog jump from now till tomorrow morning.
Where are you? Where are you in Nigeria? Where in the east are you? I think Tinubu.
I am crossing from Anambra to Imo. I'm in Ihiala.
Okay, Anambra to Imo. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Ihiala.
Is it only when you are passing the military barracks that they make you do that?
Yeah, these days it's mostly military checkpoints. This one is a new one. The last time I passed here wasn't this like this. I was surprised yesterday and today.
Everybody comes down.
Every single person. And you're not allowed to be on the.
Do they drive the vehicle over, or the driver?
Yes, the driver alone. The driver alone drives and goes through. Then the passengers leave their wares.
Do they have to search you? What is the purpose of this? Do they search you when you are crossing?
They don't search us. You just walk on foot and cross their checkpoints.
So what's the purpose? What's behind this?
You say?
What is the reason behind this?
It is purportedly for safety. I don't know what they are safeguarding since they are not searching anything. They said it's for safety. I don't know what they are searching.
Okay, you remember Buhari is visiting the East or visit the East.
No, this is a
That's
normal
why.
thing for a while now. This is a normal thing in the East. It's a normal thing now for a while.
And they just want to beef up security because of the president. You know.
Oh, please. It's not, it has nothing to do with the president.
They're saying
I
that
said this
it's
has been a
going
normal
on.
thing for at least a year now. It's not about
So
the
blessing,
president.
you are
I don't
moving
know.
freely. You are moving freely in the zoo. I mean, it's very peaceful and safe in the zoo. If you are moving freely.
It's freely. You know how I have to walk.
All right.
You know,
Okay.
Okay. See,
so,
let's get serious, please.
All right.
Hello?
Listen. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so this is very important because most people are in other parts of the country in Nigeria may not know that this is going on, or those who are abroad. I've had this from people I know who are in the East, that you are not allowed to pass through military checkpoints while in the vehicle. And my question is always, I'm happy that Blessing is going through this life. I wanted to know what is the purpose of that, being in a vehicle.
Well, they claim it for safety. They want to be sure everyone in the car is clean. But I can tell you categorically, no one was searched. Even some vehicle, when the driver sought them, they let them go through with full load. Nobody disembarks from theirs. But our own driver is a bit of a knucklehead. He was a bit of a knucklehead.
So if they had given them bribe, they would let you guys pass without coming down. All right, I think we are losing Blessing.
Dr. Damaji, it's not only in Anambra. Anywhere there's checkpoint in Nigeria, you are not allowed to be on your phone while passing the checkpoint. Even in Abuja, anywhere. I've experienced it before I left. Once you are approaching the checkpoint, you have to stay off your phone. It's everywhere in Nigeria. Anywhere there's checkpoints. Abuja, anywhere.
Okay, when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
5 years ago.
Okay. All right. Let's forget about what Obi said. Type it out.
No, Dr. Dami, when is checkpoint? When is the military checkpoint? You are not allowed to use your phone anywhere in Nigeria.
I was in Nigeria in 2019. I passed through military checkpoints. They didn't tell me to come down on the road.
No, the coming down of the thing is not the. But when you are on your phone, they will ask you to stay off your phone.
You mean when you are
anywhere
inside the car?
No,
even police.
Even
police too. Police too will ask you put that phone down.
No,
even
it's not just
do that.
All right, hold on, guys.
See,
who wants to speak?
It's me. Because of what Ovie said. You see, there are what they call criticisms and there are what we call criticisms. That's one thing. One thing I want to let Ovie know is this. It is not when a thief, tomorrow now, maybe another thief will emerge, say it's Obi's friend, they are the people stealing oil, no evidence to show about it. When you say things like this, when people listen and hear you say things like this, they only feel that this is just sour grape. How is it? How are they Obi's friend? He said they were his friends. Just like the noise show would normally make from one studio to the other. Oh, Obi was in Anambra State for 8 years with nothing to show for it. And if ask him, present a better record than Obi, he couldn't present. Where Kwankwanso you are promoting? Nobody even know where the Kwankwanso existed in Nigeria. So are you telling me that when people come out in their hundreds to come and say that they need Obi, this is Obi they want, then it becomes one. Hold on, please. Then the next thing is, hold on, please. The next thing is that those people do not have PVC because they are coming for Obi or they are mainly online. You know, when people say this, I thought we are here for something like intellectual stimulated debate, when we can just, when people start to bring a market level argument, this person is this, and you start to wonder whether the person is still in the real zoo or is somewhere in a developed nation called America. So it baffles me. That's why I'm asking, what really do Nigerians want? When you want to criticize, you make your criticism constructive.
Let's take this thing. Please let us respect ourselves and let's talk about the issue of Sowore. There is none of these people that
Okay,
is
Janaba,
contesting for.
No, let the moderator
hold on, okay? We are going to talk about Shura and other people, but let me, I want to end this thing very well. The issue of what's happening in the East, because it's something that this is an opportunity, I think, to bring it up so that people will hear this. I don't think there's any other part of the country where when you pass a military checkpoint, you are asked to come out of your vehicle, and then military checkpoint, not going to the barracks. You're asked to, I don't think, and I've not had anybody say that, and I've been getting this report from people in the East that is happening, and I'm happy that Blessing, who is here with us, just passed through that. Now, Blessing, when did this start? Has it always been like this? Let me unmute you. Go ahead, Blessing.
Doctor,
I wanted to say that.
Doctor, before Blessing come, let me say something about military checkpoint. I will say precisely, it happens for many years in Delta. Let me not use Delta. Let me use Warri, because of that Warri crisis. Until tomorrow, the military are still there. I could remember when I lost my dad. I lost my dad 2014. We give the military, the soldier, 1,000 naira. It's settled, 1,000 naira for any cow that will enter your own community. Soldier will collect money. There's no negotiation, no nothing. It's just tradition. Now they increase it to 10,000. Between 2014 and 2021, when I lost my mom, I am telling you, all soldiers, they stand in front of, I don't know whether you know DST, Delta Steel Company. That's where I come from. You understand? We give them 10,000. I wanted to raise highbrow because we already paid for the cow. So I was the one with some of my siblings that went to bring the cow a day to the funeral. You know, so when they ask, they say, oh, it's tradition and everything. So before I'm talking, so my cousin say, bros, no worry. Then calculate and join the cow money. The money is with me. I will pay, not you paying. He was shocking because I was even thinking I am the one that will pay. He said they already say they tell you a cow is 190, then plus soldier money is 200. This is how they calculate it. So the soldier take 10,000 naira right now, as I'm telling you, in Warri. You understand? You are bringing anything, there's a fixed amount you pay for bike and everything. They do that. They do that. Right. Then if you are coming with something that they are not used to, like the regular transport that runs those places, they don't stress them, you know. But say the way you charter bus from, say, River State, and you are coming for burial in Delta State, everybody go to come down. Because now to them, it's strange. Everybody go to come down. I witnessed that last year.
Okay. All right.
Can I respond to CM, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, CM. When I say they are friends,
you allow us to speak. We'll be waiting for
these are elites. You are talking about intellectual conversation. These are elites. Me and you know you'll be friends now. Obi did not fall from the sky. Obi did not just come in from abroad and start contesting the election. Obi was part and
you don't say things like that.
They stole food oil,
no difference. They stole food oil.
You are talking about intellectual conversation, and you interrupt me. How intelligent is that?
You interrupted. You called me naive. Are you intelligent by saying I'm naive?
Politically, you are naive.
Politically, you are still in the zoo. You haven't. You are despite being in America. You can't. You are incapable of independent and objective thought. That is the thing. That is the problem with you.
Okay, guys, hold on. I want us
you are incapable of independent and objective thought. Forget about anything.
Hold on, okay. I don't want us to go off track a lot. It's just that I thought that this is an important thing to talk about and bring up. But also, I'm hearing, because you learn every day when you do this, I'm hearing from people saying that in Borno State it's been going on. I want to establish that there's something going on, okay? And why is it going on? And people are saying it's going on from what Paul just said. It's going on because we have security issues in the East. So the military decided that anybody that comes across their checkpoint, you have to come down, okay? If that is what's going on, we want to understand that. That's what I'm trying to get to. There is no agenda here. Nobody, I just saw Blessing go through something I've had. I didn't go through it the last time I went to Nigeria. I was there in 2019 and I moved by road. Nobody told me to come out of a vehicle and raise my hands up but I'm seeing videos of that. And somebody who is a regular on this show just passed through that. I wanted us to discuss that. I'm hearing from people saying that in Borno it was happening, and from Paul, maybe in Warri or wherever there are security issues. So we need to know this and understand why it's going on. That's the point. And I don't want us to get other things confuse us, but we can move to. Go ahead.
Dr. Dameji, since they started putting military for checkpoint, it's been happening. It don't happen to me right there in Gwagwalada. This is not in the east or it's not in the west. If I never experienced it before, I will tell you. If they go from Igara is the headquarters of my lawyer, from Awuchi to my village, in Paso, the same thing happened to me. So I've experienced it. That's what I'm saying. Since the inception of military at the checkpoint, it happened. They might be discretive about it. It might be randomly. Or yes, it is happening. I don't raise my hand for Gwagwalada. If you know where winners used to be in Gwagwalada, if you are going to the University of Abuja, there's a military checkpoint there. It has happened to me. I don't experience. I raise up my hand, gone down for twice. One at Okada, one at taxi. So if I never experienced that before, I don't go to say, oh, you know, they happen. It's been happening, but it might be randomly now. But since when they carry military for road, it's been happening all over the country. Anyway, there's a military checkpoint.
All right, hold on, guys. Dr. Diprola, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, what I wanted to contribute, because there's something is just as if it's actually might be happening everywhere, but if you come from the southeast, where I come from,
thank you.
We are born into it. We grew up with it. After the Civil War.
Oh, yes.
After the Civil War, we are, as children, we are used to seeing military intimidate our people, our women, our girls. If you are from the southeast or you are not from southeast, you have friends in southeast. During the Xmas period, you know that the traffic starts from the head bridge till Abo when the Easterners are going home. Who are people causing it? They are all people who are extorting our people. If you listen to what Mr. Blessing just said there, you will see that the military is not actually searching for the Boko Harams, the terrorists, the kidnappers, the bandits. They are just walking people down. This is an intimidation of a conquered territory. You walk down, you come out. They don't even search the vehicle if they are carrying bombs or if they are carrying human core. They don't search the vehicle. It's just to make sure that every person in that vehicle walks out, crosses the other side, driver brings something or it doesn't bring. If driver doesn't bring anything, they might collect his particulars and concentrate on another vehicle for the next 2 hours. And you guys will be there like animals. So when the people from the southeast, I don't always want to get agitated with how we are being treated and humiliated. We have lived in Nigeria for years. Our fathers have lived and they have died without seeing this unity that we keep on crying. That's why our people are scattered all over Nigeria. Even at the peak when they are still killing the southeast, they are still in Sokoto, they are still in Zamfara, they are still in Katsina. What I want to put in here is that let us not be touching too much wound. Any area we go, people we want to say we are equal in intimidation and humiliation. There are people who are born into it. That is why no matter how bad Nigeria goes, if they like, let Kwankwaso come and rule Nigeria for 100 years. The Easterners will survive it, but other part of Nigeria will be crying. They will be dying. But the Easterners, because we survive Kwashiorkor. So nothing is new to us. So let us not concentrate and be saying it happens. It doesn't happen like it happens in our place. Our place is every day, every day, every day. Thank you very much. Let's go on.
All right, thank you. I want, before we're moving on, okay? I want to talk about where we started with Peter Obi, and I want us to end with Peter Obi. And we're talking about the interview and the polls. So I'm welcoming to the show, Alaro. Welcome to the show again.
Thank you, my dear brothers. Dr. Dameji, it's always a pleasure. It's been a minute. I've been listening while I was riding my bike, you know, and I just got home. So as far as polling, and a lot of people mentioned the Hillary Clinton scenario, which we are very well familiar with. Honestly, the fact that we even polled, that Obi polled, I think is an accomplishment. That shows the impact we've made. Just the fact that we polled, not that we are winning, because this is politics. So don't let's fool ourselves. The game has not even started officially. We are creating awareness, and that's about it. The political aspect of the campaign is coming shortly. Funding is absolutely critical. There's a lot of legs. We still got a long way to go. The CNN interview, I watched it, I listened carefully, and I heard the comments some of my dear brothers made. Some said he was repeating the same things he has been talking about. And some said he sounded more like a politician. Make no mistake, Peter Obi is a politician. There's no way a non-politician can ever win an election in Nigeria. So let's keep that clear. But what I want to make clear is it's not politics as usual. Yes, he's a politician, but a politician that has a goal, has the will to bring us to where we want to be as a people, so that we don't all have to be here and stay in diaspora forever. And everybody here, all of you are, Dr. Damages, you can play a big role. All of you are well qualified men and women. Some of the women are not here, that are going to bring this brain drain as a brain gain. This is very important, and this is very serious. There's a lot of work to do. They say he repeats it himself. We have to repeat the goals, what we want to achieve. The groundwork is very basic. We will repeat it over and over and over. We're not going to bombard you with things that are not impossible, nuclear energy and all this craziness. Basic things. There are basic things that are lacking. It's a foundation of where we want to go. But as time goes on, as election starts, then we'll be giving you more details on these same goals. And what we will do from day one, you will be seeing on a weekly basis the achievements as it grows. No story, no shaking. This is a different thing. That's all I have to say for now. And OVA for youth president for obedience in diaspora. Please.
All right. Thank you, Alaro. Okija, welcome to the show.
Okija, you are muted.
Okija, can you? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening, Nigeria.
Morning. Yeah. Okija, we've been discussing the Obi's interview. I don't know if you had a chance to watch it. What's your impression?
Well, I mean, he spoke, like, he has been saying, and I know some people are saying that, he's not being specific and stuff like that. I don't know how many times, how many hours you have in an interview for you to be specific and, go into, much detail, how you go into, prosecute your agenda. But the interesting thing, the poll that I saw, that the people who are 18 to
is it 32? Something like that, or 32.
Yeah, and there were about 72% of people who are going to be voting in 2023, and that's where Obi, is found, his strength. Those youths who are the one, this organic movement coming out and doing their stuff. There was a rally I think today in Ebonyi State, and the police they had an encounter with the police. They were tear gassed and stuff like that. But I mean, it just like Alaro said, it just starting. People are noticing, and those youths, they're gonna be start convincing their parents, that this is what we want. And then I know that, my father is late, but I remember when I was younger, he used to tell me what to do. But at a point, I started telling him, this is what we the way we have to do it. And I'm getting feedback from. I had to do a support call with someone, and actually, but the person was in the US, so I called. I introduced myself. We said, "Oh, you're Nigerian." I said, "Yeah." What about? He said, "Oh, he's Nigerian too. He's Yoruba." And we started talking. I said, "Oh," he was like, "Are you obedient?" I said, "After." He said, "Me too. I'm obedient too." And I've been telling my people,
because I've been here, I've been sending money like all the time. I want to find a way to stop sending this money. You know, that if people, we started talking, he's just, like a lot of us here. He wants, he wants to live his life without, paying too much attention to his people financially and otherwise. So he's hitting up. It's going to be a good Peter Obi. I believe they have to go into develop more strategy to reach the north. As far as I know, I think they have made a a good impact in the south. They have to find a way to reach the north. And also I heard that Sheik Gumi, wants him to come to the north and build an alliance, with the northerners. So let's, the game will start next week or next 2 weeks time. So yeah, that's what I have.
28.
Doctor, I gotta go.
28.
Let me say what before I move. I was talking with
go ahead.
Alaro, I hope you give my brother Rudolph some of the tip you are taking from LP. Because he's here, you announced that they should contact you. I hope this platform helped you. They contacted you, and now you are obedient, and now you are speaking like a spokesperson of LP, and it's a good thing. And what changes in you? You change a party, you are PDP before, now you are LP. So what is the agenda, the manifesto that is different from whatever Nigerian politicians have been promising us? And Alaro will still continue to send more money under Obi, because a lot of people are going to lose their job. That's what he does best. It's to fire people, and that's what he's going to get. So I hope I'll join you guys later.
All right. Thank you so much.
Obi didn't fire anyone in Anambra. He didn't fire anyone in Anambra.
Some people are saying that I should play the video of what happened in Plateau State today. I'm trying to find a particular video. I'm not sure if what I have is that video, but I'll find it and I'll play it soon. Okay.
You can equally play Ebony for us, Dr. Damages.
It's a what?
Ebony, if you have it. You can equally play Ebony. The Tiagasin of these guys in Ebony. Yeah, if you have it.
I'm looking for that too as we speak. Let
me send it to you.
Okay, Ovia, what's going on? What do you want?
No, not just in Jos. There's also what happened in Ibadan in terms of those of the Tinubu. Me, I campaign for everybody. There's a lot of movement to that under for bats in Ibadan. When you go to Mina, Niger and everything, a lot of movement is going on there too. That's why when I call some people political naive, that is because they set their front on just one thing. There's a lot happening politically in that country. You understand that we are not focusing on. So when I saw me, I think some people are political naive, they think it's an insult. Again, this idea that the election is not going to be the same, that's a fact. But a lot of people narrowed that view to the fact that, there are a lot of incoming voters, new voter registration. Of course, it's expected. Our democracy is 23 years old as we speak today. But one thing that people are not focusing on that is that there's also a reaction effect to that new entrance. For the first time, we are having 4 people who are equally strong to clean the tickets. That is a counter effect to the numbers of the new entrants we have in terms of voters. But again, most importantly, we have 2 candidates in the south and we have 2 candidates in the north. And we are not analyzing this thing based on that. What comes to us, it is going to be against the south and the north. So the ability for these 2 people to come together, and it's not likely for the southern, I can say that categorically because I'm from the south. All we hear from the south within the 2 political frontrunners is accusation of, they want to kill me, that they are. That is bullcrap. Pay attention to the other side of your competitor. It's a competition. So when we criticize some people, we are doing it out of love. This is a competition. It doesn't really matter how sound you are, how you present your ideas. It's a war front. Who is going to win? That is what matters. It's not about what you necessarily bring into the table, even though it is important. But we are not paying attention to the other side. These people are calm and quiet, not because they don't know what they are doing, but because we are too loud. So they are paying attention to our own weaknesses.
All right. Okay.
Today, our weekend after in charge, there's no sideline now. So we are not paying attention to the real deal here. But what because we criticize somebody, everybody go up in hand, and that is what political naivety. And I'll say it again.
All right, Ovia, thank you. Let me
make my face clear, please. Let me make myself clear.
Hold on. No, Sam, no. Sorry. Let me get Dominic first. Let's hear from Dominic. Dominic, welcome to the show. It's been a while. We don't have that. Dominic, you have to mute yourself.
No, I've been so busy.
Yeah. Welcome. So I hope you've been following what our conversation we're talking about.
I followed a little bit the part where you guys were discussing about the poll. Obi only wants
CNN interview.
I didn't get to watch the CNN interview. I didn't even know there was an interview.
Okay.
Maybe I'll watch it after I mute. But question, correct? What's the threshold vote for someone to be able to win an election? I think it's 2/3, which is about how many states?
You have to get 25% in 2/3 of
25 of 24. 25 of 24.
Yeah.
Okay. For the popular vote, do you have to get a certain percentage?
No.
Yeah.
Even though you win with one vote, you don't win with that.
Yeah. Just
I'm looking at this poll. Even though Obi supposedly won, he's only 21% of the total. Right? It's only 21%. I don't know if that's something to be for the obedience to be excited about. Obviously, I can't vote, so I can't really say I have a candidate that I support. But I think one thing that this poll doesn't make clear is the sort of question I want people to ask is, among those who are likely to vote, if you were to vote today, who would you vote for? Because some of the people that are polled here may not come out to vote, right? Because we all know how it is. Voter election turnout is always is not very impressive. So this poll is, I think what this poll should show people is how popular Obi is, and not necessarily if he's going to win the vote, because you have to consider the level of voter apathy that we usually experience in Nigeria. The good thing about the current trend is that there's less voter apathy. There's this excitement about the third force. So maybe this poll would make sense. If you were to show me this poll, maybe last election, I wouldn't take you seriously. But with this election, I think it can go either way. That's how I view this poll. I want to know, amongst those who are likely to vote, or those who voted before in prior elections, who are you likely to vote for in this election? That is what makes the most sense to me. So I wouldn't take this poll. I would take this poll with a grain of salt.
Of course, we are far away from the election anyway. Blessing, welcome back. Can you hear me? Blessing,
unmute yourself.
Blessing, you are muted.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry.
Okay.
You know, Montreal is so my network is
okay. All right.
Soldier, don't steal your network.
Yeah, Blessing, sorry, we can't hear you. Maybe when you get home, you can try to join us again, okay? All right, before we leave, we are going to leave Peter Obi issue and go to Gumi. But before we do that, I want to play this video. I know you have
I think it's a bit okay now. Am I audible now?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Can you? Okay, so
yeah, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I saw the poll, and I don't know whether to be indifferent about it or not. I don't know whether to be indifferent about it or not, because the people that took the poll, you have to take into cognizance the realities of the. Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I do not know on what basis the poll was taken. Ordinarily, I would have been excited, but I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling, especially not with everything that is going on, the whole INEC fiasco. As much as I want the polls to reflect the turn of event next year, I can tell you I do not really take it seriously. I do not take it seriously at all.
All right. Let me just play this video and then have a small discussion on that before we leave this topic and go to the next. This is a video of Peter Obi talking about something he received on from social media.
And everybody can. Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read that. Everybody can.
Power Gland Label.
No.
Okay.
Yes, just read out what he said.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for Peter Obi, is automatically voting for seaport in south and southeast, then Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest. Rather, they would go to Delta and Rivers State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba know.
This is your conduct. He don't see the value of let's have something better. He leaves all the confusion. And that's it. And he will support it. I'm not sorry, I'm not using it.
No, it's okay.
He will support him.
It's okay.
Once he comes here and give him money, he said, Jagaba is the best candidate. Even when the money is not well. That's the problem of the country. That's the problem. He has to ask himself a question. Hey, he will tell you. Somebody said to me, these candidates, they were the people who fought our budget to a standstill. I said, okay. I've even lost everything.
All right. That has been, if there is any crisis for the Obi campaign, this is one. And how you handle crisis will determine how you survive the campaign, because we have a long way to go. Alaro, what do you think about that video?
Look, this is politics. This is what I always say, and that's why I respect Ovie when he's talking in regards to his sentiments for his candidate. There's more to come from what you just saw. This is politics. Don't be fooled. We're just starting. There were things that will come up that make no sense whatsoever that's going to be thrown out there. This is normal. Now, I myself, I'm not an Igbo man, and even today suffering, as we are suffering, somebody is telling you, don't fall for an Igbo man because this and that will happen. And your head say, you won't hear as well as say, now true, I want to talk again, you. If I lie, you make Orisha punish me, you. Welly, you. Well. Listen, my people, we've suffered enough. Honestly, this is not about tribe. This is not about Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a man that's found himself at the right place at the right time. The suffering is enough. If we don't fix it now, I don't even know where we start from the next time. This is how bad it is. If there's anybody that's on this platform today that is not such a tangible part of survival to the folks you have back there, raise up your hand. It's not possible. This is where we find ourselves. So it's not about complaining of whether it's good enough. How do we get out of this hole? What are the options we have? Ikwan Kwasho is the man that will do it. That will be the party I am. I registered officially for Labour Party 2 days ago. So just to let you know, I have officially did what? I moved along. That's the way it is.
All right, thank you. I was expecting that you will analyze the video and tell us what you think, but that's okay.
I'll analyze the video. We are politicians.
You are a politician. Yeah, I got it. I got it. So who Alexi? Yeah, I've not heard from you in a while. What is your take? Alexi, you have to unmute yourself.
Alexi is in Biafra, it's frozen.
What is it?
Okay. I think we're still handling the. Have you left the CNN analysis? Yeah, okay. Well, if you are talking about what we just saw with Obi now, I am not surprised. I don't know. I grew up in Lagos. You see this thing, sometimes we pretend that we are one, we are united. It doesn't mean that we don't have friends and interactions amongst ourselves in a very beautiful way. My best man was a Yoruba man. And we are still together today as very close friends. On individual levels, we have things going on. But on the national level, a lot is going wrong. What Obi saw that he was showing that happened, it doesn't surprise me. I started hearing that kind of thing from when I was a little kid, where you'd be told, oh, that man is Kobo Kobo, or this and that other thing, you know? So it's politics. But we are saying that this politics has taken us nowhere. And one big mistake we are all making as in this thing, the buzzword unity. You cannot unite somebody whom you are punishing, you are killing, you are pushing to the backstage. You saw what Blessing demonstrated to us without knowing it about checkpoint. Everybody's saying, oh, it's happening all over the country. That's not true. It's not on the same degree, not on the same level. I traveled between Owerri and Port Harcourt to catch my flight. And I went through over 50 checkpoints. Different people, some are army, some are road this, and each place you drop some money, the driver. And this about 3 years ago. The last time I was home, I had to go from Port Harcourt to catch my flight. From Owerri to catch my flight in Port Harcourt. What is happening in the East is, please stop diluting it as, oh yes, we are all experiencing it. It's not the same way. Those checkpoints, each of those points in the East, someone would have been killed there one time or the other. They kill people there readily and nobody questions it. So what tribalism or nepotism or whatever we call all these differences amongst us is doing makes our diversity very, very dangerous. The people that come to say in those checkpoints, they are strangers from other parts of the country. So when they do what they do it with impunity. Now imagine those trailers that carry thousands of human beings and then they go and drop them where we don't know and they end up in the bush. If that walking through the checkpoint were applied to them, imagine how many people will come down from that trailer and go through just as Blessing did and Co did now. They won't do that. Once they see the Dangote truck, it has a special degree for passing through that place. Those people will be sitting in there and they will let it go with guns and arms and ammunition, you know? So please, let's see this thing the way it is, so that when you see people reacting from the East, you will know why they are the way they are. Many a time, things that happen there happen because it was planned in order to achieve something else. People demonstrate things so that they can accuse the local people and carry out their operations the way they want it.
All right, thank you.
As we speak, it's happening, even now.
Thank you, Alexi. Son of God, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been listening in the background, but I decided to jump on today.
Thank you. Will you mind telling us where you're joining us from?
Well, I live in the UK. So
UK, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not online to see the Queen for the last time, no?
No.
All right. So we've been discussing Peter Obi, both his the polling numbers, his interview on CNN, and the video I just played. So you can take it from anywhere. What is your comment?
The polling numbers. I know my friend. I like to listen to Mr. Kwankwaso. Is it Ovie? He has a lot of interesting opinions about. What tends to happen is that when people do not like a particular result, they find a way to rationalize it. Obviously, those that don't like Peter Obi, they will say, well, it doesn't mean anything. The poll is all rubbish. But I want you to just think about it. Let's turn it around. Let's say this poll was very negative. Let's say that they had done this poll and Peter Obi came out with 1%, 2%, 3%, all over the place. Will people here who think it means nothing, would they still be saying, well, don't worry about that poll. That poll does not represent what is happening outside there. Don't think they'll be saying that. I don't think they'll be saying that. People that support Kwankwaso and all the rest that think if the poll was the other way around, where the results were not very, very good, they will tell you, oh, that tells you everything you need to know. This guy has not going to do anything. So when something is not the way you want, you find a way to rationalize it. So obviously, I will not want people that support Peter Obi to see this as take a victory lap. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do. On the other hand, I'm not. Sometimes I would have said on the other hand that I preferred if this poll was not done, maybe just keep things. Let them keep maybe working in silence. Just move in silence and just do what you're doing. People that think he's not going to get any votes, not going to get anything, they should keep thinking that way, and they just keep doing their work. I don't want them to say, well, he's doing well, so they're going to relax. I think people need to continue to work as if they haven't done any work. When one day is over, the next day work even harder. So that's how I would like to look at the poll. I want the poll to be for them to accept it, be happy about it, but remember, nothing has been done. They have not achieved anything yet. There's still a lot of people out there. Something very, very important about the poll is that the number of undecided voters, if you want to accept that, is quite high. So that tells you that there's a lot of people there. If you want to accept that part of it, a lot of people there who still need to be convinced, maybe to jump on board. So that's probably gives you some data, something to work with. So that's probably where I think they should forget about the positives and look at the other side, the undecided. They need to work on those people. So I would say maybe they have to reach out to the north, places like that where there's not a lot of, they've not really made those inroads. Maybe that percentage is represented by those people in that part of the country. So they should continue to work hard, forget about the positives, look at the negatives, the number of undecided voters, work on that. That's where they need to put their energies. And then people should continue to say whatever they're saying. They should continue to work in silence. Now, you mentioned something else about me, apart from Peter Obi. You talked about something else. I can't remember. You asked me to comment on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that we discussed the polling numbers. We also discussed the CNN interview. I don't know if you saw the interview.
Okay, yeah. I saw highlights of the interview. Obviously, one thing you cannot say about Peter Obi, he's not an orator. He's not a man. There's some people that are very good with words. That's not his quality. But Nigeria has been deceived by people that speak so well in the past. There are a lot of people that come and they can talk, and then they can sell you some sound from Barbage that you can get for free. They can sell it to you. They're very good. They're good salesmen. I think you people in America, you call them, is it oil salesmen? What is the name you call them?
Snake oil.
They can sell you. They can sell you about. They can sell you.
Snake oil salesman. Yeah, you call them snake oil salesmen. People that can sell you anything. So he doesn't have that gift. But one thing you must give the guy is that no matter what people want to say about his record, I don't know any other governor in Nigeria that has his record. People might want to poo-poo it and come up with stupid reasons why it is wrong, but the facts are there. Just go on YouTube. The thing is that the video is there from 8 years ago, from 7 years ago, long before he even thought he was going to run for president. Go and see the awards that he's getting. I mean, CM mentioned the award of the governor of the decade that he got in 2019. That was open to all governors. He didn't give himself that award. It was given to him by other people. So when people say all these things that they say, oh, those things don't matter, those things don't matter. Those things don't matter because Peter Obi is one that is getting them. If somebody else gets those awards, you have people who are telling us today that Tinubu built Lagos, which we know is a lie. I mean, he didn't build any Lagos. In fact, the governors after Tinubu performed a lot better than him. Fashola did a lot more for Lagos than Tinubu. Tinubu just got there and amassed so much money. That's all he did. The governors after him performed a lot better than him. What they are doing now is claiming the success of those governors and saying that Tinubu is one that did know those things. That's what they are saying now. The things that even other governors did is now for Tinubu, which makes absolutely no sense. They cannot give you one thing, one concrete thing that Tinubu actually did. or they'll tell you that, oh, the governors that came after him, he put them there. That's not how you, that's not how to quantify what you've done in government. You have to say, what did you do? What did he do? Apart from amass money. Somebody I just watched a video, I'm digressing. The LP candidate for Lagos State did a video from Wazobia. He was in broken English. He was talking about the contract that was awarded in 2009 for the rail line, light rail, that was up till now, they've paid, I don't know, 500 billion was the price. They paid for that rail line. Up to today, nothing has been done. 500 billion. Meanwhile, in Ethiopia, heavy rail, which they're building there.
Son of God, hold on, okay? Son of God, hold on, let me play that video. I think we have it.
Oh,
very well.
Go ahead.
And everybody will gain. Yes.
Oh, sorry. No, not this. All right, hold on. Okay. I have the video. My technical people, they are not they're not helping me here.
Sasha on holiday.
Sasha is on holiday.
Maybe you can allow Son of God continue talking while you look.
Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, keep talking. Sorry, keep talking.
Yeah. So I think when they looked at the cost per kilometer that Ethiopia paid, I think it was Ethiopia that paid. I think they paid about $4.5 million per kilometer for the contract that they gave out 2 years after Lagos State government gave out theirs. They paid $4.5 million per kilometer for heavy rail, the one that carries goods, heavy goods from the ports into the country. The Lagos State government is paying $45 million per kilometer, 10 times for light rail per kilometer. They have paid that money, 500 billion in Naira. Up till today, that rail has still not been built. And this is Bola Tinubu's Lagos. But the one in that Ethiopia has already been commissioned. It's working. So these are some of the things, these are some of the things that you hear and that you wonder, these people talk about all this. And Tinubu was one that awarded that contract with other people. God knows how much he collected from it. So this is what is going on.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just point out for Kwankwaso people and other political parties, even Shore, that if you have 35% of voters undecided, any of the candidates who will pick that number will become the top candidates. If there is another poll in another month and you convince the 35% of people who are not decided, there will be the candidate will become the number one. So anyway, one last thing. Go ahead.
So, Doctor, talking about Obi, I think Obi plus the obedience, they are not good when it comes to damage control. And it's time for Obi to get the right person to help him manage that, so that not all Tom, Dick, and Harry will come speak for him. To some extent, I like what the Northerners always do. Whenever they are looking for spokesperson, they come to the South. You understand? Places that they know they're going to have a lot of issues, they pick people from the South. It is not really good with damage control. There are some things you don't even need to answer. No, sometimes may be very, very positive. He is not good with damage control, and that will not really help him the way he's managing some of those things. Because like everybody will say, it is politics. People going to strip you. I could remember somebody asked Barack Obama is a Muslim in America, where you have the right to practice a religion and you have the right to practice no religion. Somebody asked Barack Obama, we know that you smoke cigarettes in America. That is heavily legalized. And there's no time to even ban cigarettes. So this is politics. You have to prepare. Don't be too emotional about it. And also, just get the right person so that when those negative questions come, you can sweep it round. People will even buy your idea. Than the way they are taking it, people just hate you and everything. Then sometimes when some of the obedient people say, go and verify, give me what to go and verify. You understand? If Obi is too transparent, he lived in the UK for many years. Let him bring his 15 years tax return, one button. We all live in the West. Put it in the net. Then tell me, go and verify. I will go and verify it. Then I will know how you even make your money. that you brought from the UK to Nigeria. But if you don't give me anything to go and verify, what will I verify? If you want to talk about physical thing, I can tell you go and verify Jack Conde, because I'm a beneficiary of Jack Conde. He built schools scattered around Lagos. He built housing estates scattered around Lagos. So if they say this building, my 2 estates, Jack Conde estate, this one, this one, we are seeing it. So don't just tell me go and verify. Give me what to go and verify so that I will go verify it. But if you don't give me anything, what will I verify? Is it the words that you talk in the next last interview that you want me to go and verify? Put the thing on ground, then let me verify it.
I think Paul he has given a lot of things to go and verify. And Anambra went from number 25 to number 1. Check it, go and verify. He said he left this money, go and verify. So I don't know why people, I mean, this is unnecessary. There are things he can verify. He has said that he can verify.
Please, I need to.
Of course,
I've been sidelined there like for a long time.
I like the way you put it now. When you talk about education now, it is crystal clear. Everybody understand that. So, like, for example, now when Showore said certain things, when Tinubu said, oh, Tinubu do this, like every one of us will praise Fashola very well and everything. Did Fashola build any new road or renovate roads? You understand? Or tie streets? Did it build any new roads? You understand? I will say, oh, this road was built. They channeled this new road in Lagos. Did Fashola do that? What about the person who designed the whole state? You understand? And put those roads before some other people abused it. You understand? So, look, my brother, no one help me to repair my iPhone 1, iPhone 14 don't they? You understand? Don't manage my iPhone 1. Bring new thing, let us see. These are the questions. Did you build new hospital? You understand? That is to your name, or you name to Ojuku or to anybody. These are the type of thing. You understand?
Yes,
support
he
to
did.
be very.
No,
he did.
These things
Okay. So
I tell you. No. Excuse me.
This is the emotional. This is the emotional you are taking.
I said yes, ma'am. I'm answering you.
Hold on.
I said yes.
Hold on.
Only one person talk.
Don't tell me yes. Call the hospital. Don't tell me yes. Call the hospital name so that I'll go verify.
Yes.
Call the hospital name. Call the university that he built so that I'll go verify.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Okay, all right. We're moving far away from the topic. When I played that video, what I wanted the conversation to look like was I wanted to shape it this way, but I didn't break it down. Maybe I should. So I was saying that my issue with that video was that a view was reading out something from a random person, okay, that was not verified, okay. And I felt that in this campaign, we are just beginning. We've had issues with different political parties saying that people are attacking them, and the people attacking them are people from this campaign or the other campaign. And I felt that as a presidential candidate of a serious party, you don't come out and read random things that people send on social media and say this is what is going on. I thought that was the way I thought the debate would be on that topic, but I think everybody moved away from it. But
can I respond to that? You didn't allow other people to speak. You just allowed two people to talk about it, and you didn't allow other people.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Can I react to the video?
Okay, yeah. Let me go to CM first. Ovie, hold on. We had you. There are people who have not spoken. I want to make sure we get to them. Go ahead, CM.
I think my problem is not just that.
The first question, please. The first question, the answer to Paul's question before I say anything is, the name of the hospital is called Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu University Teaching Hospital, located at Amaku area in Awka. It is a massive building, block of so many, so it's not a tiny sweet chewing gum you cannot see. If you go there, you will see it. Since it's a teaching hospital of Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu University, that is where the medical students, just like you have LUT in Lagos or UBTH in Benin or UCH in Ibadan, Peter Obi built it from the scratch under 2 years. That was what gave Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu University accreditation to graduate doctors. Now, when they say build university, Mbadinuju built a state university in 1999. Peter Obi do not need to come and start building a new university. Otherwise, every governor will be building university when they elect you. So university will proliferation. Anambra has 2 universities. Nnamdi Azikiwe is federal. Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu University is a private, is a state-owned. and there are other private universities. So we don't expect any governor to, even Soludo now, to build university in the next 20 years. We don't need it. We've got enough. Just maintain them. That is one. Then to the video that we watched when Obi was showing text message, you see, that's why I asked this question. What really do Nigerians want? If Obi opens the seaport in Warri and Sapele, Port Harcourt, Calabar, One, Oron, to whose benefit? Lagos is congested. Trailers are parking everywhere. It is cheaper. It is cheaper to move your container from China to Apapa Wharf than to move that container from Apapa Wharf to Sulere. That is a fact. So when you see this, how do you solve such a humanitarian problem? It is when you open other seaports so that, and mind you, the container coming from China, we pass all the way from India, past South Africa, past Angola, past Cameroon, past Calabar, past Oron, past Port Harcourt, past Warri, then end up in Lagos. Then you look for a container again to move it from Lagos down to Warri or to Port Harcourt. Does it make sense that you are traveling from Ikoyi to Ketu or Jota? You pass through Yaba. When you get there, you tell the driver you want to stop. He said, no, you will go and dump you at your Jota. Then you enter another bus coming back to Yaba. That is wickedness. So Obi saw these things, say, look, he will change it because he traveled to Morocco and see their seaport, see the money they are making. He said that we reform our own. So that's why some Yorubas may be afraid that when he opens it, of course, no Igbo man that you want to be selling something at Yaba or Onisha. You use Warri Port now. Warri is nearer to Onisha. Port Harcourt is nearer to Aba. Calabar is nearer to Aba. So why do you go to Lagos and go there and congest? So the money you are going to pay area boys, instead of paying it in Lagos, you pay it in Warri. Let Urobo people where be area boys, let them take the money. That is part of economy. So they don't want this. This is one of them. So when Obi want to do this type of thing, people will now come up with different types of, open up the economy of Delta State, 2 seaports, maybe Warri and Sapele. Open up the economy of Cross River with a seaport there. Open up the coastal economy of River State with Port Harcourt there. So all these things will be making and competing with Lagos, but they don't want it. They want to enjoy monopoly at the expense of human suffering. So when Obi is saying this type of thing, people will now come here and tell me that, oh, political Obi is not handling what is it called, damage control, or maybe Obi is politically naive. Now leaving that apart, let's go to the other one. Leaving that apart. When Obi said was on a CNN, all the questions every politician is answering now is security, ASU strike, at least as of today, economy that is grounded, and then the restiveness everywhere. When you ask this question on Arise News, Obi will give you his own idea. If you ask it on CNN, the same thing. If you ask it on Channel, the same thing. So when people see him saying it, they say he's repeating the thing. So you want him, if Obi should give a different answer in channels and give a different answer in TVC, they will say the man is flopping. They will say, he's not consistent. Your security, what the question you give about generating unemployment, whether you are asked at CNN or TVC or any TV, it should be the same to tell people that you really know, you say well thought out plan. But when you now people start to analyze issues based on, I don't know whether it's just based on because and people are trying to pigeonhole him. Tomorrow they are going to do Million Man March. People will tell you, oh, those people hasn't got PVC. When will people with PVC do their own Million Man March? Or is Tinubu forbidding people from marching for him? They will say Obi hasn't gone to North. How many times has Kwakwanso come to South to come and campaign? How many times has Atiku come down South? Has Tinubu gone up North? So why are they expecting Obi to go up North? When you see all these things, then you start to ask, what really do Nigerians want? What really do they want? If you want to stay together, we stay together. If you don't want, well, why can't we do the obvious? That when you hear these things, you start to wonder, what really is this? If you say that in the Southeast, Michael Zekome, just to finish, Michael Zekome is from Agenebode area of Edo State. He traveled to the East. He came out to write in a paper, an article. If you like, I Google it and bring it up now. He said the Southeast is under siege. Every kilometer, there's police, there's army, extorting money from people. Nyamodo went on channel to say it. He said you can travel from Zaria to Guzo, nothing, more than 4 hours. But travel between Nnewi and the Onitsha, between my local government, Agwata, and the Nnewi, you will see more than 30 waiting and collecting money. When people talk, they say, hey, it's everywhere. It is not. When people talk of marginalization, they know what they are talking about. We know what we are talking about. We know what marginalization means, and we know the definition. Thank you.
All right. Wow.
Okay,
hold on. The only question I want on this topic now is maybe Ovia will hear from Victory, and then I mean we have to move on. This is 2 hours into the show.
We can move on. Go ahead. Let me react to this video. We can move on. The problem that I have with Southern.
You are marginalized us here. You marginalize us.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Dr. Dameji, the problem that I have with the Southern politician, not necessarily would be just like I agree with what Paul is saying that doesn't know how to manage and all kind of thing. Is we in general. We too they talk, we are too noisy. Even the Bible says there's time for everything. We don't know when to shut up and strategize. This is a game of winner takes it all. And the Northerners understand this. Nobody cares about your policy at this time or what you have done before. If you lose the election, whatever policy you have become useless. How do you win? And that's what brought me to that video that you played about, Ovi. We spent the last 7 years screaming and shouting, accusing these people of nepotism. Our 17 clowns called governor come together. We want the president, they must come to the South. After all this noise, to the damn minute at the war front, we see they make noise. When are we going to shut up and work collectively together and get this prize before we do something with this, either good or bad? This one they accuse me, they won't kill me. This one I say it's coming from this angle. We are just accusing ourselves. While the game is at the critical stage, it's about how do we win this game. You want the presidency to come to the South, it must come, but now you have an opportunity. Instead of you to concentrate and come together and say, how do we area land? Because whether we like it or not, we, all of us, have contributed to making sure this election is good, is about identity policy. But most badly about it is about the North and the South. But guess where the accusation and the North are coming from? At this critical stage, it's coming from the South. Tinubu against Obi. Why are we paying attention to our competition? Our competition is the other side. Why are they playing this game? They are quiet, they are not making it, they are not stupid. Because you understand one thing, maybe we win first. If we not take it all, you will continue to cry marginalization just because you don't know how to play this game. It's a fair game.
Okay, all right.
Everybody has an opportunity. We can accuse ourselves as all we want. Guess what? Look, at the last day, those two people will come together as one. And the game is already scored in their favor. They have 19 states. So it baffles me when they talk about it, just they accuse themselves as if they don't know too much. Yes, we might claim to be more educated and more civilized. Guess what? They are more informed. And that's what it takes. So this idea, this one I won't give you. This one is coming from Tinubu side. This one, who gives a shit about how that won't happen at this point? It's about
the North is not monolithic. North is different. They have 19 states. They have different cultures. They have a different.
That is the mistake you are making. Politically,
they play this game.
Allow me finish now. Make I finish. Let me finish. Then you talk. Can I finish when you talk?
Okay.
Let me finish. Politically, these people are one. Who is the chairman of the Hardware Consultative Forum? Where is he from? From Benue.
Hold on.
They are one politically. Where is Ayo Chindi?
It's a different state. Benue is a different state. Benue is not Kwara. Benue is not Borno. Benue is not Katsina. Okay?
Right.
So stop what is not. This, they know the game. They don't know the game. Everybody, you played now, right now. Don't talk about the one you played 20 years ago. Play the one that is being played now.
So stop
Okija, the most divided region in Nigeria is the South. The most divided region in Nigeria is the South.
I don't care about him. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay, hold on.
No, I want to ask you a question. Who is the chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum?
Probably Hakim Bell or whatever, but I don't care
no,
about him.
No, it's not. That's why you are wrong. It's not okay.
I don't care about him because he has one vote.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Let me challenge
the
leaders of the Labour Party. I beg you. You aren't going to get power in Nigeria by adopting the methods of the bourgeoisie. If you want to mobilize the Nigerian people, you must go beyond visiting those who destroy Nigeria. From today, your candidates must go to the offices of all the trade unions in Nigeria. The offices of women organizations, youth organizations, because the people you are competing with, please know this, have acquired a bet illegally unbelievable sums of money. And what do they want to do? They want to bribe voters because they have weaponized poverty. Therefore, you cannot operate on the same terrain. And the president of NIC and TUC have made the point that you have the largest structures in Nigeria. Please go out from today to revitalize those structures so that these guys can know that it can never be business as usual in Nigeria.
All right. Welcome back. Dr. Deprola, go ahead. But I wanted to hear from Victory. He just joined us for a while. Go ahead.
I'll be brief. What is playing out here, I understand Ovie. Sometimes if we all are in the same basket, it means there's no opposition. Just like when Buhari came, he said 3% didn't vote for him, and therefore they will not get anything. Forgetting that election is about opposition and pro. Either you are against or you are for. And if we go for voting and everybody votes for Buhari, which means it's not election, it's not democracy. That's what he forgot. But having said that, what Falana said there, it's exactly what is playing out. And it's because it's time out for these criminals who has been kneeling on the neck of Nigerians. Even if the Southerners stay like we stay on the internet, we discuss, we agree to disagree. Of course we do, because internet is more or less more open to the Southerners than the Northerners. And if Nigeria is supposed to be where it will be, we're supposed to have about 4 Northerners here and 4 Southerners, so that the equation of Nigeria should be, balanced a lot. But because of the caliphate that has been ruling Nigeria, they started as early as 1914 to make sure that illiteracy grows in the north. And that is why if you didn't go to school, you don't do anything with this. You end up with that toy radio that they put on the ear. That's why you can't find majority here, because it was a well-planned and well-arranged game. Whereby Peter Obi goes to the north, he speaks broken, they won't hear. He speaks English, they won't hear. But when Kwankwaso comes to the southeast or to the south-south, when he speaks English, they will hear. He speaks broken, they will hear. Which means Kwankwaso will come there and speak, people will follow him. But a southerner goes to the north and speak, they will not follow. The only people missing in action, which I have been praying to see someone mention, is students' union that has been, students in the university in Nigeria that has been at home for the past 7 months. We don't see people mention them. Student leaders should be sitting among the Labour Party when they discuss, because they are the engine. I remember that student union are too powerful. I don't know why nobody carries them along. And it's very shameful for any student that has stayed at home for the past 7 months now to carry his or her vote and go and give. Don't cut me, doctor.
I think I have to.
The last minute. Carry his vote and go and give to any of these guys. You know that what happened in Imo State? Imo State has become the capital of 419 or capital of Oluwale, fake document. That is where that INEC hijacking of INEC system originated, because you know who is the governor there. You know his antecedent, where he's coming from. And this is exactly what has played out. There are people who, maybe most of you here doesn't know that there are some of the persons. I spoke with one of the persons yesterday, a lady whose informations, she has put in every information in the system, coming to upload her picture, and then the system blocked, which was what the INEC and the cronies they are planned. That space now was the space they used somebody's picture to put in. And this lady, she's from the north, but where her name is reading is in Imo State. Maybe most of you doesn't know. INEC has already uploaded this information, the latest information in Imo State, to go and vote. When Peter Obi is running around the whole world, the whole place is Obi are shouting, and these people know that they want to rig the election, because they know that the system which these guys are promising us, that your face will show, your thumbprint will show, nothing works there. Nothing is going to work. The only thing that is going to work is that majority of Nigerians will tell them that the game is over. Because when you have 1,000 people, 2,000 people in a polling unit, and that place, the obedience that are there who want to change Nigeria for better, they are up to 1,002. And then you call a result there and tell them that the result that the APC won it. That is where problem in Nigeria starts, if at all the election will hold. The game is over. All this manipulation that they are doing, politicians should earlier they begin to learn that the best thing to do is that work for people. Start changing the way you do before. Start building something, do something for your people, so that you can be able to come out and know that majority will vote for you and not by rigging. I rest my case. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from Victory. He's been here quietly for a while. You guys are just overshadowing him. We hear from him. We do the rants, and we get some people out so that new people can join us. There are a lot of people who've been trying to get into the studio.
I will leave now.
And we've done 2 hours. So please, Victory, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, fellow panelists. You guys have actually spoken well. I'm going to comment about the Peter Obi video. I don't think someone of his profile should allow himself to be videoed. I don't believe that he was even aware that he was being videoed, and I believe that video was leaked. He can't be seen to be pushing out this kind of narrative, because I personally think that he's bigger than that and he's better than that. Like Ovie was saying, sometimes people from our side will talk too much. We talk too much, and in this game, it's better for you to talk less, so that your enemy will not know what you're up to, and then you take them by surprise. Like he said, was it not Okowa that hosted the governors' meeting in the South, saying that the presidency must come to the South? What did Okowa do? Okowa was on the ground working with Atiku, and Atiku actually promised him the VP. And what did he saw that? So sometimes we always blame Fulani this, Fulani that. We don't look internally. Let's look at our own politician that is local to us. Look at their behavior. The Okowa that is running for VP, what has he done in Delta State? I'm from Delta State. Delta State is a shambles. The roads are all collapsed. There's no hospital. There's nothing there. This is the same person that hosted the governor's meeting, stating that, the presidency must come to the South. He saw that. So sometimes like we from the South, we talk too much. Was it not on this show Abubakar said that the average Northerner, the average Malam, is more politically attuned to what is happening in Nigeria than the average Southerner that even went to university, which is true. We go to university, we don't even understand political dynamics in Nigeria. We don't even know what is happening around us. All we just need one making noise. So I think personally, if I was advising Obi, I would say such kind of video, it should stay away from this kind of things. I think this campaign should be based on issue-based campaign, where people can go and see what you've done before, which he has been doing well. And he should continue on that line. He should base his campaign on what he has done. People can go and check for themselves. I think if he sticks to that tone, he's going to win.
All right.
And you can see the loss of all the politicians that are attacking him left, right, center. You will go on different channels. They always say that he will not get any vote. They're all saying that because they know that people are talking about him. They know that he's even ahead of this race, and they will do anything to discredit him and just dampen people's spirit by saying that he will overcome, he won't even get any vote, he will come forth or something like that. But they know that's not the truth. So that's my own contribution to this topic.
Thank you, Victor.
Dr. Ramadi, let me give space. Let me just drop where one listen. I'll give space for then come back later.
Okay.
Now, whenever I say that the North are one, people quick to just go into ICAP. The North are not one. They are this. I understand that. When I say they are one, I mean politically. I understand that if you go to Borno, you have the Bra, you have the Jew, you have the Soa Arab, you have the Christian and the Muslim. But politically, these people speak as one. As we speak today, the Arewa Consultative Forum is headed by Audu Ogbe. Audu Ogbe is from Benue State. He is a Christian. Do you think it's going to go contrary to what the whole Consultative Forum is saying? No. When you are saying that, people, Abubakar is saying that for the first time, the North are divided on who to vote for. Yes, they are divided across which line? Across a capitalist who is Atiku and a socialist who is Konkoso. Guess what? At the end of the day, the interest of the North will come to prevail, and they will find their way behind one of them and take the game. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they are all the same. No. But when it comes to politics, how do we make sure we are in charge? They speak as one. And that's what I'm talking about.
All right. Thank you.
So I'll come back later.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
That's why you have some PDP governors, and then you have some AC governors in the North. So that's why those speak as one. If they spoke at one, you would have like a PDP governors. So
okay.
Stop saying all those
Dr. Dominic.
All of you guys keep cutting each other off. I don't like doing it. I'll just stay in the background so you can finish talking. Anyway, now, couple of things. Ovie already left. I think sometimes Ovie likes to conflate political elites with the people. Yes, the political elites can be one, regardless of religion and ethnicity, because they all have something to gain and they all speak with one voice. And when it comes to them, using the machinery of governments to try to rig election or to sway public opinion or influence election in uncanny ways, yes, having those political elites as one, whether they're Christian, Muslims, or whatever, in the North can be helpful. I think that's where Ovie brings this narrative of the North is one. But when you look at the granular points of people being different, the Ibura man or the Igala guy or the Shua Arab or the thief, they are not all the same thing. At the end of the day, the people who are going to vote, remember, one person, one vote. The people who are going to end up causing an election, the North, to be able to fragment and vote for people who are in the South, are the actual masses, not the political elite. So unless election is rigged, when you look at the granular structure of the people who are going to vote, you have to think differently. The second thing I want to mention is I don't like throwing out things that are not verified. People have thrown out some things and I don't like commenting. I'm not going to insult those people. But one thing I want to say is this platform is a platform to educate people and to sensitize people. And so whenever you want to put something out there, you have to qualify it or whether or not it is verified or not, or at least give us some sort of evidence. Now, to comment on the Obi video, I felt like Obi was in a familiar territory. He's used to being in the public domain and he's not used to filtering himself. I'm not obedient, neither will I castigate the obedience or castigate what Obi is doing. But I was quite surprised that he would make such a comment. But then when I thought about it, I realized that he's not in a forum where he's officially being recorded. So I think it probably was someone in the audience recording him. And making such a comment is very tricky, because at the end of the day, he's trying to say that he's not tribalistic. He's not about religion. He's for everyone. But then some people may hear such a comment and be turned off, right? And at the end of the day, we should realize that there are people who infiltrate these groups. So they said it's a Tinubu group. We don't even know if the Tinubu group or not. It is not verified. So I will be careful making such a comment. I understand the point he was trying to make about, I think the underlying comment he was trying to make is this. Sometimes people will vote against their best interest in order to align politically, in order to align with someone who is their brother or sister. Because if you look at it, Lagos is congested. There's nothing wrong. It's actually in the best interest of every Nigerian to have ports all spread around. So things are more efficient. We're able to make more money. Does it make sense that someone gets a car from the UK and it's in the wharf for 1 month or 2 months or 1 year? It makes no sense. It is not helping Nigerians economically. So I think we should be careful of the sort of things that we put out there and be careful of what other people are putting out there to infiltrate major groups like the LP. That's my
Doctor, sorry, let me jump in a little bit with this issue about what CM talk about the seaport. You see, Dr. Alexis and I, we were born and raised in Lagos, so we understand. If we want to balance issues very well, when people talk against you, it becomes more emotional and sentimental. But if we talk truth, like I tell people, we that live in the West, every one of us is racist. But when somebody is racist to us, we take it as an offense. When we do to people, we're only explaining what we feel we see. What do I mean by that? You see the Yoruba people, we curse Igbo people. They curse the Igbo people. The Igbo people too, we also fondly call them Ndofe Manu. You understand? So everybody do these things. We are talking about the seaport. The transport minister is an Igbo man. If I want to use CM own way, Rotimi Amechi is an Igbo man. He was there. He's a super minister. He has strong influence to the president. You understand? Did he help to revive Cocoa? Did he help to revive Warri? Warri have 2 seaports. Did he help to revive on a port? He's an Igbo man. If we want to balance issues, you understand? Then when you talk, my father worked in NPA at a time while my name is Paul. My name is not even Paul. I had to change to Paul because I want to join the NPA. I work in the seaport. He didn't pay me as I want before I went to aviation school. So I work in the seaport. I understand the way the seaport. When you go there, what you see in the wharf balance what they call federal character. So the majority people you see in NPA, in customs, and the likes is simple Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo people. Let us balance issues. And that's what you see in all government offices. So when people talk on the streets just to put sentiment and every other thing, these things happen everywhere. And everybody want to channel themselves to say, government just failed us. Slowly, they couldn't manage this whole seaport. They couldn't manage Calabar seaport. I follow ship to travel. I will follow ship to travel from Ghana to Lagos, depending on your transshipment and every other thing. So when you are bringing industrial goods and the likes, you do your first stop in Port Harcourt because only the oil company can bring the heavy duties. So on the port is still working today, but you can't bring personal thing there. It's all industrial because they privatize those places. They manage the airport, just like the way we have Warri Airport or Subi Airport. It's owned by Shell. It's not owned by federal government. It's not owned by FAN. So that's how it is. So we might talk all these things in street. Lagos Port is completely congested. But it's our government that fails us. It's not about Yoruba. Let us balance this thing. It's our government that fails us. So that's why I use my word clearly. Rotimi Amechi is an Igbo man, the transport minister. What did he do? He has strong influence. What did he do to even revive one of the seaports? What did he do? Nothing.
All right.
Doctor, I want to say something and leave and come back later.
Hold on, guys. I want to just point out that Kolata on the comment section is pointing out that some of the ports that are being mentioned, that they're actually working. I hope that very soon we'll get him to join us, and then we can maybe address.
No, doctor, you see the airport, the seaport that is talking that is working. Actually, if you want to say the seaport is working, in a layman's way, people who don't understand, the seaport work, but the seaport is not deep enough for those big jumbo ships to bring anything. So what they do, they stay outside bar and they use flat badges to push those things come. And that is where you see they vandalize your property, they steal, and it costs you more. You understand? So those ports are not working because it's not so deep. Even in Nigeria, you understand? Sometimes when you ship goods from America here, from the UK, you understand? Sometimes you don't understand. The big ships that carry all those things will stop. Spain is the biggest place, the biggest port, where they do more of transshipment. That's where they transship to a smaller vessel that will bring some of those things, because we don't have the water that can take some of these big vessel that can carry like 3,000 containers and the likes. You understand? So these are all the things that cause all the delay. So there are many things our government can do that can help us. Neighboring countries will benefit a lot. Ports like Calabar Port, we are talking Cameroon, other neighboring countries. It will really, really help us. On a port will really, really help us. So the government, it is the government that fails us. So let's not turn this thing to this Yoruba Igbo thing. Like I said, every day the Igbo people cause Yoruba. Let me tell you one funny joke about it. Yoruba people will say, immediately Igbo man started eating amala in Lagos, it is hard for a Yoruba man to eat good amala in Lagos because they cost. But when Igbo man started eating amala, started eating meat, this is too cost for Yoruba. So an average Yoruba man will say until they travel to Oyo, to Abeokuta, that's where they can eat amala, because they don't understand how they will take 3,000 naira to eat amala, because that's what they used to cook a whole family meal to eat at a spot. When Igbo people started eating, and it makes it more business. They started keeping the place clean and tidy. You understand? That's how we're supposed to live. So let's leave this straight all the sentiment.
Just one interjection. Excuse me. It is, yes, when a Igbo man start eating meat in Lagos, the Yorubas can buy meat. Why is it that when Igbo people, when a Yoruba man want to sell land, instead of go to Oyo to advertise, we're going to town union meeting when Igbo they do in Lagos, telling them I have a plot of land for 75 million. Instead of him to go to Ikene and tell the Yorubas, I have a plot of land I want to sell for 1,500 naira. He will go and be telling Igbos there's a plot of land for 50 million. Then after selling that 50 million, when Igbo man buy meat, they now tell it that is the cost.
CM, Dr. Thomas, can you ring the bell? I have to step in at this point. I think in the last 5-10 minutes, things are starting to become more ethnocentric. I think we should move away from that. One point I wanted to make is, if you look at all the governments that we've had, the Nigerian government has not invested, no matter what politically in APC, PDP, or they have not invested in infrastructure. They have not invested in sound civil engineering. Right? What is missing from those spots is dredging. So I wanted to help Paul make that point of, yes, a port may be working, but if you are having to use other means of transportation to move the vehicles onto the land, then the port is not being very efficient. That's one. So a port can be working, but may not be very efficient. Secondly, look at what is happening with the Northeast. People don't connect Boko Haram. I'm going to digress a little bit for just 30 seconds. People don't connect Boko Haram to climate change. The major issue that we have, and people are not looking at, because people are very myopic, sometimes we are very myopic, is what is happening to Lake Chad. Part of the major reason why there's encroachment from the north in terms of ranching and getting animals and Fulani headsmen coming down south, and there's clash between farming communities and people who are rearing cows, is because of the decreased vegetation that we're getting in the north, the decreased amount of water and rainfall. And in countries that are working, that like Netherlands, those places, they invest in, even the US, they invest in sound civil engineering to mitigate those problems. And if we don't talk about those issues loud enough, especially in this election, we're not serious. So forget all these politicians who are there to eat money and talk nonsense. We haven't really invested in proper sound infrastructure. Lake Chad has dried more than 50%, and nobody is talking about it.
All right. So hold on, guys.
Doctor, let me tell you something. The issue of cattle herders fighting with communities, it has been there in Anambra State when I was young. Even when I was young, people were my neighbor, Onitsha. I was born and written Onitsha. Neighbor from Atani, Obaru Atani. He went home. They invaded his farm. He fought with them. They killed him. So this didn't start today. But anyway, I recognize, Lake Chad, has played a lot of factors. But also, Paul, I want to address something, because I was supposed to say this during the rant, but I want to go.
Yeah, that's why I want to stop everybody so that we can do the rant.
Yeah. So because they always like Peter Obi this. There are certain things Peter Obi did that you don't need to see. For instance, because I know this particular one. Anambra State University was started in my local government. Anambra State University started in my local government. I went to Unizik. My HOD then became what do you call the head of the university, vice chancellor.
Vice chancellor.
Yeah, because the VC of Anambra State University. So I know that then my classmate, not my classmate, my asset, younger, because we were close. I was close with the guy, so I used to give him a handout. So he became a lecturer there. So I was close to the university, so I knew what was happening. Peter, when he came, he started building the Anambra State, the health, the medical school. He moved it to his village. Okay. Now, when Peter became, he said that why are we building so much? The Anambra State, the one in my local government, they were building massive building. But then in another local government, somewhere in Anambra North, there was a school of agriculture barrier that was abandoned. Peter said, instead of building this, spending money building, these places, let us relocate some of the faculties, move them to a barrier, and where they have Anambra, they had, structures they built for farm settlement. So let them use that and start it. He didn't take anything to his local government. He didn't take anything to his whatever senatorial zone. He built his order. He saved money. So these things people don't even talk about. They don't know about this. He made that decision and then saved the state money. That's one thing. Then I want to comment about the video, the Peter Obi video. I mean, maybe because of my personality, the best offense, the best defense is offense. That's me. I can be quiet, I can attack. So I don't see anything wrong. I mean, because this has Tinubu's wife. Tinubu's wife. We hear what he said. These are sentiment. These are sentiment prevalent in Nigeria. Don't tell me that Peter Obi just read that and I didn't verify. Were you there? Did you see the text? He must have verified before he said anything he said. So I like what he said. Let it be in the domain. If his attack dog would have said it, maybe this guy, what's his name, Festus Kayamo, they wouldn't have jumped into it. But now he has said it. People know what is going on. And I wanted to keep saying things like that. And while also making his point, that maybe because of my personality. So again, Alaro, you have to tell him they have to get attack dogs. Attack dogs. I mean, most people who are worse than Chukwumerije, people who are worse than what's his name? What's that wife? Lai Mohammed, people who are worse than them, so that they will attack, not all be on defense all the time. People be apologizing, or every day apologizing to people, apologizing. But people will say rubbish things and nobody will know.
Okay, I have to stop you. Thank you. Let me wait. No, nobody is coming in. Now, what we're going to do is this. I want you to think about your rant. I play a small video and then we rant. And then people can leave and other people can join us.
The choice is
and we rant and leave.
Yeah.
We are concerned
no, that's not
about our current state of insecurity, despondency, and hopelessness. If we are concerned now about
the cost of petroleum,
I want to play
from $28
a video of
to $37.
Infrastructure.
But look at the problem in the northeast.
More infrastructure.
Check with anybody from Borno or Adama, how many local governments were in the hands of the government then? They were in the hands of so-called Boko Haram. Bloody fraudulent. They are fraudulent. But now, go and ask the hard-working governor of Borno State. Very hard-working governor. Federal government is still there in charge now. So, relative terms of time and resources, this administration has done
because people like you all here that's supposed to be saying it are not saying it. So, all right, rant. I think that should make people boiled up a little bit to rant. Let me start with where do I start? I want someone that will give us a good beginning. CM.
Okay, yeah.
Rant.
Well, my rant is to say that what really do Nigerians want? They have to sit down and sort of identify what they really want. You see, the hypocrisy in some of us stinks to high heavens. At one time, they're saying this, and at one time, they're saying another thing. If you want to judge the political contestants by the same standard, what is good for the geese should be good for the gander. Tinubu's wife, a senator, a sitting senator, on air, on tape, said it that they must find a way to use whatever means possible to drive in the out of Lagos and then confiscate their properties. So if it's Peter Obi that says this, and obedient, they say, hey, disobedient, they are very insultive. But but this thing, he never made any headline, no editorial, no newspaper editorial. Despite the fact that they have all the Lagos where the thing was said, there are so many newspapers. Nobody even nothing. But if it's Peter Obi or somebody said it now, they say it's obedient. And from obedient, you see the way they are talking. Somebody is telling us.
It's 1 minute. You forgot. It's not for forever. Thank you very much. Paul, you're next.
So please let somebody go first, please.
Okay. All right.
I'm eating my gummies.
Okay. Alaro, you're next.
Okay, finally you got me. It's okay. Thank you very much. Look, guys, don't get all worked up with Paul. Paul knows the facts more than we do. I'm telling you, he knows the facts. Paul is like a boxer in the ring. He's the only one in the ring but gets knocked out without an opponent. So let's put that one aside. Look, Nigerians, what is not debatable is the dilapidated stage we are living in, the suffering. The failure is leadership, whether Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, everything we blamed in for from the video, a few speakers that spoke did the same the last few minutes. We are all guilty of this. We live in a tribalistic society, but he's a candidate. He should be held responsible. It's okay. And more of this will come out. This is an election. But obedience, please stay focused. We have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Alexi, you're next. Alexi, you're next. Is he frozen? Alexi, can you hear me? You are next.
Okay. All right. This thing called unity. I can hear you.
Do you have multiple devices on?
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Mute everything. Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Let us redefine this thing we call unity. It is killing us. It has been killing us from the days of Awu, Zik, Ahmad Bello. It is still killing us today. What we call unity, we think is something you get by shooting at people and forcing them together. It's a waste of time. In fact, it has become a buzzword. Let us redefine that thing we are calling unity in the politics of Nigeria. Because we cannot unite if you are killing my people every day and others are keeping quiet. Or if you all combine together to come and destroy what is left of who I am because you think we are not coming along with what you want. We are talking about referendum. We are talking about freedom, self-determination. It is still very much needed amongst us. If we want to combine and work together, fine. But we have gone so much apart that we cannot come together again.
Thank you.
We are now like Humpty Dumpty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing can put us together again. That's me.
Thank you. Victory, you are next. 1 minute.
Yeah, I like what Lexis just said. I still believe that the Nigeria system is highly divided. I think we need to find a way of coming together to negotiate what we really want as a group of people. Because I don't see, no matter who is the president, I don't see Nigeria working. I just think we're too divided along earthly nice because people, different tribe with different perspective and different opinions. So I think the first thing that we need to do, we need to sit down and negotiate and talk about what we really want to make sure that, because I don't think it's going to work. No matter who's the president, we're just wasting our time. We're just going around the circle. How is it possible for somebody that is in the north, in Katsina, will come to my state, Delta State, I have an oil block? I mean, that is in that state, does not have an oil block. I mean, how do you define that? Are you expect me to call that one Nigeria? What one Nigeria?
All right, thank you. This is very good. You know, we want people who know. We now know people who want oil block, and we can work on getting them one. All right, Obi, you're next.
Question that always come up: what do we want? What do we want? We spent the last 7 years going at each other. What is a dead man? Fulani is our problem. Biafra now we want. Oduduwa now we want. Blah blah blah. They will not come back. The 9 minutes of the competition say, what do we want? We don't know what we want. The elite know what they want. That is why they divide themselves into 4 places, into political parties, and present to us people they want us to vote for. They will select their men, they select Pokoso, Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi for us to choose one of them. Guess what? Whoever wins, nothing will change. So that question that what do we want? It is a question we need to set for ourselves within the next 10 years. Within the next 10 years, what do we want? Then we start finding how to come together and fight for that. Because it is we, the masses, against them. And so far, they are ahead of the game. And somebody is complaining about rigging. Rigging is part of the game. In a presidential system, anywhere, even for America, dead people, they vote. It's rigging is part of it. So either you come together and find a way to rig your way in, or you forget about it.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Dominic, 1 minute.
I will respect Raphael because he's been here long. He's been here. He hasn't talked
yet.
Yeah,
no. I know. I left intentionally because I know. I want you to rant, and then we get to him and Rohan that joined us. I know.
I don't rant. Okay.
You don't rant?
No, I don't rant.
You have nothing to rant about. Okay, good.
I have something to say, but I won't call it ranting.
Okay, just say it.
I think this group sometimes remind me of what some of the issues that we have in Nigeria. Sometimes I see a lack of flexibility, a lack of open-mindedness in learning about the things that affect Nigerians. The one thing I would say is I think we should be open-minded. I think this group is a very important group to be able to reach out to a lot of people who are in the diaspora, because at the end of the day, I think that the diaspora does have some effects in terms of how this election is going to go on. I think the most important thing we should do as people in the diaspora is to show unity. One thing since I've been in the US for what, 13, 14 years, I remember I met this gentleman, I don't know where he's from. And I introduced myself and I said, my name is this, and I'm an Igbo man. And the first thing he caught me up, he said, can we not talk about that tribe thing? Yes, I know we have different tribes, but when we come outside, we should put an affront of unity, so that we can show people that we are one. And so people that interact with here, Hausas, Igbos, Yorubas, we should use that level of unity that we have outside to portray it back home. Because people who are back home, they are all siloed in their different boxes, and they're all hearing opinions from people who are close, who are similar to them, and they don't have opportunities to experience. So an Igbo man who has stayed in the East all his life does not know opinion of somebody who is in the North.
All right, thank you, Dominic. Paul.
Okay.
Are you ready now? Okay, go.
Yeah, I'll try. So, talking about you asking us, let us round. I will go back again to my young daughter who is about to go to college. It pains me that I am sending money, training my siblings, other people's kids to go to school, but I'm pushing my own kids so much because I'm looking for scholarship. I don't want to pay high student loan. This is the same Nigeria that makes some of us what we are today. If that country is doing well, what stops me to send my daughter to go to college in Nigeria? That it will be cheaper and the education will be good, so that I will not spend all this money and the likes. What stops me? This is my problem. I myself, I could remember when I went back to Delta, where I come from, mother and father. They said I'm not part of the struggle. So we were talking about tribal. They said because I was born in Lagos. They said I was not part of the struggle. They kicked me out. I couldn't benefit from it. So if Nigeria work, it will work for every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Ralph, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for having me.
All right. I didn't ignore you. I wanted
I know.
I wanted to finish the rant, and hopefully some people will give room. Hopefully some people will give room for others. So
can everyone mute, please?
Yeah. Let me see who that is. Yeah, hopefully some people will give room for others to join us. There are a lot of people who are trying to join us. So yeah, if you've been around and you want to volunteer and give space, that would be good. So Ralph, welcome. I don't know where you want to start. You want to rant? So we're going to a new topic eventually, and that is Sheik Gumi. And something that I think is very important, but we are forgetting it. I think it's an important topic for something going on there. We are going to explore that. And of course, so Ralph, where do you want to start? Do you have a rant or no?
I don't have a rant per se, but I have something that ties into Sheik Gumi because I found out a news last night that I was listening to African news on VOA, and it concerns Chad. So I didn't realize that Sheik Gumi was tied to what happened. So, but before I touch on Sheik Gumi, I would just say that there's something that kills us, Nigerian diaspora. It ties into Dominic's point. Inferiority complex is our biggest wahala. So this nonsense that we do, where we are diverse people, we have a right to be as diverse. We can celebrate our diversity. There's nothing wrong with that. We can't. Somebody made the comment of unity is not forced. It's was it end? I've forgotten what that comment was. Right? Is it end or something like that? But you end your unity.
Unity is not forced. It is created.
It is created. Thank you.
Yes, God.
You build unity. You can't force it. And I don't get this point of we must be one. We can be like if a bad person, somebody is raping you, then you say, "Oh, we are one. We must be." So push me and you together. No, I have a right to walk away from you. I can't say because you're raping me, I must enjoy it, and because me and I are brothers, right, or sisters, and we stay together. So no. I was surprised that some people want to keep doing this. I must verify Peter Obi. If you don't get liver to verify Tinubu, David Hunde's program just did a great episode today. The lawsuit that came out from nowhere in Owerri that was filed on behalf of that woman, the lawyer, that they forged her what's it called, her bar certificate to file a lawsuit. Nobody talked about that. That's criminality. It mirrors what happened in 1993 by the group led by Ato Nzeribe for Better Nigeria to force INEC to remove the electronic system that they want to use for the election next year. Not one person mentioned that. Everybody is just going out like, "Oh, North is this, North is great, South is stupid." All this nonsense. And I'm like, wait, you people intelligence, they did something that borders on criminality. Nobody touched that. And they used the woman's, they forged the lawyer's signature. The person that even did it apologized to the lawyer. Nobody said, "Oh, why would you go and create a lawsuit out of thin air to sue INEC in Owerri quietly?" Nobody. That's a big story. They are trying to force INEC to take out the system that will reduce rigging. Rigging is part of the game. Oh, yeah. Obi, awesome. I said, this is why I call Obi a chaos agent, because if you are really for Nigeria, then you should be bringing out this stuff, but you'll be bringing out is a game. Everything is a game. Everything awesome is a game. This one will be, we want to turn Nigeria to nuclear power. That's the only way to move forward. How you move forward? So I just like, the inferiority complex is killing us. That's how Britain won. We wear EPL jersey, asking for verification. How can they verify you?
All right,
so,
Ralph.
Let me just talk about Sheik Gumi. This week, Egypt arrested 2 people. One was Egypt handed over 2 people. Apparently, one was arrested as in Sheik Gumi's person, right? But the other one was Chad's he had been in jail in Egypt for a long time. He was part of it was part of the requirement given for the peace deal in Chad, for the peace deal to move forward, that for one of the rebel groups, the biggest rebel group, to come to the table, that guy had to be released. So Egypt has had him in prison for a long time. So I found it interesting that now that Sheik Gumi's person was arrested, it was around the same time that Egypt was releasing this guy, and everything still boils down to Libya. So when people come out here and carelessly just making statement that Obama went into Libya, you don't know anything. Many of us don't know anything, and we should shut up and stop coming on public platforms and start talking, because there's a lot of terrorism that Gaddafi was using as his play card against other African countries, which Chad took over. Then he used that as his power play. Like, I'm holding it against you, the rest of African countries that surrounded Chad. That was why when Demi fell, the other countries were like, okay, we can't, it was a coup. His son, well, it's better for his son to be in power, because we don't want another Libya right at the border of Nigeria and other countries. So this guy being released at the same time from Egypt, because Egypt had to lock that guy up. I guess that was the play they made, lock this guy up. And then now it's like they're releasing him, but he's still in custody of Chadian government. And then apparently, I didn't know that Sheik Gumi's person was in Egypt. And Egypt has had some hardcore people over there that are security threats. It depends on how you look at it, but there are some hardcore people over there. So there's a lot of things that we don't really know. If you're really into security, then you know of these people that exist. The guy who's Pantami's godfather, if you read the article that David Hundeyin did, which some people on this platform were like, it's not good media. That guy was arrested under Obasanjo's government after 9/11. The paperwork was there. He was not prosecuted. That guy should have been, he should be in prison, but he was with Buhari the other day raising hands. And he has been to Asura many times. So it ties down to a whole lot of things that I don't think we are ready to deal with on this platform. I'm not pointing to any tribe, but it's bigger than the tribe. It's a whole big thing. So,
thank you for informing us, Raphael.
Thank you so much. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages.
I'm sorry, I know you've been here for a while. You didn't get a chance to speak, so I'll give you a chance to speak. You can take on any topic, but we are moving towards Sheik Gumi and the arrest of his media aide, and the alleged involvement in supporting local and international terrorism. That's the next topic, but you can take it from anywhere. If you want to talk about Peter Obi, you can go ahead.
I would like you to permit me to wind back. I want to talk about the issue of the army checkpoint.
Okay.
That was discussed earlier on. I was in Nigeria 2019, and that same issue happened to me between Bauchi to Jos. And also it also happened to me again in a different location towards the North Central. So this thing, I think there are some political agenda and security threat attached to this. I don't think it's only a section of Nigeria. I think it's everywhere. But the political elite might also use it in one way or the other. I cannot fault that. They might use it, but I believe it's within all around the country. So that is that for the issue of checkpoint. Well, Mr. Paul discussed about the issue about not being tribalistic and what have you. The issue of the institutions in the country, the issue of federal character and what have you. Of course, no matter who the president is, the rest of the people that drives the economy of the country are still the citizens. And they are the Hausas, Igbos, and Yorubas. So we need to look into ourselves, even though we have good leaders, and we the citizens are not ready to change our mindset to build the nation. It will be very difficult. So I would say it's a combined effort between the leadership, having a good leadership, and as well as the citizens having a very good mindset to be able to take the country to the next level. The issue of Peter Obi, we keep talking about it, and it's very good because it's one of the youngest candidates we have. We've seen him demonstrate some sense of capacity in terms of making analysis about the economy, where we are, and the prospect which we are anticipating for as a nation. It's very okay, but I will still reiterate this, that Peter Obi is also still among the 5% elites in the country. And for you to be in that group, even though it's your own financial, strength, you grew to that level, they will not allow you to get to those places where you have the full control of some certain things. So you have to belong with them. Otherwise, they still have their own ways of handling issues. So for me, Peter Obi is a very good candidate because personally I'm from the north, but the obedience and the, the kind of sentiment people from the southeast are attaching to him is making things worse again. That is one. And secondly, if Peter Obi wants to drive very fast, you have to move towards the southwest and also the north, because these are citizens that are going to vote. If you don't create alliance, it will be very difficult because you can't win election from the southeast alone. You have to create alliance. So that's just what I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. Let's go to Proudly Beer. Welcome to the show. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself, please. Proudly Beer. I can unmute you. Okay, good.
Hi.
Hi.
Rodolfo Okonkwo, Dr. Damages, and hello everyone else.
Welcome to the show.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so you can
hear
take it
me?
from, yeah, we can hear you. So we've been discussing, we're having various conversations. You can join it from any angle. If you want to talk about Gumi, you want to talk about Peter Obi, and anything we've discussed, we just want to give you the opportunity.
I want to talk about Peter Obi and Nigeria in general. We Nigerians, especially we from the South, we think we're highly educated, maybe intelligent and politically correct all the times, whilst the North claim to be one and they got the block vote, we think are not are uneducated, but all the times they are together and outsmarting. Well, I say outsmarting. In the end, they get to power. How do they do that? Where are the Southerners? This is not really about competition. We go to universities, we are doctors, we are professors, but we are good at attacking each other and forgetting the problems we have in unison, that a problem in the South is similar somehow to the problem in the Southwest and in the North as well. Nigeria has generational root structural problems that is never going to work until those structures are being visited and treated equally. Every voice matters. Every life in Nigeria matters, whether you are North, Southwest, Southeast, even though we are tribalistic. But when it is political, we should overlook such tribalism. Know that if your brethren from Southwest is happy, it's going to ripple down. Life is going to be easier. There is no point attacking one another. Politics supposed to, I know it's a dirty game, but what are we bringing to the table? Now, they said they had a Southern meeting. Power should come to the South. How is it going to come to the South? By just talking? And then Peter Obi as a figurehead. You want to be the president of Nigeria. You should be charismatic. You should, plan ahead. You cannot keep using the same narrative, the same language every time. You may have plans, which I don't believe you should expose publicly, because other camps are quiet and sending their dogs to attack you, since the South are very good at attacking each other. It is a competition whether the power goes to the South and to the Southwest by Tinubu, Emilio Khan, or to Southeast. He needs to up his game. I believe that every situation that he finds himself, he should be prepared. He shouldn't just be giving interviews anytime and just appearing everywhere. You need to be scarce. You need to carry that crown of importance and strategize and only appear when necessary. Don't just be easily accessible. You're not just someone, they'll just do this to you and you run. I know we Nigerians want to relate with him, but at the same time, when you keep talking and repeating yourself, it becomes a bit void. Now the game is changing. Let him go and strategize. Nigerians, the ones, those 35% that haven't decided, want to hear what is going to do different from other politicians that maybe probably had big grammars and Nigeria hadn't moved forward. So we need a change.
All right.
Let's stop attacking each other. Whether you come from the north, south, east, or west, we should be one. If we're called Nigerians, otherwise, let's divide.
Okay.
I just
Thank
need
you.
20 seconds.
You said what?
I just need 20 seconds to make a quick point. I think a lot of times, and even I am guilty of this, we talk about the North as not being educated. That is not being educated when it comes to Western education. But some of these people have functional education. They're able to function in society and are able to become successful. Some of them, they are educated from childhood to speak Arabic and they're able to read text. So I think sometimes we use how we were educated to judge those in the North. I think we should get careful of that so that we don't.
Absolutely.
Okay. Also, let me just point out, Proudly Beer, before Peter Obi stops doing interviews, I hope he will come and do an interview with us first before he stops. We are waiting for him. Also, I want to point out that, this your idea, suggestion to him in terms of being scarce. So is that why you've not been showing up on the show? Are you trying to be scarce? All right. I'm just kidding. Alexi, you have to say something.
You know the matter of demand.
Go ahead, Proudly Beer. Go ahead. Demand, okay. Demand.
No, the demand and supply thing, talk about it. It makes sense.
Yes, please.
When you demand is scarce, then
That,
when you come out to speak, people won't say you're repeating it
what our sister
yourself.
was saying.
Every day is not consumption or production that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead, Alexi. Are you unmuted?
She lives in America and she wants Peter Obi to change his narrative. That is not at all a good recommendation. Walker Bush, the junior, won his election because he was persistently saying the same thing over and over until people understood him for what he stood. Do you know that these other candidates are now beginning to borrow Peter's narratives? They are talking now about production. They never had to, and they didn't care about any production before. All they do is give money to people and they come and vote for them. They are now.
He needs to upgrade. That's what I mean, upgrade.
Strategy. So please don't tell Peter to change his narrative. If you get bored with it, then just get to understand it. That is one. Two, this thing you keep talking. I said it before. This thing you call unity, you look for it forever. You will not find it in Nigeria. It started from before. It will remain with us. And people are using it without even saying anything about it. Talking about unity. Give people a chance to be themselves. Give people the freedom to express, plan, and have their own inalienable right in the society. We are going to find ourselves in the same circle if we do not face the reality of what it means to be a Nigerian. Even the people outside Nigeria know that we need to sit down and decide what we want to do with ourselves. Try to be united. Forget about being united. Try to be non-tribalistic. You are putting yourself in a difficult situation. You are naturally who you are by who God made you. So why do you want to deny who you are? Look at the person that interviewed Peter Obi from CNN. That lady was not shy at all about who she is. Many of us didn't know she was Igbo. She said it. Although an American now, I'm working for CNN. When she was asking Peter questions, she said, I am Igbo just like you. See, you people should stop telling people to stop identifying themselves or to shy away from who they are. Let us be who we are. If we are going to be together, let us be who we are and be together as the people. But do not make people deny themselves or shy away. Whether you are Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, it doesn't matter to me. I could as well speak all the languages and interact. I have friends from all those places. But don't play down on who your identity is and then use that to be, there's nobody who is detribalized. Don't come here to make a point. Detribalize. Keep it to yourself. Don't use it as a weapon. But be who you are.
You guys hear me?
That's my ranting, Rudolph.
Now we moved away from the ranting point. Okay,
I like Lexi's points.
Yeah, I will let you respond.
I want to go. That's why I want to.
You're right.
Yeah, let her respond, please, and then we can come back to you. Rohan, I will come to you next.
What I'm trying to say is, if you go to 5-10 places, you keep repeating things and over, you can say the same sentence in different ways. You upgrade, you look at the music around you. After all, it's not about Southeast, because Peter Obi is from Southeast, so it's not a Southeastern thing. Why can't other people from Southwest or the North promote him? We don't always have to come as Igbos to come and fight because it's our own. You know, we have to tell ourselves the truth. I'm proudly Biafran, and I'm not ashamed of that. So this is my own point. He needs to upgrade, but he should not put all his clothes in the public, because all these other people are not even they've not started coming out. How many times did Tinubu come out? I know that they are unique and different, but politics now, they're playing it as a game. Don't just be scarce a little bit. Don't just run to anyhow place to show your face, but prepare yourself, prepare your points. Know that every time you come, there is possibly someone that would be from the other end, maybe from Tinubu camp, snapping and videoing you. You can't just come and say anything for saying sake. You can say from consumption to production or production to consumption, but when you say it next time, make it, expatiate a little bit, don't use the same grammar again. Be a bit sophisticated. He's tall and handsome, full of elegance, carry yourself, comport yourself well. So I'm a proud.
Rudolph, please let me just say something in a few seconds.
Sister, I disagree with you. I'm sorry.
Let me make a point and give room to others.
Hold on, guys. I want Rohan to say something. I'll come to you, Ralph. You're next.
Okay.
Rohan, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
My brother.
Sorry?
Lexi. My brother, Lexel, right?
Yeah, thank you, proudly. Okay, go ahead.
Rohan, can you talk louder?
Yeah. Okay, I will want you to douse down the tension. Just calm down, because we are one Nigeria. However, you are not hearing? Hello?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead. But
all
if
right,
you can speak up a little bit, that would be good.
All right. You see, the country called Nigeria, it is I and you that are bearing the brunt. I'm from the north. I said it before and I'm still repeating it. And you are from the south. We are the one bearing the brunt. The elites are not feeling it. Nigeria is not dividing. No matter how we shout, Nigeria is not dividing. The only way Nigeria can divide until the elites are saying, okay, well, let's go away, because they are all beneficiaries. No matter what we say here, no matter the ranking, Nigeria is not dividing. I'm telling you this. They have the instrument of government in their hand. The politicians are there from the north to the south, east and west. They're all the same thing. They behave the same way. They're all greedy people. They have enough and they're still amassing more. They will come to a place and say, I'm you. They will come to my place in the north. They will say, I am your person. And when they amass the wealth, they don't know you. They don't know what your people want. It is only them and their families. That is just the bitter truth. We just have to learn to accept it. Thank you very much.
Rohan, can you
All right.
clarify about
thank
the
you.
elites
Thank you so much.
in one across Nigeria, or the people themselves?
Pardon?
Rohan, you said Nigerians are one. Do you mean the political elites are one, or the people themselves are one? Can you clarify
No,
that?
the political elites are one. From one phase. The other phase that we are one, the other phase that we are one, the citizens are one, we can easily relate with each other. We can assist each other. We can talk to each other freely. You understand? From our own part, we don't have issues. but it's the elites that are not doing what the citizens want.
Okay, thank you. Ralph, you're next.
All right.
On Gumi's face, on Gumi's face. Can I speak on Gumi?
Before you do
hold on. After Ralph, you do that, and I'll come to you.
Ralph, speak first.
Yeah, Ralph.
Okay, me, I don't do this populism talk, but I was going to respond to the sister who just left. So I don't understand. You know, it ties to my earlier point. There's this. It's part of the whole colonialism thing, where that brother that we have in Finland, who some of us know, that was on the BBC documentary, and I don't say his name. You know, when Buhari was running for election, second term, me and him, we had a big argument on Facebook, and he was like, because then he was supporting Atiku. Many of you do not know that. And he was telling me that he liked Atiku because Atiku wore suits. And look how good he looks, that a Nigerian politician looks so good in a suit and tie. Look how you look like a presidential candidate. Today, now you can't catch him saying something like that online. And I was like, why does that matter? Because he said, he was like, he looks so refined. Like we are practicing democracy. We should be only have voting for people that can wear suit and tie in a refined manner. And I said, that's nonsense. And that's what this sister just reminded me of, that Peter Obi should change his words every meeting. He's at public meetings. He's with people who are asking him questions. He's making himself presentable. He's making himself available. No other candidate is doing that. The only person I've seen close to this was Shaware in 2019, going around the country. But Shaware has not pulled this amount of publicity, this amount of people, this amount of excitement. And Peter Obi is even allowing critics come at him, which is something that nobody in Nigeria's history can do, and is allowing them hit him, and he's responding, which he should be commended for. But people are still like, let me verify. Where is Tinubu? What is Tinubu's real name? None of you can still tell me that. And none of you have the liver. They're not born any of you where. Come and tell us Tinubu's real name. Where is he from? But cowardly, you people will change it to Peter Obi. I don't know where they did this. I don't know. You will change it to something else. And you want him to speak better English. The way you people were attacking Goodluck Jonathan's wife because you want a first lady. Now you have a first lady that's hiding in Dubai 24/7. None of you can go and attack her because you know what will happen to you if you try it. They burn you where you are saying they called Buhari Jubri. Go and touch his wife and see what will happen to you if DSS will not give Koboko you. But they not born you where to try that. And we all know. We know why. And we want to form that we have liver. You don't have liver because they don't burn you where it's like you want to go and try Abacha's wife when Abacha was in power. Or that police officer that put Abacha's kid by mistake and discovered that Abacha's child was carrying money. And what happened to that police officer? Do we know if he's alive? Nobody is going to carry protest or carry civil rights. Who's the civil rights person that went to fought for that police officer that put Abacha's child by mistake? So we know who we are, but we know who we are going after. And we are forming that we don't care. We don't care. So stop doing this colonialism mindset, this Stockholm syndrome that we're still suffering from, that want a candidate to come and speak with refined. There are people who are resonating with Peter Obi because he's speaking the language that the common man understands. Why is Kwankwan so speaking English that people not speak any message that anybody understands around the country? They are saying the North does not have internet. The radio is internet. Radio is no longer on the spectrum that it was on 30 years ago. So radio is internet. So the North are aware. People come on here and lie that the North does not have internet. We should stop saying that. The North are aware of Peter Obi. The South are aware of Peter Obi. Everybody's aware in Nigeria. They know what's happening. So if you're not aware, just say you are not aware.
All right.
That's all. And the last thing is there's a beauty in diversity. There's nothing wrong with diversity. If you're using diversity to push blood, to push killing, to push genocide, that is where it is bad. There's nothing wrong with people being different. Indonesia has diversity. Philippines has different ethnic groups. Nigeria can exist with different people in the country. I don't know why people keep acting like we must all say we are one Nigerian before we can exist.
All right. Thank you, Ralph. Okay,
One quick point
That's
and I
it,
step
Gumi.
out for others, please.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Alaro, yeah,
All that
please.
glitters, all that glitters in gold. Guys, don't forget that. And everybody keeps saying he should polish himself. You want him to present a lie that we can all worship, while he's just giving you the facts. Nigerians' problem is redundant. That's why the message is redundant over and over and over. It's not going to be easy. We, the people, have to fix this. There's no magic coming. Peter Obi sitting there. We have to change our ways. We are the people. Just like there's no region in Nigeria that has not got to play an economical role. In order for Nigeria to move forward, the North, like he's always saying it, and people don't really take it literally. The fertile lands in the North have to play a major role. Reality. Anywhere in Europe, anywhere in the US, you're talking about agriculture, go into the countrysides of Georgia and go and look at farmlands. You're from Atlanta, Ovie, drive to Gainesville, drive to Jonesboro, drive to all those areas and go and look at those lands. I know what I'm talking about. Guys, every region has to play. It won't be easy. We have a lot of work to do. Social media is not going to win this. Election, we are just starting. I'll step aside. Let's be realistic. We have a redundant problem. The message is basic over and over and over. Peace. Thanks a lot, Dr. Damages. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I speak on Gumi?
Okay. Yeah, Gumi, let's hear Gumi's yeah, go ahead.
All right.
But doctor, you can also give me chance too, so that I can leave.
You want to leave? Okay,
Go ahead.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, so talking about unity in Nigeria, I really like that subject. Just like I could remember my ranting before you shut me down. Even where I come from, my parents live there, they participate, and they still tell me that I am not part of the struggle because I was not born there. Is that not funny? If they did stuff like that for my kids here in the US, every one of us here will shout racist. You understand? It's funny. And we visit all the time. My father was once in nomadic when my dad was in the NPA. He buy cattle from north and sell in Delta. You know, so we live there, we go home, we do everything. My father has properties, even have the one that he rents to tenants. But we face that. Me and Richard Mofedamijo, we are from the same village. You understand? We related a little bit here and there. You know, so I see that it's everywhere. But the thing is that if I have a friend as a colleague, a Yoruba man, an Hausa man, an Igbo man, that I have something to do, I get to know them better. So Igbo people can be very nice. Yoruba can be very nice. But the one that you don't have anything to do, we quick to condemn ourselves, just like as I used the word when we were growing up in Lagos. The Igbo people will call the Yoruba people Ndo Femanu. The Yoruba people will call the Igbo Omajekutama Momi. You know, so we give all of us name, we curse, we do everything. But fast forward, growing up at a time, cut across religious line. I don't eat the Muslim people ram, but when I started growing up and everything, anybody that didn't give me food during their Salah period, I get mad with them. My Muslim people also eat with me during Christmas time. So our problem is just that the way we talk on the street. But when you meet these people, these politicians, when they know themselves on top, they get along. You understand? Because they are covering their back. That is the problem we are having. So what can solve everything very well? The day we have good leaders that can punish anybody for any crime you commit, that is the day the country will grow. If my colleagues see me do something wrong, they feel for me, but they had to do their job. You understand? The man on the CCTV see me do anything wrong, or I go to a place that is restricted, they report me for that. You understand? So this is my take for now. Thank you.
All right.
Can you translate what you just spoke? We don't. Some of us don't hear Yoruba.
Okay, Omajekutama Momi. So the Yoruba people will say the Igbo people will eat fufu 6 to 6. They don't drink water. Then the Igbo people will cause the Yoruba people say all their food is only oil. Only oil. That is small stew that oil will fool the top.
All right. Paul, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's welcome Buddy. Buddy, welcome to the show. George, welcome to the show. George, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ovie will lead us in the conversation about Gumi. I think it's still very important that we are forgetting this. The number one issue we have in the country is insecurity. And I think maybe the DSS, they're about to get to the core of what's going on. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Damage, before that, let me clarify something here first. I think this idea of the not get land, empty land for farming, we should be careful how we push that narrative. How do you think the Northern survive? The millions of people, how do you think they survive? There are more industrial scale farming in the North than any other part in Africa, if you want me to put it that way. I'm also a participant to that farming skill. While I was there, even up to the people say they do it. So the idea is they will turn that if it appears very offensive to people who are coming from there because that's their own source of living that they do them. I ever say you want it. That's one. Two, to say that they criticize Tinubu or Atiku and all that, all of because I don't think those people they pay more emphasis on go and verify. So the feedback, what you are hearing in the Obi space, now the feedback of the verification, right? And again, another thing is that white label, whenever you criticize my idea about this is a game, they rig or coming together at this point is too late. I laugh because you don't know my body of work, and I use that word deliberately. I don't comment for public intelligence discussion like this, both organized and unorganized for a very long time. I predicted when ticket was given to Buhari 2014, even before he win election, when APC give a ticket, I come out boldly. I say that man is going to set us back 30 years back. He's going to set us 30 years back, and it has come to pass. What happened in Washington with Donald Trump? And I spoke about it in 2015 in a school environment organized. I said it's going to happen. So not be today. I was a member of Team Nigeria, so I understand how the politics work at that level, and we are all one Nigerian young people. So based on all that things, so I know just they come just to say the banter to what is here, what everybody shout about. Now I come to Gumi. Ralph, again, I understand you are speaking from where your allegiance lies. When you're talking about the Gaddafi and what is happening in Libya and the rest, you spoke narrowly, one-sided, due to your allegiance. And I understand that maybe at one point in your life, you actually face and fight these terrorists, which is okay. But I advise everybody on this platform, there is a book that came out 30th of August. It's called The Withdrawal. It's written by Professor Noam Chomsky and Vigil, one Indian guy like that. If you are not of these public intellectuals, you know their body of work. The man is in his 90s. They actually went details of what happened in Afghanistan in the 90s, how the CIA collided with the government of the day to assemble some of the most notorious terrorists around the world under the Mujahideen, whatever, pardon the word of pronouncing that word, under that scale, in order for them to chase the Russian house of their land. They called it the infidels. I bring that perspective to say, based on what is happening in our own territory here, when Libel is alluding to how what happened in Libya escalated, that's a fact, but that is just narrow way. What is the interest of the foreign people in our own Nigerian space? Today, in all our neighboring countries are house to some of the shenanigans that happened in Libya, in Afghanistan in the 90s. You understand the idea of the American building the biggest wardrobe manufacturer in Niger. Almost all our bordering nations have been stationed by all these foreign interests. So these things that we are talking about, the Boko Haram and all that, if you pay attention to the administration of Obasanjo, you understand its contribution to actually what is happening today. I even decimated the Nigerian military to what it is today, based on its own selfish interests and greed. But people are not paying attention to that. When it was so many contracts that doesn't make sense to the Nigerian state, with the Bakassi going and all that, there's so much that Obasanjo did that today, if we actually analyze his presidency, you'll find out that he's one of the most number one enemy of the state. I will compare it to even worse than Abacha, the man of Obasanjo we are talking about here. So what is happening within that space in terms of insecurity? It is not just happening because it's our own failure to guide our space or anything. No, there's so much foreign interest in that space that If we are not careful, what happened in Afghanistan is exactly what is setting us before us. There is so much to that space. So when we decide those things, there's so many things that we need to be putting into consideration. It's all about history. It's written there. There are books that actually analyze all these things. But again, our leaders, nobody all of them will just come out, begin to shout, say this, you know, it's very technical. So when I thought Obasanjo contribute to what is happening, the people, they're like, you know what I talk about. Go into detail and you will understand. And he said, knows it. So yes, when they were talking about how Gaddafi and all that, that is just your own one sided of the story, and based on your allegiance, as I say it. Hey man, why did the man decide to become what he is? What are the foreign interests against his own regime? What do they actually want for him? And what is happening to the Nigerian state today? It is written boldly everywhere. The Nigerian state that is going to be disrupted on 2025 and 2026. Who is going to do it? It's not me and you. For the foreign interest, Nigeria is a very strategic nation, as it is today. The committee of the nation, like it or leave it. Yes, the system is not working. Nobody is happy about that. I'm the biggest critic of the Nigerian presidential system. I don't like it. It's not going to take us anywhere. But again, this is election time. What choice do we have? We have to clean and compete. So that's why when people they ask, say, oh, what do we want? What do we want? We don't know what we want. We are a bunch of confused individuals. Wow, largely miseducated within that space. Or it is bigger than what is happening to Sheik Gumi. It's just the same connection of the agencies among the people that were expected to come and be causing havoc within that region.
All right.
So
All right.
it is bigger than what we are saying it today.
Okay, Obi, thank you. We have new people joining us. Omori, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here.
George, it looks like you have light now. Welcome to the show. We can see your face.
Thank you very much.
Greetings
to everyone.
Yeah, buddy, welcome.
Doctor.
Yeah, so I'll let Rohan speak, and then we go to the new people and hear them. I know CM, I know you are there, and we will get to you. Rohan, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to talk about what Ovio just discussed now, about with some of our neighbors, especially the Niger. I heard a professor was making a presentation about the drilling of oil in Maiduguri, that up till this moment it has been disrupted, and there are reasons behind it. You have a refinery in Niger, and that refinery is...
Can you be more audible, please? Can't hear you.
All right, okay, and the refinery there, can you hear me now?
It's better. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, okay, good. And the refinery is being invested in by, they invested in the development of that refinery, and it's producing now at the moment. But the nature of the land is such a way that because Nigeria is below, and the moment they start drilling there, and then they start the production there, it will reduce the oil production from Niger. So how do you expect that they will allow the production of oil in Maiduguri? Because if they produce from Maiduguri, it's just like it's sloppy. So if they produce from Maiduguri, of course, their business will dry off. So there's every likelihood that they will do all the best they could to make sure that they are able to get back what they invested in the refinery there in Niger. So automatically there's going to be a war if definitely they have to produce, we have to construct, develop our refinery in Maiduguri there. That is one. During the Obasanjo regime, I think, is it UN or US? They actually wanted to site a base in the north. And the Northerners resisted. Heavily, they resisted. And if they have actually cited, apart from that, there were also the white military forces in the warship in Abuja then. Some of the military officers then do not even know what they do. They will come, they will do whatsoever they want to do, and then they will leave for any assignment. None of the officers knew why they were there and what they were engaging in our country, Nigeria, then during the Obasanjo's regime. So if they have allowed them to establish the their military base then in the north, what do you think will happen as at present? Now, it will be worse because they've actually predicted that 2015, Nigeria will break up. Now, they know that there are minerals in the north, in Maiduguri, oil there, and you also have Zamfara there. It's a known fact we have, what do you call it, gold there. And even in Jos, there are a lot of minerals there. There are a lot of Chinese also there. I was there 2017. Yeah. A friend of mine took me to a Chinese firm in Jos. And what they do, you can't believe it. Honestly, you can't even believe it. They have factories there. There are forces there that guard all the facilities in our country. Where you can't even find a Nigerian investing that kind. They will not even allow it. So can you see the state we've degenerated into? It's not something that will just come today and resolve. Even no matter how good the president is, it needs to have a very strong team to work with them. Otherwise, we have a long way to go, honestly.
All right. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you so much. Buddy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, the other panel members. Yeah.
It's your turn.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Position your camera properly, please.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Good. Dr. Dominic said something about Lake Chad. Can you hear me? Yeah, whereby people are not paying attention to. When we come online, we talked about what do you call it? The X-Men Farmers Clash. It has been there time immemorial. Even the Christians that are on this platform, if you check the scripture very well, it happens between Abraham and his cousin. So, okay, let's situate our case, Nigerian case. Nigeria is not a country in isolation. Climate change is fighting everywhere. Lake Chad has drained up to 75% of its capacity.
I think it's 90% as of this year.
As of this year, 90%.
90%.
And every international conference that Muhammad Buhari was opportune to present his cases, it's always find something to say about it. That the whole world should gather together and pull resources together to recharge Lake Chad Basin. And Lake Chad, not just for the water alone, it engages the people around that area in fishing, in farming, in animal husbandry, in a lot of things. And when these resources depleted, people have no choice than to engage in illicit business. And if you look at Nigerian border is so porous. It's a 60-degree of porous society. If you move from Yobe, Maiduguri, you're already in charge, you are in Niger. Some people in Maiduguri, if they open the door of their backyard, they're already in Niger. But people in the south, they don't realize that. I do tell people in the street of Kano, you don't need the police to move billion fan around the city. The bank will open by 9 a.m. without security. You go to the bank, you cash your money. Nobody threatens you. The situation we have about the unity of a thing is our elite, not us. We gather here on this platform. We have different tribe, we have different dialects, and then we are sharing opinion. We are not fighting one another. I remember when I was in Kano, I was welcomed. I could go anywhere, anytime. I relate with people. Whatever I demand for, they give it to me. If they don't have it, they tell me where to go. The issue we have in it, if you go to Zabongori Market, you will find more Igbo, especially people from Imo, than Hausa people. And in that market, I tell you, in 2011, 2012, we had almost like 3 bombs in that market. I'll tell you, Igbo people don't go anywhere. That means, amidst ourselves, we love one another. Our problem is the elite. On the issue of, how will I put it? There's no disunity. Disunity is all about elite narrative. Climate change, I go back to that, is catching up on us. We have to apply technology. We have to spend more resources. We have to tolerate one another the more. Let me quickly tell you about to finish up my thoughts on the climate change of a thing. They have to recharge. And this Fulani now, they are moving downwards. They are moving downward. They move to Benue Basin. Benue Basin is green nature all through the year. That's why you find most crises in Benue and Nasarawa 6. And now they are moving beyond Benue. They are moving down to Southwest. They are moving down to South. Even in Southwest, where we normally have great vegetations, there are no more. All we have now are bushes as a result of climate change. So we have to do more, either by our government investing more in agriculture, creating ranching, and creating more farm settlement, and invest in irrigation. They have to spend more money on that. And again, let me quickly touch on this insecurity as well. Since the collapse of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was using Fulani militia to sustain his government in Libya when he was holding fort. Immediately that government collapsed, you know what happened? Those militia, they went down, they were dispersed. And as they are coming down to the Central Africa, they demolished government in Mali. The northern part of Mali is ungovernable. They moved to Mauritania, Central Africa. They moved to Chad. If you look at all those axes, there are a lot of insecurity and proliferation of weapons. And if you could remember vividly, back in 2011, Femi Falana was shouting on top of his voice that the government of Nigeria should be proactive by go down to Central Africa and start purchasing and start mopping up free weapons, that we should start paying for it. We didn't do anything. We let those weapons to come in. And already in Nigeria, we have a lot of government space. Ovi mentions Shuara people. If you know the part where Shuara people were in the savannah, there is no road to that place. It's even far away from Maduguri. And those places, what kind of trade thrive there? Drug. Weapon finds its way to Nigeria, and they were complaining about security. What is the capacity of our armed forces? What is the capacity of our police? And the kind of leadership system we have in your society. Everyone could testify to this. In the north, we have a feudal system, whereby resources is concentrated in the hand of one man. And they have a tool that they use to manipulate them, which is religion. And with the advent of Western education, people are getting more exposed than more. They couldn't control them anymore. Things get out of hand. So you see these people, they have to find a way to free themselves. And if you look at this insecurity, it's taken on the 40 line of Nigeria. What are the 40 line? The tribe, the religion. Whenever there's criminality, we say, oh, it's Boko Haram attack. It's an Islamic attack. If you could remember the case in the war, when it happened, someone called me that, oh, there's a terrorist attack in the war. I said, no, it's not terrorist. It's not a terrorist attack. It's just a kidnap attempt. Because we've criminalized a particular tribe. That, oh, whenever crimes happen in society, we've criminalized a particular tribe that it must be a Fulani. That's why we are finding it difficult today to solve the criminal issue. The Ansaru group is mainly dominated by people from the North Central, not the Fulani, especially the Kogi people and the Nasarawa. Where the Boko Haram is dominated by the Kanuri people, not even the Hausa, not even the Fulani. So those are the fundamentals that we need to understand. But our people, they don't care. Because anytime we don't like the face of government, someone in government, we use every weapon at our disposal because we are in control of the press. We have the social media. Someone said on this forum that the North, they only have access to the radio. I tell you, it's a lie. Have you been to the northern Nigeria? They are exposed like you have. They are educated. The only thing is that they are conservative. They don't talk like we talk. If you engage them.
Buddy, thank you so much for this contribution. Stand by, okay? We
some of the things that he said verifiable. I'm not insulting you, buddy, but sometimes people throw things out and like.
You are saying that it's verifiable. I would tell you that I would not say by myself.
Tribalism and people always pushing Fulani, but you said Gaddafi was using Fulani militia. While somebody else is saying in the comments is Tuareg, so we should be careful about ascribing.
Oh, sorry, it's Tuareg. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I also wanted to raise that point as well. Is the Tuareg?
It's Tuareg people. Sorry, that's a mistake. Sorry.
The point is that there are foreign agents operating within that axis that against our Nigerian interests. That's the point there.
And that's another part. Yeah.
And let me add one more to it. We have internal people.
Sure.
Strong men that are internal, that are heading them. Even the issue you find, even in our war, there are internal people there that are heading them. The ones you have in the north, southeast, we have internal people also heading them. When you talk about the government sending military, so you can see that one, those ones are government sent men. But when you talk about criminality, no any criminal activity will take place in any society without an internal person. It's not possible. Thank you very much.
All right. George, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. George, you are in Nigeria.
That's what you think.
Because of the light. Huh?
I'm in the UK.
But who took your lights? You didn't pay for lights? Is that what happened?
I'm not using I'm using the this traditional
Yours is using solar.
That I
was trying to get to you. I said NEPA brought light, so let's get to George before they take it.
Sometimes when there's no light, there's another life there. You know, sometimes the Nigeria we are talking about, there's life of when NEPA take light.
All right. This show is not. It's outside the scope of this show. What happens when NEPA takes light? We don't. All right. So what's your take? What's your contribution? I don't know what we're talking about now. Gumi or anything, any topic.
Gumi and terrorism, and we connected climate change to it. So I think people don't talk enough about it.
Okay, I want to use climate change issue and merge it with the terrorism and unrest in the Middle Belt. The way I want to bring a solution-based input.
Yeah.
Now, there's what is called, because now the whole world is talking about climate change and clean energy, right? There's what is called natural gas, which we all always hear about, they talk about on the news. You have this natural gas that is trapped in the earth, like the one that they are trying to get in the Delta region. But there is natural gas that you can get from animals. And the most natural gas you can get is from cattle. And funny enough, it's their feces that you can use to generate that natural gas. It's done in Britain here. So what happens is they take that feces, they trap it in an enclosed system where air doesn't enter, and biodigesters, they feed on it and give off this methane gas. That methane gas is now cleaned of other impurities like sulfur and sent to the national gas grid of Britain to add to the supply. Now that value chain there is contributing billions to the economy, to the GDP. We have cows in Nigeria in abundance. Now, what happens also is that residual, what is left after they've taken out that gas, they take it and process it into manure that they put back into the farming chain, and the whole cycle is complete. So the farmer and the owner of cattle, you see the symbiotic relationship is there. Now that's scientific 21st century problem solved there. Within the middle belt that are farmers and the migratory Fulanis that are herders. In the ancient times, from my understanding, they had such symbiotic relationship that was used in the olden days. They will bring their cattle. When those guys are finished harvesting, the cattle will feed on the foot. Yeah, who is that? I'm on a call. The what do you call it? They will feed on this thing, and then they will release feces to refertilize the soil for them. You know, that was, they had clashes at those days and everything, but we can still bring harmony again as a way of tackling this insecurity, because it's an economic problem, it's an existential problem. There's climate change, the desert is encroaching. So, but they still need each other. The farmers need, what do you call it?
Manure.
They need fertile ground, they need manure. The herders, they need value for their product. And guess what? This gas, they can have sort of equity because of the fact that their cows are used in this value chain. So if there's a way the government can bring this process, because it's already done in Britain here, it's not rocket science, like Obi always says. It's not rocket science. You have to now, so when you are talking about ranching, there has to be a comprehensive plan that the target is to produce biogas. Now, what's that biogas going to be used for? For those factories he's talking about in those same regions, to fire the electric plants using the natural gas cutting from that place. So that we are not worried about when we set up factories in those farms that is going to do some kind of processing and things like that, we know where gas is coming from. So you will now see that there's so much activity going around cattle rearing for the purpose of producing beef, hides and skin, and the feces that is used for generating gas. Then also a process by which the slurry that after generating gas is used to also give the farmers for their this thing. So that if you think about that, you will see that these guys, they have gold. And if I tell you the kind of money each cow can give just one cow for 1 month of biogas it's generating from the feces it's producing, these guys don't need to kidnap. They don't need to kidnap.
So thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if you're about to end. Are we ending soon? I want to make a concluding point and then I'll head out.
Okay. Yeah, and I was going to, if we don't.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say something about Peter Obi because there was a lady that was mourning about his too repetitive. Look, it's very funny that when these comedians are doing their skits, no matter how many times we hear them saying, "You be mumu, man." Is there anybody that is tired of hearing it?
Continue.
Nobody is tired of hearing "You be mumu man," this man, and all of those things. Photo. No matter the value that is adding, you will never hear somebody say, I've never heard anybody say they should stop using that thing. They've tried to stop using it, but it devalues that thing, that skit eventually. So what am I saying? Sometimes you need to just keep. At the time Asari Dokubo was making that thing, he didn't know it would turn out, but he needs to, even though the intention of him repeating himself is because it's not everybody that had heard the previous or the other same. He has to make sure that a new audience means they have never heard what I've said before. Whoever recorded it and posted it And whoever is consuming it, I've heard it before, will think he's repeating it. It's not repeating himself. As far as you bring a new audience, he's going to tell them what he told the other people, and he's going to tell as much people as he can. Campaign has not started at this point officially, because the rules say campaign doesn't start till a certain time. So he cannot start going into details to start saying as a Labour Party government, we will do this, we'll do that's campaigning. He can just make this general statement as a normal person would make. Oh, we need to produce, we need to. Then campaign, he will now say, this is how Labour Party will do, we want to do. That's campaigning. So that's where that woman should have understood that is not sounding like a broken record. And then this, what do you call it? Trying to refine refine himself and all this. We don't want masquerade again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you, George.
I have to
thank you
now because it's like somebody's trying to. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I know. I just want to point out before we go ahead. George mentioned something about it's not rocket science. I'm afraid of that expression because we had it before. And just to remind you guys, listen to this.
But I will try to be simple. Power generation is not rocket science. It's just generator. So just remember and imagine that your I better pass my neighbor in 1 million times its capacity, but in one place. So if you can make that size of 1 kilowatt, you can make a power turbine of 1,000 megawatts.
Very simple. Yeah. Very simple. So I'm always worried when I hear that something is not rocket science. Okay, go ahead.
I want to say something. Is it me? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Why I want to, I think this the clip you played is very timely because of this rocket science. You see, I know what I'm saying. By now, Nigerians should have been politically wiser than they were. I think since 2015. One, people have used all manner of tricks to get votes, and look at where we are. We've played the politics of a strong man. Look at where we are. We've played the politics of power is not rocket science. Like this was when they were in opposition. 6 months you give Nigeria. Look at where we are. We've played the politics of divide and rule. Look at where it brought us. We've played the politics of Jonathan is clueless. He hasn't got anything, all this, all that. Look at where we are. So when Peter Obi must have studied all these things, the way he's going about his own, people are still urging him that he's not doing it well. Until the campaign starts, the dynamics will change. For instance, those asking him to go up north, yes, we know even the whole vote from the southern region, southern part of Nigeria, can never make him a president. He's not naive. He's a two-time governor. He needs to go up north. But when the time is ripe, he won't be the gun. Just like we need to see Atiku down south. Atiku will still come to Bayelsa. You see him campaigning, but not yet. Tinubu will still go to Katsina to campaign, even to Taraba to campaign. So let us, for once, when we want to analyze all these things and then maybe put pressure on Obi, he hasn't done this or he hasn't done that. When you now start to, that's why I always ask, what really do Nigerians want? How are you going to handle them? Now, this the issue of power. What lies again haven't we had on how to generate power? Thank God this chap who left now, George, spoke about Obi's agricultural something. I knew as much as he did, but I have not said it. So when we're trying to analyze certain things, or for instance, the climate change now bringing people down, what is the best thing? Is it not to tell these people that ranching is the best? But to them, ranching, the Fulani is insisting on Ruga or taking land. Their aim is not that ranching. It's not to feed the cow with grass and water. Their aim is to acquire land and sort of make sure that every area now has maybe something like that's a Fulani community, a local government in some areas as time goes on. So that is the issue. If it is ranching, if it is ranching, A man having more than 200 cows, you can afford to buy land, fence them, put everything there, even take a bank loan based on the amount of, you can raise a loan if you really want to do it as a business. My fear is, my regret is that Ndi Igbo, my people, they've not realized the business in there. Otherwise, somebody can, instead of buying a plot of land, swampy area in Lagos for 100 million in Lekki, you can use it to invest in animal husbandry somewhere around the middle belt or even in the state, in the east, so that you now reap the reward. But they've not realized it. But I know them. The moment they realize it, that will be another motor spare parts business. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Omore, but before that, let me just say this. George is not here anymore, but what he said made me think. You know, we had a guest here today who said he was complaining about not having oil field in the Niger Delta. He's from there. I mean, I didn't know that you could have the cow and you produce gas. And, you know, this is why we have this show. Have your say. I learned something today, you know. Instead of going for oil block, they won't give me. I'll have a...
Doctor, nobody wants to infect.
I like your sense of humor.
Production.
I mean, that's the easy way to produce gas.
Is huge. Nobody wants to
gas.
You know, maybe doctor.
Majority of our they are lazy. You know, they are lazy. They don't want to put their resources in it. What they want to do is that cash and carry. Put their money somewhere.
Buddy, don't say that.
They are not lazy. They are not lazy.
I'm not from Niger Delta, but don't say that. I think that.
No, I'm not talking about Niger Delta. What I'm saying is our elites. You know, the people that host the oil well. Nobody wants to invest in the biogas.
No, excuse me. What they want is an easy business that they would not
business, cash and carry. Yeah,
that's just it. That is what they want.
Like, I want to say one thing again. The last speaker said one thing, that the Fulani are grabbers of land. We have to change that notion. Fulani are opportunistic users of the land. If you look at Nigerian state, they are opportunistic user. There is no state. I think Fulani only has like 2 states to themselves in Nigeria. 2 states to themselves. I think Gombe and one other state. That's the only 2 states they have for themselves. What they do is that they push their cow onto the farm. Once they push their farm onto the camp, they don't stay there permanently. They go away. And again, I don't know why we are not talking about Gumi's case. Everybody's trying to avoid it.
We will. I hope today. But Omore, welcome to the show. Let's see if Omore will take us there. Maybe he knows what's going on. It's a serious issue. Omore, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Damages, good afternoon. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists.
Yeah,
thank you for having me. It's always a delight to be here. I don't know where you want me to start from. Is it from the...
Start from anywhere you are comfortable, anywhere. We want to hear your views.
The last week I overheard the CM talking about family government not taking advantage of the business tycoon in the East. What are you waiting for? You can jump on that and, you know, they will... others will follow suit. Having said that, initially I was trying to join, I couldn't. People were arguing about the poll. Personally, I wouldn't know what the poll size was and what the location was. But by and large, you know, the poll cannot be far from reality. What you see is not about to be. It's just about the people that have been traumatized for too long. People are yearning and clamoring for a change. I don't know why the poll to me was not even, you know, the figures were not, I thought it would go beyond it, to go above that. You know, people are tired. This is the message people are not getting. I come here every day, people are still dwelling in the past. People are still dwelling in the past of, you know, where they will sit down and write figures in their living room and that's it. You know, people are still dwelling in the past where they will declare everything and they go and that's what they want people to. People are ready. And then INEC has to be very careful. It's no longer business as usual. Nigerians, see, this has been the problem. The only thing that has been working for the elites and for the politicians is the lackadaisical attitude of Nigerian people themselves. It's the lackluster attitude of the voters. You know, I'm not going to vote. You know, my vote does not count. Oh, what it concern me with the election? Whether I vote or not vote, somebody will still win. No. They have gradually woken up from that slumber. And anybody that feels it's going to be business as usual. 2 million votes will come from Port Harcourt. The 3 million, 5 million votes will come from Kano. The person must be a dreamer. For anybody to come up and dispute the figures of the poll, I don't know where that person is getting his arm from or what is relying on. The person must be an old school, somebody that is getting some benefit or beneficiary of the old system, of the old order. For you to see, I start with the APC, for example. What are they going to campaign on? APC came on board as an alternative for the 16 wasted years of PDP. Somebody was here trying to defend Jonathan. For Christ's sake, Jonathan is my fellow Satana. Jonathan is a Christian. Jonathan has a doctorate degree. It's not enough for us to forget in a hurry the atrocities committed under Jonathan. He wasn't a saint. So if we continue in this trajectory, if we make the mistake of voting in a Buhari or Atiku again, Buhari will still be a saint. We must say it the way it is. There was alarming corruption, pervasive corruption in Jonathan's government. In 2014, everybody said, the president by Jonathan. That was why he was voted out. So there's no point going back to Jonathan. We said Jonathan. It wasn't good for us. We said enough was enough, and he was voted out. We should not begin to behave like children of Israel, who were traumatized and oppressed in the land of Egypt. They prayed for a Messiah. Somebody was sent to deliver them. They got to the middle of the wilderness. They started casting aspersion on Moses. They saw the Red Sea. They started cursing Moses. It would be better for them to die in Egypt than to come to Red Sea and kill them. In fact, they even insulted God. So we should begin to say it the way it is. Jonathan's government was bad and it was bad. It was corrupt and it was corrupt. It cannot because of where he's from or the religion, the faith he belongs to. It was bad, it was bad. So the poll, like I said the other day, Obi has a lot of things working for him. It's not about him. I'm not here to talk about his personality today. Like I said the other day, I wish this followership, I wish this benefit will go to somebody that has been fighting, my beloved friend, Showere, who has been there through thick and thin for everybody. And Dr. Damages, you said something you learned one thing today, which means you not be following Showere. The gas stuff that guy talked about is part of Showere agenda to turn Nigeria around in terms of electricity, in terms of power. That's one of his program, using reference done from cow to produce light. Maybe you should call Showere and find out details from him. Showere even knows it better than that guy. I was surprised you are saying you are hearing for the first time. So the only genuine man here, the only organic man here, the person that has no baggage, the person that is original, is Showere himself. But for one reason or the other, which I don't understand, I don't know what Nigerians have against that guy. If you want to go away completely from the other.
Amori, I'll beg you, next week Saturday, please come and join us. We have the SDP presidential candidate, and I want someone like you to join in questioning him. We're going to give him 4 hours. Ovie, all of you, everybody here, if you have a chance, join. It's open. I want us to really give him, let Nigerian people talk to him, and hopefully other candidates will come. Like Showere will come in. Showere, we've interviewed him on the other show, but I want him to also come back, and we give them serious questioning and get them to deal with the issues. But it's not that I don't know about Showere's platform and some of the things he has said. But what I'm saying is that I know a lot of people who are looking for oil blocks, but I have not seen anyone, okay, why I mentioned this guy coming on Saturday is that the guy has businesses that he's doing, okay? And I was thinking that maybe if Showere were to be here, we say to him, okay, if you know this, apart from running Sahara Reporters, you can also start this business, show us how you are doing it, how to do it, beyond just that, you can do this, anybody can do this, all of us, the same thing, when people complain about the media, I always say, you can start a media house, show the example, do it better than the people who are doing it, better than Ndoka, or better than whoever runs a media house in Nigeria. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's not about to be the polls you see, the figures you see. It's not. A lot of people are not aware of what is about to befall them. They will be taken unaware. My friend, my brother from Edo State, like Ovie, they are still dwelling in the Caucasian factor, the Atiku factor. the Aneni structure. We have moved beyond that politically in Nigeria. We might not be where we ought to be, but we are no longer where we used to be. So it's no longer business as usual. If you rely on see, the only thing that I'm not happy about, when people tell you, oh, he's still one of them, he's still one of the old thing and all that too. I'm not too comfortable with that. Where Obi is coming from his political family, he might be a very good person. I have my reservation about his political antecedent and his political family. So that's the only thing that worries me here. If not, we are ready for a revolution, a political revolution that will sweep them off their feet and send us back and our political oppressors into a political oblivion. Thank you. For now, rest my case. If there's any other opportunity, I'll add more.
I want to head out.
Okay, all right, Dominic, you want to head out. What do you want to say?
2 points. One, I'm going to talk about security/climate change, and then address Mr. Mori. Mr. Mori, I think the one thing that's missing with Shower, I like Shower. I think I've been following him for many, many years. With the former campaign, I started following him just before the former campaign. I think the one issue, if I was to compare Shower and Obi, is this. One thing about Obi, Obi has ruled the state, and the state has been seen to have done well, especially when it comes to education, infrastructure, and things of that sort. So when people say, okay, let's compare someone who has something tangible to be shown in terms of leadership, they'll put up Obi higher than when it comes to Shower. Secondly, even though you mentioned that Obi may be a good person, but he's the kind of his political history and people that he's mingled with, that may put some dirt on him. Here's how I look at it. I look at it this way. Obi was able to become popular and become a third force because he moved out from PDP and went to LP, right? So people who are focusing mostly on what he has done and not his political history would forgive him for that political history and, and rubbing shoulders with corrupt people or people who are supposedly corrupt like Atiku. So those people don't mind. What they want is someone who can effect change. And I think the way most Nigerians are thinking now, they don't want someone who is a purist, someone who is 100% good and has 100% integrity. What they want is somebody who has been seen to have done well in terms of governorship and is going to be able to effect change. Even if it's 5-6% change compared to what we have now, most people would prefer that to someone who is, has 100% integrity and has always been consistent. So I think that's where, if you want to compare someone like Shawore and someone like Obi, they are worlds apart. Obi is here and Shawore is here. And so I think Shawore needs a little bit of time. And like I always say, I think we're at a point where Nigerians need to focus on getting someone who can bridge that gap between the very corrupt and empty vessels and someone who has, consistently has integrity like Shawore. And so I think someone like Obi is the person for the times. I'm not an Obi supporter, I'm not obedient, but I see the reality of things and I think that somebody like Obi is suitable to be able, because guess what? He has one leg within that political cabal and he has the other leg in terms of integrity and being able to mix with the people. So you need someone who can be able to be comfortable to, be within those people who are dirty, but also be able to stand his own ground and be able to do something that is tangible in terms of change. Second thing I wanted to point out is, I saw a lot of people in the comments throwing a lot of ignorance when it comes to talking about climate change and security. You can't divest both of them. I think people should be open-minded, right? The reason why I'm not saying that that there hasn't been clashes, historical clashes between headsmen and I'm not gonna call it, but headsmen and farming community. I'm saying that the problem is become worse to the point of major terrorism that is affecting the whole country. So whether you are in a village in Igbo land or in the southwest, the terrorism has affected everyone in one way or the other. And so if you don't address the major issues that we have, which is a Niger that Chad has dried up 90%, how do you expect those people to be able to feed their cow? If you don't have any grassland and there is desertification of the north, those people are naturally going to come to the south, towards the coast. And therefore, it's going to increase the chances of they are having clashes. So you can't try to box and say, oh, climate change has nothing to do with Nigeria. Climate change is one of the major reasons why we are having this terrorism, right? So you can't. I want people to be open-minded and be able to connect multiple things at the same time. I think sometimes we Nigerians always like putting issues separately. All those things are connected. Anyway, that's my last point. And one more thing. When it comes to that methane gas, Nigerian politicians are very backward. Most times whenever you are mining oil, there's always going to be gas deposits. Nigeria has a huge deposit of natural gas. But what are they doing? as they're mining oil and we're having this gas, they're flaring the gas and wasting it. So while we are talking about the cow, collecting cow feces and generating methane gas in an enclosed space and tanking of them and using it to run machineries, we have natural gas already coming out of the ground, and Nigerians are flaring it and causing major climate weather catastrophe in the Niger Delta, acid rain, all sorts of things. So I think we should sometimes we should try to address the background issue. Yes, there's that cow, whatever, but you also think about how we are flaring gas and causing environmental issues. So we already have the methane gas that we are talking about. It's just that the politicians are close-minded. Other countries are able to harness that natural gas instead of flaring it into the air like people.
All right.
Even stop yourself. I'm getting angry.
Thank
quick
you.
Thing, quick thing, Rudolph. In the night under Abacha, Nigeria had passed a law that military decree that gas flaring was going to be ended in 96, and it was pushed to 98. So while we keep saying the politicians are backward and all that stuff, it is us. So, if you know your history, you know. But we leave it to OVA. OVA knows better than me.
Who's controlling NNPC and all those places? I know is it not the elite that are
I have agenda, so.
Raphael, is it us that are controlling the oil wells?
I have not. I am yet to see the Nigerian that comes here and say it is the elite that wants to remain a poor man. Because if they give they give any Nigerian that's here, take $1 million right now. That person wants to. Ovia does not want to become a poor man. Ovia wants to become a rich man. That's why he's a Republican. He is an elite.
All right,
that's the biggest.
Dr. Damiji, Ralph is jealous of my hair. Ralph is jealous of my hair.
Hold on, guys. Let's welcome Tim. Tim has been with us and he hasn't said anything. Tim, welcome to the show.
Oh, okay.
Bye-bye, Dominic. Tim, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Unmute. Okay.
Thank you very much. I've been. Let me start by thanking the host, Rudolph, for this great show that you have been hosting. I'm calling from Nigeria, Delta State, Ughelin, where I've been following up this program for a long period of time now. And to be very sincere with you, I've been enjoying the program, hearing the host and everyone who has been contributing one way or the other. It has been an amazing program. And, let me start by commenting on the issue concerning comparing Sowore and Mr. Obi. Well, I'm the one on ground. I'm here in Nigeria, and I can categorically tell you that Sowore does not have any chance of becoming the president of Nigeria. You know, most times we have advised him to contest for local government chairman or House of Assembly, but I guess he's trying to prove stubborn. But we Nigerians, you know, we sometimes can motivate you to do some certain risk which we know you are not going to survive such risk. So, you know, due to the ongoing issues that has been going on in Nigeria and due to the youth not accepting these leaders, which has continuously engaged in corrupt activities, and our role, they continuously commission rules that are bad, and they continuously do evil things to the youth, especially the security agencies, which has become a tool to the government to frustrate our life and to make Nigeria unbearable for us to live. So we have already made up our mind from our parents, our fathers, that we don't need PDP or APC any longer. We try to accommodate them for some time, but right now, we don't have the mindset of accommodating those parties any longer. We have decided, and there's a reason we decided, there is a reason we made the decision, due to the issues that are arising, and the leaders are not concerned about it. But as a citizen, we have been living here, we were born here, we know what we are experiencing, and we know the decision we decide to take. And these decisions stand on what will benefit us, especially the youth, because these old men has continuously sit in Aso Rock to make decisions for us here in our state. And we are not, we are no longer moved with such kinds of attitude. So we have already made up our mind that we will choose Peter Obi due to the climate change, due to the current things happening now, due to the things we are seeing. And the reasons we must accept the fact that yes, this time around we must be obedient irrespective of our tribe. Or say I'm an honorable man from Ugedin. No, I'm a graduate, so being a graduate, I've gotten a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and making some wrong decision right now in our life is the last thing we can ever decide. So we have already said this very clear that Sowore should go and contest for either councillor or any other thing. He has not been tested before. Cannot come from somewhere to come and rule us. We have been in this Nigeria for a long period of time, and we know what we are passing through. So we have already made up our mind. As long as our parents has continuously to warn us, to caution us till the day of election, we have no choice because our parents are tired. They need change. So we have no choice than to succumb to the advice of our parents and then leave the rest to God, because we are still young people. We don't know the come about of everything, but we believe we are getting to know what is going on, and as well, we are beginning to engage ourselves on so many things. I have my voter's card, so we are fully ready to make the change because the change comes from us, and we must make the change. I want to really appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. This is a great opportunity. I've been watching this program. Sometimes I have to subscribe much. I can subscribe up to 5,000 naira to make sure that I'm always online. You know, I'm very grateful, and I hope to be on this program continuously as time goes on, as time proceeds.
Tim,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
Tony, come go so they give free data. Come on, for your information, we all clamor for change, but it's not enough for you to touch your rate to go for cancellation or chairmanship. So what is not that qualified for the only thing that will take us away from PDP and APC for now, we are subscribed to you.
Sowore cannot lead us because he's a media person. They should go and buy one camera.
You are entitled to your opinion. Your opinion is free. That is your opinion.
That is your opinion. He has been a governor in Anambra before. What is the credential that Sowore is bringing to our table, or is it talking to people that are not linear, to people who does not know what they are doing?
Let's not go there today. Anything APC, PDP, anything that will take us away from APC, PDP, I can call for now. When we come on board,
there is no way we can fully take ourselves from APC, PDP. These political parties are already there. What we are clamoring for is a new party that will introduce new politicians into what is going on. So is it possible for you to just wake up one morning and wipe out PDP and APC? This party we are talking about, they have large people who are working with them in their political party. So first of all, to break these two parties, we must work tirelessly. Buhari did it in winning PDP. So it is possible for Labour Party to win APC. It doesn't matter if the party is the really party or not. It's Nigeria that will decide. Sowore does not have the credentials to lead us. Like we have one useless man in Delta State, Ogboru. Ogboru has been disturbing us for years. He has not owned a common councillor.
I have a question.
Hold on, guys.
Where we have the old, the young, the young boys and girls. So where does not have the credentials, sir. I'm very sorry.
Hold on, Tim. Hold on.
What do you mean by credentials?
Omori, hold on.
Not live in any capacity. You only live
I have a question.
in a Sahara reporter.
Hold on, guys. I like this. I actually like
it's
that.
Always fun. It's always fun when the obedience and they take it back and fight.
Hold on. I like when we have someone from Nigeria spend his money, unlike all of you who are not paying for this, to come and join us and to hear from real people.
Why are you embarrassing us, please?
All these burger eating people.
The guy speak.
So Tim, we have a lot of questions. Let see him ask him a question, okay?
Okay, yeah. Tim, first of all, no, I know I'll be apprentice anyway. So
everybody is a star.
Okay, so first of all, I commend your tenacity, your effort to make sure you are hard by coming here, no matter what it takes. I mean, you'll be able to. You know what I mean. So I'm quite happy. I appreciate the effort you put in. Now, the question I want to ask you is this: because of the way you talk about Peter Obi, what do you think is the fault of Peter Obi you've seen? Because it's not enough telling Peter Obi. What do you think is his fault so far you've seen that he
Well,
need to improve on?
in terms of Peter Obi, first of all, let me start by saying in every decision we take, there's a risk at it. We cannot tell you that Peter Obi become the president today, then everything, the problem of Nigeria will change. No. Really, like one of my friends told me, and when he said that to me, I said that is true. But what do we need now? We just need to try another hand because we have been in one position for too long. So we decide to change position. Now, Peter Obi has a lot of issues. In campaigning for Peter Obi, there's so many issues attached to it. Somebody raised a statement the other day. We were in the town hall meeting, said Peter Obi was governor for 8 years. He was entering his state with other international airports, without having an airport in his own state. That Obiano came and became governor and bring airport to the state. Simply means Peter Obi was a governor and he was ignorant of knowing the importance of bringing some things to his own state. But at the second thought, we told him something that, you know, during those processes, there was so many things going on in Nigeria. And some airports, as they have written letters for years, in order for the federal government to approve their own state airports, which they have not been able to actualize such in. We know that in everything in life, there's always a risk. Like we, the youth, our major interest is we want a president that will come in power and tell the security agency that whenever a policeman or any security agency stop us, we should be allowed to use our mobile phone to record the security agency. Because one of the problems we have as citizens in this country is the security agency. And the only thing we need from the government, because they don't have anything to give us apart from helping us with security agencies. Our road in most of the streets, sometimes we can come together as individuals because we have our own houses here. We distribute, we share money among ourselves and we'll do our road. We don't need to wait for the state government. We don't need to wait for the local government because they have poor brain. They have poor mindset. They don't know how to think in this country. How can a local government don't have his own tractor, his own trainer, have employ people, those that will be doing their own roads? They will always give contracts. So their mindsets are very poor. They have poor mentality. So we have already found ourselves here. The only thing we are doing right now is to try something else, try something new, and to see if it will work for us. You know, we cannot tell you that anything we are trying is a guarantee, 100% guarantee. Nigeria is Nigeria. Nothing changes. The only thing that changes is that leadership.
Tim, thank you. There's
a question I have question for you. I have question for you.
I'll come to you.
I have question for him.
Edos, hold on. Okay, let me ask this from the comments. This is from Charles Ezala. He wrote, ask him what is driving Obi's movement in Edo and Delta. Do you know, Tim?
Come again, sir.
What is driving the Obi's movement in Edo and Delta? Do you know?
Well, what is driving the movement is, you know, this NSAS movement is starting from our hometown, Ugeli. You know, here in Ugeli, there are so many boys who have vehicles. We're talking about Guinness, Range Rover, and the big cars, the different states especially. So most times, you know, this police, this security agency, they always disturb people here, harass people, collect money, and sometimes they seize people's vehicles, all because they need money. So what transpired and inspired us, the youth, is, you know, when they were doing this primary, we have intention, first of all, that the presidency must come to the South. Is the intention of those that are from this perspective of Nigeria, this part of Nigeria, because we believe the North has been in possession of power for a long time. So after APC and PDP primary, the both parties failed in terms of what we really want as the people. There at the long run, we find out that Peter Obi was going to Labour Party. We have no choice than to agree within ourselves and within everyone around and no, we must work with Peter Obi. Like if you check online recently, there's a boy who is from Delta State that was first of all appointed by the Delta State governor, Okowa, as his advisor on the electoral issues, but the boy refused due to he has intention to work for Peter Obi, and we know that all of the appointments that Mr. Okowa has been doing criminals and fraudster appointments, all because of 2023 election. He did not appoint anybody for the past how many years? Why is it that 4 months or 5 months election he started doing those? That is fraudster and more sense election pattern, which you know, Delta State here, we are very election and we cannot accept such formats. That was the reason we decided by ourselves that no, this time around, what will be passing through, the only person we feel is capable to proceed on the next transition process 2023 is Peter Obi, which we have already agreed is not about Buhari and his cohorts or his old men association, or Atiku, who is marrying from all tribes. Don't tell him that Nigeria is made for marriage association. This is about somebody who has a family, who is somebody who is straight and forward, and we are ready to work with somebody who is straight and forward, and who we feel it is the right person at this right time, and most especially the unity of Nigeria. Because we have a lot of people around our neighbors, and we always think about the unity of Nigeria. Because so many people have been saying a lot of things, but we the robots, we don't say so much things because we know what we are going through in these Nigerians, and we don't say it. We just keep it to ourselves. But we believe to build the unity of Nigeria, we need to work with Peter Obi. We need to work with him, and we are doing our best financially. We don't need money for Peter Obi, but we have the capacity to raise funds and to sort issues that bother us, because the issues that bother us, that bother Peter Obi, bother us as Nigerians, because we are talking about the future, and the future starts from today, start from this moment. So we must try as much as we can to protect our future. That is the reason we decided to go through the side of Peter Obi.
Thank you, Tim. Airdost, you want to ask him a question? Go ahead. You have to mute yourself, Airdost.
Okay, good day, my people. I really appreciate you all for the forum. My question to you, my brother, is that one, you and I know that Nigeria is operating under two laws now: the law for general and Sharia law in the north. So my first question to you is that if something like Deborah case occur during Obi or whatever become president and such a thing occur, one, how will Obi handle that situation? That is my number one question.
No, hold on. Stop there. He's not the spokesman for Obi. I mean, why are you?
Ask reasonable. Is he the president? Is he Obi?
He's not running for president.
I'm asking.
Try the second question. Let me see if that one is important.
Excuse me. I'm asking because
I'm moving to Zico. There's somebody to move to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. My second question is that Obi always talk about whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it, GDP.
Yeah.
I don't know where Obi is getting this data, because all I know is that Nigeria has no data. They don't even have data of their citizens. They have no data of their own citizens. They don't even know who is a Nigerian and who is not a Nigerian. So how is Obi getting all this data that he will be?
Okay, again, this question is
saying Nigerians millions are in poverty. No, where exactly do we get this data?
Ask a question for a supporter of Obi. What question you're asking?
Yeah, it's not valid. Let me help you. Edos, let me help you.
Okay, sir.
So what you can say is that you are worried that Obi is giving out data that is not verifiable. Okay?
No, for me, I don't like. Excuse me. Like as I am, I don't think Nigeria is workable. If we don't divide, Nigeria is unworkable. Whether it will be Atiku or Kwankwaso or any other person.
Why are you involved in this conversation? Why do you want? You already made up your mind.
It pains me so much that after how many years, over 60 something years, and we are still crying of light, and people will jump from PDP to other party, from ABGA to PDP to PDP to Labour, and these are the same people with the same formula. It's just that after 4 years they change
Edo,
a little. But let me
thank you
let me
very
just
much.
be sincere to you all that no matter how we try to, Nigeria is unworkable. Both Obi and every other person is unworkable unless we realize that we have a place to go and we go home and build ourselves according to ourselves. That's
you
all.
can say that.
Any other thing, next 8 years again, we will not talk about maybe another person from the north. All of us will gather to go there and say it will make Nigeria workable. My brothers and my people, Nigeria is unworkable. Either you believe it or you leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edos. Thank you so much. Zik, welcome to the show. Because of what we just went through with Edos, Zik, can you tell us where you're joining us so that we have to make sure we understand who is joining us and what they're about to say? Unmute yourself, please. People are saying I shouldn't let people in. This is Javier say. Anybody can come in and say what they want to say. Go ahead, Zik. Zik, go ahead. I can't hear you. Okay, we can't hear Zik. Zik, where are you? All right, we have to come back to you, Zik. Let's go to who has anything else to say to Tim or Tim.
I want to say something concerning what Edos said.
Okay, go ahead.
This,
go ahead, Tim.
Electronics issue that we're facing in Nigeria. First of all, I want we Nigerians to realize ourselves, and we should know where we find ourselves as Africans. Because I've traveled to several places, several countries as a human, and by God's grace, and with the little things I found out from me being in Nigeria and living in Nigeria, I found out that our soil, the pattern of soil we have is quite different for so many countries in terms of we are surrounded with waters, and as well, a lot of things are causing evaporation when you go to for example, you go to Lagos and you see things by yourself. That's why we're having problems of having building. The next morning you see water just come around and destroy such building because of the soil and where we find ourselves. So sometimes we cannot compare ourselves to other places because you cannot compare their soil to ours, because God gave us our own personal soil as a Nigerian, as Africa, and also give other countries their soil. And there's some people that are able to skate through issues of water. You know, in Nigeria, there are some places there's much water. There are some places you find that there are no water. And in Nigeria, not everywhere that there's no light. I look at so many people say that there's no light. If you come to Ogbashuku, some places in Ogbashuku, or you go to some places in Asaba, some places in Ugeli, these places that I'm telling you, for years, they have not blinked their lights. In Nigeria, I'm telling you where I've gone to, what I've seen in Nigeria. Not everywhere. Maybe you go to some places like the way they don't have light at all. You go to some places in Nigeria, I can categorically tell you that there is light. Go to Ogbashuku, ask people that are there, they will tell you that some parts, not the whole Ogbashuku, but there's some various parts in Ogbashuku, some various parts in some other places that are enjoying light till tomorrow. They have light 24 hours of the day. They are not suffering light like other people are suffering light. But I just see that it's the issues of our soil. That is the reason we're having issues of light. The time I was in Ghana, we have problems of water and all of those things. So
all right,
I just feel like where we come from is the issues and the problem that is affecting us.
All right, thank you, Tim. Raf, go ahead.
So I have a question for Timzy. Timzy, my brother. So I'm from Bayelsa. I know how my family and people in Yenagua and Port Harcourt, I know some people there, how they receive Peter Obi's message. So how does your elders, how do they receive Peter Obi's message when he's like when Peter Obi talks? How do your elders, not the youth, because you've talked about the youth, but the elders, what do they say about Peter Obi? And you can tell me about Ugeli, Warri, other places that you've been to in Delta State.
the election is not about the elders this time around. It's about the youth.
I know, but I just want to hear what the
youth.
elders are saying, because elders also have influence on the
Well,
youth.
to us, the elders, most of them, they have opinions. Some are in political parties, some are benefited from their political party, some are diehard fan of their political party. But to us, we are really not concerned about the opinions of everybody. You know, it's election, and everybody must be more concerned about their candidate and how to deliver their candidate. A lot of people have their own opinion, but I'm very sure that most of the elders, the parents, they are on the side of Obi. You know, this church campaign of another thing has really changed the story, because these pastors have added to the campaign structures of Obi. Most of these parents in Ugeli, in Warri, you know, they attend most of these senior pastors' church. And when they come back, they always talk about Peter Obi. They are the ones who are always talking about Peter Obi. But the youth are the ones who are more, because the day of the election, if any parent or any father who does not succumb to what we say, that father will not vote. And then because the day of that election, we are very, very serious about it, because we have been following up with the election for a long time. So this is our time to show them what we are made of. And what we know is that the parents or the fathers will not change our decision of this election. Everybody have their own opinion. They can decide tomorrow that this is the best their political party, because most of these parents are a political party. Majority of them are beneficiary to political parties. But we are looking for something new, because at the end of the day, this political party are all laid with people's fathers and mothers. Like in my state, you can see the governor's daughter winning the House of Assembly, while the daughter does not have any money. She's not popular. If you call it top 10,000 youths in Delta State, the daughter is not part of 10,000 youths talking about money or talking about popularity. So we are not happy with the situation of APC and PDP, because all the political parties are being run by the political elites. Our fathers, their children, they are turning to like what Queen Elizabeth, the monarchy they are doing now, concerning family inheritance. That is how they have turned the political party to in Nigeria. And the youth have made up their mind that this time around it's not about the decision of the father, but it's about the decision of the youth, because they say our destiny is our hand. So we must be very, very cautious with it.
Tim, thank you. Just let me also remind people on Saturday, I'm pleading with all of you to join us here. We are Prince Adewale Adebayo. It will be 100 questions in 4 hours. We will try to get him to answer 100 questions in 4 hours. So I'm counting on you guys to please join so that we will question him. And hopefully we will get other candidates to join us, including Shore coming back. He's been on the other show, but hopefully he will come to this one. Zik, can you hear me? Zik, let's try Zik again before. Zik, we can't hear you. We really want to hear from you. Zik? Hello? No, your connection is not good. Omori, go ahead.
Zik should get off the headset he's using. Maybe he'll be able to hear.
Okay.
Yeah, before he leaves, I want to commend the effort of the gentleman that come from Delta. This is what we have been clamoring for. This is what we have been fighting for. This is what we'll be yearning for. So I'm happy for the wake-up call. It's not people now telling them what to do. This is why the Obi movement is different. It's actually the people's movement. This is why the likes of Obi should be very careful. In political party campaign, you wait for the parties to mobilize the people. You wait for the parties to give directive. You wait for the party to bring money. They wait for money before they can do anything. The party brings the money. They share the money. They, forward some money from state to local government to what? What you have right now is people trying to say enough of this nonsense. Enough of this nonsense. I think that is a step in the right direction. That's already 50%, working for Obi. So for those that are still saying he goes nowhere, it's online thing, it's a social media thing, he has no structure, they must be living They must be living in wilderness. I don't think they live in Nigeria. So the atrocities of PDP for 16 years, coupled with the atrocities of APC in the past 7 or almost 8 years, it's enough to to spoil people, to challenge people, to take their country back. That is exactly what is working for me. I commend once again the effort of the gentleman. They should keep the fire burning. They should not rest. Obi is not a messiah. Obi is not a saint. We're not looking for an angel. Obi at least should be the bridge between the old and the new. And we'll take it from there when Obi comes on board. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Omori. Okay, once again, let's try Zik. Zik, can you hear us? Zik, unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead. Just tell us where you are so that we're beginning to understand. Zik. All right, we can't hear Zik. Zik, are you there? No. Adewala, welcome to the show, Adewala.
My pleasure.
Yeah. All right, so you have the floor. What I don't know when you started watching us, and
right from the beginning.
Ooh, wow.
I just never have the chance to join you guys.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
I always do that every weekend. I always do that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So what is your view? What do you want to talk about? Anything you can.
Nothing really.
Did you watch the interview of Peter Obi on CNN?
I stumbled on it on YouTube.
Okay.
I skip it.
Okay. Why? Let me ask if you don't
because there's nothing new that is going to say that that is not out there. So what is the point? Just going to waste my time listening to.
If it were to be someone like Atiku or Bola Tinubu, will you watch?
Yes.
Why?
Okay. Because I watched the Atiku's interview on Arise TV. The reason why I watched was because I wanted to hear what he's going to say. Obi has been on the social media has dominated social media for a very long time now. So I really want to hear from the horse's mouth. I mean, those two candidates, what they really, really want to offer Nigeria. So that is the really interest that I have in if the grand interview tomorrow. The reason why I will watch them.
We are also extending an invitation to them, Tinubu and Atiku, to come on this platform. And if they should come, we hope that all of you will join us.
As a matter of fact, that would be great. This morning, I saw 2 ladies joining the panel in the studio. I was so elated when I saw those 2 ladies. I mean, I want it to be, I want ladies to join. I want to hear from their own perspective. I want to hear their own view too, so that at least this opinion can balance. Right now, it's as if men always be the one in the studio all the time, ranting and yelling at each other and all that. Sometimes good to listen to the voice of our mothers.
Yes, it's very important, and we are open. It's just that we don't have more than the number you see, 10 people, and so sometimes people try and they give up quickly, But right now we have room for 2 people, So if people are watching and they want to join, they could see that there's room for 2 people to join.
I want to say one quick thing about Mr. Showore. Showore is like example of how human beings behave. People are quick to follow you. They say failure is an orphan, but when you are succeeding, you have so many family. I could remember when Showore came into the scene and he said, "Hey, we want revolution." Everybody was yelling on the social media. Today now, it's been declared non grata. I mean, everybody now follow. All the youth are now queuing behind Obi. What happens to the dream and aspirations and all what Showore said when he came into being? You see, they don't believe in the revolution that is that is said then or what. But you see, we still. How do I say this? Somebody said we don't know what we want. That is true to some extent. We don't. And the youth think they have this in their pocket this time around. You usually play this song on your show every time. That woman that said, "Mene, mene, mene." They will sing that song in February. Okay? I can assure that they will. I'm not saying if Peter Obi wins, it's good for everybody. But it's just that reality is facing us in the face. And it's better we are. You see, Tinubu moved to Abuja now. He now resides in Abuja permanently. Right? Peter Obi is still gallivanting, around the globe, still, collecting money for elections and all that. Somebody's already residing in Abuja. All you need now is just for him to give it a tour of Aso Rock, and that's what is remaining. So,
find the back door.
The reality facing out in the face, but we are, we still think it's just like a bread and beans. It's not. It's not. Somebody was addressing him on the television and said, "Incoming president." First time I heard that, I was like, wait a minute. I was taken aback. Incoming president when the election has not even been conducted.
Who is the person being addressed?
It was Sheik Gumi.
Addressing who?
Sorry?
Addressing who?
It was he addressed Tinubu as
they've been doing that. I do that too. I recognize him.
But we're talking about somebody close to him, somebody who knows him, right? So you begin to wonder what this. Of course, you're a media person. You can say what is, But we're talking about Sheik Gumi. So him saying it's going to be the incoming president, whether we like it or not. So, and that's right there is kind of like, we have to read meaning sometimes into this. And Peter Obi's video, I won't blame him to some extent because, he knew it was being recorded. But I wouldn't want him to, somebody says election season, stuff like this will come out. I don't really read into it because a lot of things circulating on the social media are not fact, are not real. Okay, these people, they sit down, they have friends cut across the nation, whether north or south or east. But it's the full soldiers. I say internet warriors. They are the one with the keyboard and type rubbish and post it online there. A co-worker of mine sent me something this morning on WhatsApp, and I read it about the Urban Nation, and I was like, "Come on, man, really?" I have a fear, but I will say that towards the closing of the show. Let me give floor to other people.
Okay, thank you, Adewale. Thank you so much. Common Sense, welcome to the show. Common Sense, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome.
So can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Okay. So I'm here to talk about our incoming president, Mr. Peter Obi.
Which one?
So any other one is counterfeit. If he like, he should go and reside near Aso Rock. He will never step his feet to that Aso Rock. Never in this history, never in this life. Some people are just hypocrites, which they don't understand that life is more important than you playing politics or playing tribalism. You understand? Nigeria has passed through a lot. Most of us are not even in Nigeria. Even some people that is even rooting for this man, Tinubu, they are not even in Nigeria. They are living life, living well in America or wherever they are. And there are a lot of people back home that can't even afford 3 square meals a day. And you are there shouting the next incoming president. Sometimes, do we even have conscience? Do we try to impress who? We have seen a lot of this. We have traveled. We have seen the way Nigeria is in backwardness, like in 18 something. But we still just pretend that it doesn't concern us because we don't have families that go through hell in Africa, in Nigeria. It hurt me so bad when I see my own countryman don't have conscience anymore because of tribalism or they pretend as if they don't see things that is going on. You know the right person deep down in your soul. Sleep and wake up in the morning and think about it if you don't know the right person. Let's be real to ourselves. That man is old enough that he can't even remember a lot of things. That's why he hasn't done any interview since he has come out to be a presidential candidate. He hurts me so much that we pretend so much. We pretend so much and we don't care. And I pray that for those people that pretend, may things happen to their family and they will know the reason why things should be changed in Nigeria. Trust me, if Mr. Obi was a fraudulent man, if he was a criminal, at least by now there must be something that has been leaked to him that will make EFCC or any crime organization investigate him. Let's stop pretending, Nigerians. We are one. You are in Nigeria before you became your tribal, I don't know what to call it. Sometimes it hurts so much that we Nigerians, we know the right thing, but we just pretend because of pride. Look, check your conscience very well. Have something taken hold of you that you don't even have conscience anymore? Let's be real. We know the right person, but we are just pretending. And I pray that may Nigeria happen to those people that pretend. Those people that pretend, let Nigeria happen to them. Okay, I'm not, Mr. Man, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Respect yourself. I'm not talking to you. You are not the only person here. You are not the only person here, please.
Okay, thank you.
Face your front. I'm not talking to you.
Common sense, thank you.
What kind of human being is this?
More, hold
you
on.
You are a useless person. You are a useless person. You dey kill your power. What the worry one?
Common sense. No. Okay, hold on, guys.
You're insulting my father?
Hold on, guys.
You see how they behave?
Are you crazy? Are you mad? What's wrong with this fool? You're crazy. You're useless old man.
No, common sense. No.
I thought you had a. Okay, now let me say.
Why don't you decide that? I say so personal.
Hold on, okay.
Leave him.
Is that the kind of presidency we have to have in Obi?
No, this is it's good that we have this show. You know, sometimes things happen. But let me say this: people confuse a lot of things, and sometimes we in the public space we deal with that. You know, so let's say I'm supporting Tinubu, for instance, or something, and people will say to me, because Tinubu says something right, and I said it's right. People say, "Oh, it looks like Tinubu has paid you," you know. So it's easy for people to assume things. The fact that I may not support something somebody is saying doesn't mean everything they are saying is wrong, you know. So in this public forum too, I hope we understand that we don't all have to agree. I don't expect everybody here to agree on a particular candidate or particular issue. If that is the case, then the show will not be interesting. And that's why sometimes people write me and say, why do you have Ovie here? Why do you have forefathers? We have them because they have unique views, different from everybody else. If you want to hear the same thing, you know where to go. You hear the same thing, where people talk about the same thing and agree. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in everybody here saying the same thing. It won't be interesting. I won't be able to watch it at home. So anyway, I hope also that people who, if you feel that something is being addressed to you, you don't get mad. I look at it like people come from different places, and you find that in every forum, everywhere you have Nigerians or Africans, any group, people come from different places. So it's not everybody that is where you are, or But I hope everybody who joins this show, we understand that we all have right to our opinions. John Abba used to be.
when I did not take my medication.
Now John Abba is I agree. I understand that, for whatever reason. It may be that in your dream, we had a guest last week that had a dream that the Queen will die. People leave people to their what talks to them. So anyway, it's interesting that the person that was called
Rodolph.
Yeah.
I'm at work. Just say, let me say a word before I go back to work. You can see that CM can see that I was not looking the way I was before. Brother CM, the campaign manager. And I understand.
I hail you.
Rudy, thank you for what you do. When you have been to a place where you are as a journalist and a public figure, it's easy for you to observe those things. But some of our viewers who do not follow this kind of a thing, they look it offensive. But it's go have your say. So you also should be prepared when you are coming here that some Nigerians, we all sometimes we don't diagnose ourselves so quick. So we need to be on medication like I am. When I don't take this medication, sometimes even though I'm a pastor, I act like I don't have Holy Ghost. So it's okay. And all the view we have all been talking about, let us not forget one thing. It's all about the passion and the love we have for our country. Whether we come the way, whether we agree on who to become the next president, or we have a different choice of who will become a president, it's okay. The most important thing is that we want it to go well with Nigeria. My good friend Paul is not here. Paul also want to go back to, I think he's from Delta area. And I wanted to go before, but I changed my mind. I think maybe they'll take my body there when I complete my building in the village. And if Obi is the president, it doesn't stop it. If Atiku, it doesn't stop it. If it's Tinubu, it doesn't stop it. The only thing is all of us as in Nigeria, all Nigerians home and abroad, let's work together in terms of have that understanding that we are all Nigeria and we all love this country. We want it to go well. The tribalism, everybody play it in one way or the other. It's a human nature. When I went to South Carolina the first time when I come to America, I was drawn to people that are speaking pidgin English. I felt that even though they are not from my tribe, but I felt that moment that I'm more safe in their hand than the others. And if I come to you now and I speak my language and you speak my language, I get drawn to you. It doesn't necessarily mean that that person loved me more than the person that didn't understand my language. But it's a human nature. So let us understand that we're all going to be okay. 25th of March, February will come and pass, and we deal with the aftermath of the election.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Just to add something before I come to MC and the other people that just joined us, Justice. I said this one time. I want to make sure that people also know this is like a reality TV show. This is like a Big Brother Niger, And recently, people may not know it. People are establishing their character, their personality. I go out there and I hear people now talk about this more than Dr. Damages, talk about people on this show. Like, whoa. I said, I don't know them. I've never met some of them. Most of them, people think I know them. They are my friends. But whatever image you present out there is what you carry with you wherever you go. And it's very important that people should know, even if you're answering common sense, you're answering whatever name you answer, your face is here, and this is how people will see you wherever you go. So it's important that we respect each other. We use, words that I know that people are passionate about Nigeria, and for people to spend 5 hours, we are about to clock 5 hours on this show. Nobody's getting paid. Nobody, it means we care, and I appreciate that. But also, it's important that we don't let our emotions to carry us away to the point that we say things that they're not appropriate. All right, Janaba, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll see you guys again by next week. Thank you.
Next week, yeah, please come next week. We have somebody.
Red level.
Yeah. All right, Janaba, thank you. Adewale, do you want to say something before I?
When you equate the show with the Big Brother in Nigeria, they are not the same. They're
No. What I mean by that is that is that wherever you appear and you talk.
Yeah.
People are watching, and people they come up with an idea of who you are based on what you are saying.
That is true.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
I think also, I could see the gentleman is a young man as well. So majority of them are not really politically savvy. They just follow the individuals and they're passionate about, the person. So I believe him having that ad boss is just the passion that he has towards Obi, and him seeing his candidate being talked about and not really in a way he wanted, brings that passion in him. But of course, he has forgotten that he has like over 500 people watching. He's gonna. I mean, he's forgiven. I don't think anybody in this show is gonna take it personal. So that's it. But this is not Big Brother, though.
All right, thank you so much. MC, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, it's been a while. How is California?
California has been going very well. Just that we pay so much tax. So
we also pay in New York. Yeah, which is interesting. One day we will actually leave all these personalities and talk about issues like federalism. The way it's structured here, compared to what we do in Nigeria. The fact that someone in New York or California is paying more in taxes than, you know, and anyway, that's a different topic. So what do you have for us today, MC?
I would like to touch a couple of things, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
I hope somebody is not going to come after me, just like the other
well,
guy.
that would be part of. Now we know it's part of the deal.
Came for after the one, but I'll still manage to say one or two things.
Yeah.
First, I think I need to make it clear, like at this point, if I'm in Nigeria today, I think I'll be a little bit convinced whether I can vote for any of the three leading candidates. That starting from Peter Obi, Tinubu, or Atiku. One problem I have right now is other candidates are being criticized. Like Atiku is being criticized, Tinubu is being criticized. But I felt like anytime Obi is criticized or somebody say anything about it, some people I will not say we again, because I'm not identified with any of the candidates. People tend to go after that person like brutally. Maybe some people do it like maybe a little bit polite. I'll start from the lady that came on the show, I think Proudly Biafra or something. She said something, and I noticed that for about 20, 30 minutes, people were still like criticizing or maybe in a way going against what she said. I think people need to be a little bit more tolerant. You can't go into election without people criticizing your candidate or examining your candidate or questioning the rationale behind some of the decisions of your candidate. And two, when it comes to like Obi, something I personally felt about him, that I'm being a little bit hesitant. It sounded more like Buhari in 2015. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. And up to today, if you see any interview Buhari granted and they ask him any question, his response is all about telling a story. Buhari will never answer any question directly if you ask him, except he's angry. When he's angry, he will give you a direct answer to that question. Otherwise, he'll be telling you stories of when Mongo Park met Ajalingo somewhere. That's what he'll be saying. And the same pattern I'm seeing Obi doing right now. Ask Obi any direct question, he will be parabolating, telling you stories. He won't come straightforward and tell you what exactly he's going to do. Looking at Atiku a little bit, I've seen Atiku coming out and saying, okay, this is how he's going to like join the wires together. Maybe what he's saying doesn't make sense, but I can like gauge his idea of this is exactly how he's planning to do things. Talking about Tinubu, I've not seen Tinubu coming out how exactly he's going to do it. The only thing he's saying right now is that I'm able to increase the IGR of Lagos. Okay, yes. The next question, or the next thing I want to be seeing Tinubu saying is this: I'm able to increase the IGR of Lagos to XYZ, and I'm able to use that IGR to do ABCD. If you can't complete it, if you increase the IGR of Lagos, and at the end of the day, we cannot account for that money, that's a problem. And the other side of it, I will come back to Doctor and Ralph. I don't know if Ralph is still around. Ralph, you always sound to be pro-woman. The other lady, you aren't fair to the lady. The way you just went after the lady saying people should say something again, please. If your stance is to defend the woman, today you didn't. Doctor, we have somebody that joined the show that called himself Common Sense, and maybe the other way around, shows that the common sense is not that common. I know this is like YouTube, it's not regulated like a national media where you have NBC or some people coming in. Once we see it like somebody is kind of showing some tendency of like maybe they miss their dose that particular day, maybe you'll need to like more aggressive in removing them so that people will feel more comfortable coming to these shows to actually express themselves. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, that's it's always an issue that we battle with. Some people think that we don't have a back room, so we don't know the opinion of anybody coming on this show. We don't know what they are going to express. So it's not like when you call a radio station here in America, they interview you first and know what you're going to say, and then they let you in, decide whether to let you in. So I don't know. And when it starts happening, whenever somebody goes off of the rail, so to say, there's not much you can do at that point. Sometimes we mute people. We try not to do that. We hope that public opinion out there, that the public will basically deal with that, and it happens most of the time. I don't think he felt that he accomplished anything by coming here and playing that role he played. Or I don't think if he felt that way, I don't think he doesn't understand public perception. If you look at the comments, you see that people are not really clapping for him. But anyway, we try as much as we can. Let me see if we can get Zik. Zik, can you hear me? We're trying for you.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Finally, yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So tell us where you joined us from, and then your comment.
Yes, I'm calling from Ondo State.
Akure, good.
To be precise.
Oh, nice. I went to school in Akure. Do you know that?
So, wow, we are precisely?
Futa.
Okay. My house is close to Futa. Yeah,
okay.
So, well, what attracted me to this place is the caption. The caption, shock as Peter Obi leads the poll. So I felt like, wow, let me actually find out what is going on. So then it's a live show. I was asking myself why the shock? Why the shock? Why would anybody be shocked that Obi is leading the poll? Well, let me just talk from the perspective of the location where I am. I am in Akure precisely. And if you really want to know how people view, if you want to know the opinion of what is going on, I think you have to move a little closer to, by the time you get to the market arena, you should be able to know how people perceive what is going on in Nigeria. Now, let us not be sentimental about the whole thing. Let us understand that everybody in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge, is very, 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 very tired of this administration. Everybody is tired. Everybody wants a change. Somebody asked a question I've been listening. Somebody asked a question. He said, what exactly is what exactly is pushing people towards Obi? Why are people actually rooting for Obi? Let me just, from my own perspective, let me just tell you a few things. Former Governor Peter Obi happens to be the only governor ever since, from the history of Nigeria, at least to the best of my ability, the first governor or the first past governor that has come to say that I was able to do this, I was able to do that, go and verify. This is strange to Nigerian politics, that a past governor will say that this is what I've done. I've done this, I've done that, go and verify. I was able to do this, I was able to save money, I was able to, do this for the state, go and verify. That is number one. Secondly, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, that a past governor would tell you that I was able to save so and so amount of money in the treasury of the state after paying off the debts. A state that was indebted before I came in, I was able to clear the debts. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, So among the young, among the youths, people are like, how can this be? This is strange to us. Can we put this man to a test? We know that this man is not a saint. He is not, he's not, he doesn't know it all. But if he can replicate what he did in Anambra State to Nigeria, there is a possibility that this guy can, move Nigeria out from where it is now to probably a better place. So the shock to me, yes, probably some people are shocked, but I don't know how the shock is like because everybody right now is trying, if it is possible, everybody wants this this government. They want a change in the
Okay.
government.
Okay.
And
Zik,
that is
Zik,
what, yes.
Zik, thank you. If you can hang around, we come back to you. Let's get to hear from Justice and Femi. We've not heard from them. Okay, we'll come back to you. Maybe somebody will explain the shock. Whoever came up with this title will explain the shock to you. All right, Justice, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Justices, we can hear you. Go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much. And I greet everybody in the house. And I appreciate you guys, and most especially our Dr. Okonkwo. I really appreciate the program. I have been watching and following you all the while.
Thank you.
Yeah, and something motivated me to be among your speaker this evening.
Okay.
Besides, the way some of us take the issue of supporting one candidate or the other so personal is very, very wrong on most of us. I think the House will oblige me to really say my mind, and I don't want anybody to go after me because the way I will say some certain things, just like that, our last brother who spoke when he was just, insulting somebody's, father is very, very, very wrong of that guy, man. That guy's not supposed to even come to this show at all. Number one, the guy lacks merit, he lacks education, and he lacks presentation to the public. When you are talking like this on the Facebook, on this program, this is a national program. If you think there are more than 1 million people watching every one of us the way we talk on this program, how can he just come to this program, so low to that extent he started insulting someone's parents? I think it's very, very wrong of him, Mr. Okonkwo. I think I'll oblige with my own mind with the House that guy should be seriously dealt with, not beaten, but try to give him some sanction, Mr. Okonkwo. That's for me.
Thank you.
Yes. And another thing again, and again, everybody's talking on one particular, candidate that you might be supporting. I think every one of us here, right here now, we are not really directing our support to one particular candidate. We want Nigeria to move to the next level. That is all our interest, which I think so. And so I don't think any government without criticism, I think that government is not ready. Any candidate. So everybody now should be having his own mind that here, if they criticize your candidate, it's giving your candidate opportunities, giving me a long way. It's giving me a straightforward, say, look, this is what my people, some people are, castrating me for. So I better change even if I have such a mind. So I think that's how government's supposed to be run.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's just my take.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Femi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph.
Welcome.
Yes, sir.
So it's your chance to talk. Anything you want to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
I know. So I had to pause because I feel the same way you do. As a matter of fact, I was surprised. I fell asleep while watching the program earlier, and I was surprised that you guys were still on and this is getting to more than 5 hours now. And what
Yes.
actually woke me up, I mean, to get away from the topics for now, what actually woke me up was when I heard the, in quotes, common sense come on. And just like everybody else, you see, Dr. Damages, I'll continue to say this until even beyond when I sound like a broken record. I think again we are our own greatest problems. At least you can see in this case now, it's not any foreign body that is, it's not any foreign country that caused anybody to come on your show to blab in a certain manner, and not only for me it wasn't Mr. Omori that was disrespected, but I mean I'll end it there. Now as to the topic again, I didn't plan to come on. It was just I wouldn't say I was shocked. It's just unfortunate. Now, but to the straight to the topic itself. Again, I don't know why shock is included in the title of your show today. Because for me, again, I'll go back to one of my talking points, which includes the fact that, I mean, beyond Peter Obi or Tinubu or Atiku, whether Nigeria will survive this time or not, it's beyond those people, it's beyond individuals. First of all, we don't have institutions anyway. And if you put that side by side with the fact that, I mean, here in America, where some of us, if not most of us, live, we've had a Trump. Anybody could be president. It's obviously everybody could be president anyway. It doesn't take away the fact that you might have individual opinions or differences. After all, I have an in-law who is so Tinubu-fied to the point where even some of the things he tells me, when I question him, when we try to have what you'd consider robust discussions, and we try to itemize things, the kind of things he tells me just makes me laugh, because even he cannot articulate beyond what is heard or what he sentimentally is tuned to. And I mean, I give it to him. I mean, sometimes we laugh over these things, even though, I mean, when you look at the Nigerian situation, it's not funny. But in any case, with respect to the shock again, I just feel I wish again, like I keep saying, somehow it's possible for us to have some kind of conversation on because I know earlier on when I was listening, I heard where some people were leading to the fact, and truly so, that we seem not to know what we want. I think we know what we want, and it's been expressed in terms of the frustrations that people have in their faces, people that live in Nigeria, because nobody knows how much it feels like someone that's going through a situation. But even you that you're not there, because it's often said that both the person that is ill and the person that's taking care of the person that's ill, they're both ill. So even though the other are not in Nigeria, we feel the pinch. Now, just to
Summarize.
to eventually to my final, because I wasn't prepared for this ad, or I woke up from deep sleep. That guy really woke me up. But anyway, I think we've come to a point that it's obvious, it's evident that we're in serious trouble. I keep saying it. Nobody is going to calm down. We are the ones that, whether it's elite or no elite, we the people, we are not, when we are ready, we'll solve our own problem ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Omori, I'll come to you next, but let me hear from Sheik. So just in case, Sheik, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. It's good to be here with everybody. Just to add my voice to people that were surprised about the topic. When I saw it, I was thinking, what are we going to discuss? But anyway, since it was a general Peter Obi discussions and everything, I kind of pick up some few items. The last time I was here, I said Tinubu was going to go Muslim ticket. So let's see what happens this time around again. Quick one is about the Peter Obi's campaign. Now, my concern is that it seems to have to be concentrating south of the Niger. Let me borrow CM's terminology. You know, all the rallies that have been happening, I think the one that has happened topmost is in Jos. And aside from that, everything has been southeast and maybe some south and some southwestern state. I think it's high time. I would have expected that by now, most of the consultation he would have been doing should be focused up north. And the reason why I'm saying that is, whether we like it or not, this politics is a game of numbers. At the end of the day, you know, it is the numbers that would speak. I was listening to Arise News, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, and Osita Chidoka was talking about a rule of 4. That from 99 till date, the people that have won the election have won in 4 political zones. So if you put the political zones together, there is no way that he won't have to make incursions into the north. And so I would have expected that that's what he should have been doing by now. I personally am not a proponent of all the travels he's done abroad and all that, because the truth of the matter is the majority of the people that vote are quite in Nigeria. So those are the things I expect that Peter Obi should be doing at the moment. And then another thing is, while he seems to be the preferred candidate for the youths, because of the suffering in the land and people are tired of the old folks, he needs to be playing the politics also, not just because he's in the hearts of men, but he needs to be playing the politics also. Number one, I would expect by now that we should have people speaking for him. It is not every somebody talk here, somebody talk there that Peter Obi should be responding for. They should have spokesperson. I mean, it should be presidential at the moment, and start talking to us and all that. So that's one thing I want to pick on Peter Obi's side. One other point I want to just throw in the mix is Tinubu's ticket. Shetima seems to be the person that has been going about, doing all the public appearances and talking to people and all that. The recent one is when he compared Tinubu to Sani Abacha, who actually made him go exile. For me, I think that's a sign of what is to come in terms of the person that either rules this country, if that tickets go through, or the state of Tinubu's health. So that's just the bit I want to compare at the moment.
All right, Sheik, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Omori, all right, respond. Raf, I'll come to you next.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I think that guy just attacked the wrong person. If there's anybody that has been critical about this government and what they stand for, or the two evil party, APC and PDP, I think I will rank myself number 1. So I don't know, I have a word of advice for the obedient and the coordinators. I think CM is here. This is not the first time I've been attacked. Like, if you cannot entertain, if you cannot accommodate superior arguments, if you cannot allow people, to air their views, you think you're helping Obi, you are destroying that man. If there's anybody that is critical about PDP and APC and what they stand for, see, this is a public, I'm not supposed to say this. If you give something to put on my body and enter their meeting that will wipe all of them off, I can do it. I'm so critical to that, extent. For somebody to come here just insulted my father, this is not the first time. But the other day, somebody was surprised that, they are going as you condemn one thing in other people, but you want to see it. You don't feel people, you don't put people in your own position. The other day, people went as far as lying against Showere. It's not about Showere. I've gone beyond coming on air to fight for my country. I've gone to prisons. I have bullets in my body for Nigeria. I've inhaled a lot of tear gas. My voice that is not sound today is a result of my activism. So I've gone beyond just talking about Nigeria. I've put my life on the line for Nigeria. I've not done enough. I feel I've not done enough. If I have opportunity to do more, I will. Insulting my father for what? I don't get it. So the other day, people were lying against Showere. Showere is this, Showere is that. They were even playing videos that were not related to the issue at stake. I'm like, this is uncalled for. This is what we condemn in other people. We should not do it here. Not on this platform anyway, on another platform altogether. I have the right to choose where I want to go. I believe in robust discussion. I believe in cross-fertilization of ideas. I believe in a superior argument. I believe in persuasion. I can never see myself working for PDP and APC. If Showere is not getting the Nigerians are not getting the message from Showere, I say if it's Obi that will come and break that rank, so be it. For somebody to just, I'm like, trying to call that guy, I was trying to call that guy to order. It's not personal. Air your views and leave that gentleman alone. You turned the whole thing against me as a bullet. I've taken more than that anyway. I'm not surprised. But people should be careful. Sometimes you think you are building Obi, you actually destroy him. People are watching what you're doing. It's not, We've done more than just talking. We have gone to prisons for years for Nigeria. I'm talking, people are hearing me, people know me. You know, I didn't just know Sowore today. On June 12th, I was almost killed. I lost 5 people sitting beside me in the same vehicle. In the attempt to actualize June 12th. We've come a long way. So I'm not, you know, it's not personal anyway. I'm not angry. I've gotten more than what he just said. We'll continue to get more until Nigeria gets better. Thank you very much for having me once again.
Thank you, Omori. We appreciate you. Ralph, go ahead.
What I've said to Omori is that man is not you, you are not that man. So nobody is at where you are. I don't blame the man for what he said because you don't know where his frustration is at. We have had people make treasonous comments on this platform. If you are going by what the administration that's in power calls treason, people have made treasonous comments on this platform. Last week, somebody advocated for Nigeria solution to in power. And nobody, I'm the only person that called that person out. Nobody said that was a problem. And if you need a Hitler in power, that means you need to kill people. Who do you want to kill in Nigeria? Nobody still calls that thing out. The person has done it before. He has asked for people to be killed. You people don't understand what that means. If somebody is carrying an idea like that in his head and he has a YouTube channel, that means he's influencing people. You are bringing people to power who will kill people when they get power. You people don't get mad about that, but we get mad over the insults that don't affect us. That you can insult my father. I'm a bastard anyway, so I can tell you that one. So that don't affect you. Can call me a bastard. What thing go do? All of us who grew up in Nigeria, if you didn't come from money, you have been called a bastard. You have been called a shower. You've been called whatever. It bounce off you. It go bounce off you. But the issue at hand is, do you want to make the country better? That's why I can come after Ovie, because Ovie knows better. I know the conversations I've had with Ovie in the back, and we know the person that we have as a friend in Finland. We know what we've talked about, and I know what he believes. But I know what he's telling people on YouTube today, and they don't know. And I know what he's convincing people about, and they are carrying it on their head, and they're going to kill human beings. That is the dangerous thing. And we don't try to stop that. And that's why I come hard at people, that the most dangerous thing is when you come with a smile on your face and say, hey, go and do this evil thing. And we say, that's what we won't. But it's when you come and with anger, say, your papa, then we now react with, that's the one I want to, because it's that inferiority complex. That's the thing I talk about, that the things we should react to, we don't react to it because we don't see it as danger. That's how we now end up with a Rwanda later on, where it's now the cockroach and they're not using machete to cut people's heads. We don't need to wait for that. When you see the dangerous things coming, when somebody starts spewing the dangerous language, cut them short. That boy, I don't call him, he's a young man. Common sense. What he needs is somebody reaching out to him and say, oh boy, your blood to the heart right now. Just calm down, my boy, calm down. You know, me and you did the same page. Mr. Omori, you're much wiser than him. You have seen life more than him. So you know that people have insulted you more than that. It not affect you anyhow. It not affect you. So you're not supposed to. But when justice come here saying it needs to be dealt with, what do you mean by dealt with? That's military language from military era. When the military said we need to deal with him, there was a man when I moved to Port Harcourt. He was a journalist. He had one of the independent papers, and the military shaved his head with bottle. They shaved the man's, and the scars never left his head. The scars never left his head, and that's what they call deal with him. That's when they say deal with him. That's what it means. That's the language of deal with him. And some of us are too young to know what that means. That's why I don't like when, I will come against you when you say, we need Hitler in Nigeria. Gaddafi raped thousands of women. That's why he was killed brutally by his people. But we want to say it's Obama. Obama didn't come. It wasn't Obama. But we don't want to talk about that. We don't need to be worried about, our people are angry, the boys are angry, the girls are angry, youths are angry. So they will not have the decorum of British politics, of American politics. No, they don't need it. But we can reach out to them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. CM, you wanted to say something?
Well, what I have to say is that actually, sometimes the way the delivery, the way we put our views across, sometimes it might be a nice view, but it becomes toxic because of the language we use. So Omoruyi, at least you're a very learned person. So on behalf of everybody, just don't put it to mind. Why I'm particularly annoyed about what the chap said was everybody is urging him to stop. At least we all witnessed it. So that means that you're not on the right track. You should have at least obeyed the host, Rudolph, me, and some other people saying no, 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 and then he continued to move. So that doesn't mean anywhere. That's where he missed the point. Actually, the situation in Nigeria can make somebody mad. But the thing is, in trying to manage anger, there's a way you do it. You cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. Nobody can be. All of us are annoyed. Nobody is happy. But what I do not want is for somebody to say, because maybe I'm outside the country, I do not appreciate what is going inside. No, that is insulting people outside. I don't believe that. Never. I don't believe. After all, why did the person leave before? There must be something. So, and then every day, where 2 or 3 Nigerians are gathered, the decision is back home. Where 2 or 3. In fact, I give people headline. When I phone them, they say, how do you know? I say, I'm on the YouTube every day. I listen to the ABS news from my state, Anambra, every day, morning and evening. I must go and check. So when we're asking all this, then that is as far as that goes. So let us always realize that we know what we participate. I mean, we are part of the suffering there because we send money home or we do other things, and then even if it's more moral support, it pains us. That's having said that. There's a point I want to take to. I think was it either MC? I think if you spell my name with the other way, MC. I think so. MC, that might be Peter Obi's strategy. Like if you ask him a question at this point, you expect people expect details. Probably I feel that I've noticed that too. The devil they say is in the details. Probably from 28th of this month, everything. I mean, there's no all holes bare, so you can now start to blaze, and then go anything. Analyze the fact, give detail of what you want to do. I feel that is a strategy because I remember Doyi Okupe, the director general, saying that people are expecting people to be this and that. He said, but let them wait when the campaign starts. They will be able to explain so many things in details. So I'm feeling that is like you observed, MC. It's also a strategy. And then what Shegu said regarding, the politicians. Yes, the thing is, one thing I want Nigerians to understand is this. Whatever choice we make, because I've always told people, like, well, if you feel that the old order is good, well, we don't need to complain. I wish Nigerians can analyze politics the way they do it in the Western world by answering one question, which is, are you happier? In saying 2023, you asking people, are you happier today than you were 4 years ago or before this is this? If you say you are happier, continue. If not, make the change. But our people, maybe they can't read in between the lines. So that's why I always, when I'm supporting Peter Obi to take over, not really because he's a saint or he hasn't got fault. At least I want people to be pointing it out so that I can take it on board. But the thing is, by supporting him, in fact, as a person, I've argued it maybe on another platform, that people might think that 9 months is a long time. The real change, I've asked him, say if Peter Obi gets in, hopefully by 29th May, if we can bring back Nigeria to the level of 2014 within 1 year, in fact, I will celebrate him. That is to say, you're able to crash a bag of rice from 30,000 to about 8,000 or 9,000. Nigerians will clap hand for you, despite the fact that the roads are still bad. So that's when I look at these things, I'm always realistic. In fact, to me, I have to, because you have to be hopeful. You have to be hopeful that something will improve. But Nigerian situation, the way it is, whoever takes over, that's why sometimes I say Peter Obi is taking a risk for putting his neck out to come and then, be the leader. Otherwise, because it's not going to be easy. Expectation is sky high. The resources to do it overnight or within 6 months might not be there. Nigeria is indebted to the tune of anything you can think of. As of today, then you can add till December, the debt profile will continue to rise. Inflation is spiraling. So I don't know whether the shape it's gonna take, but I'm only living on hope. That is my own. I'm only hoping that when he gets in, with the support he's going to get, hopefully the things will start to calm down before it gets out of hand. Otherwise, the situation is really, really unbearable for people at home. We know it. I appreciate all those things. But what can we do? We should have to express hope. So let me yield for now. I'll come back later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't know if we have a lot of letters. Buddy, go ahead. We're rounding up now. So
Quickly said it before we leave. If Dr. Damages could remember back in 2013 and 2014, in one of your show, you described NOI poll. You described it as in Willa Okonjo Willa, something like that. Poll. And if you look at NOI antecedent, they projected in 2013, early 2014, that Jonathan will win the election. And definitely they failed. The same thing in 2019, that Atiku Abubakar will definitely win. But the results turn out to be something else. And this time around, they come up with another poll. Statistics is fine, but you can tell different story with statistics. The data that we're pushing out there, two things are missing. The sample size, you weren't told. The percentage of error, you weren't told. And if you are a clear observer of the political demography, the voting pattern in Nigeria, regardless of how people are hungry, regardless of the emotional level of the people, if you could remember, over time, since 2003, Buhari has been trying on winning overwhelmingly in the north. And I believe if the northerners are so savvy or on the social media, the noise will be on the same level like Obi. So I think we've reached a point whereby we should start analyzing state by state. In a matter of like the past 3 months, we've had 2 series of elections in Ekiti and Osun. What is performance of Labour Party? Is Labour Party there? Are they in that state? If you move to the north, even with the middle belt, the boss, the movement, we're only seeing it in Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, and majorly down in the south. If you go to the hinterland, like Osun, Ekiti, Ondo, even those people that are championing the rally in Ondo, they are not even Yorubas. If the son of the soil could not champion a rally for you in a particular place, you are not sure of winning. You can only rig when you are popular. That's the point. The issue of statistics, that data by NIO, we shouldn't rely on it. We shouldn't rely on it. Statistics is good. And another point I need to mention is the issue of what they said, this guy, the guy from former governor of Borno State, what they said that Tinubu is going to be like Abacha. I think that's not the real issue. You know, he's suggesting something for Obi and he's saying something else for Tinubu. Like for Obi, it's a night time for Obi to start speaking through the surrogate. He should get expert on the board. I think he's still going by no shishi because he didn't want to spend money. If you want to take part in democracy, you have to spend money. For Shetima is not a big masquerade like Tinubu. Tinubu need to push him out there to speak to people so that people could accept him. I think it's a strategy. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I wanted to say we're rounding up, but I have new people that joined us, CD and Forefathers. We just want to hear them out, and then we do the what keeps you up at night and round up. CD, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much. I've been following your show, Mr. Okonkwo. Thank you so much for having me on here. I just wanted to add just a couple things to what everybody is saying about the polls. I think I personally think that polls don't really work, especially in Nigeria, because we don't really have any data. How do I put it? We don't really have a database. I don't know the last time we had a census. I don't know what they these things are based off of. So I'm not sure that those things are accurate. I think it's really misleading. So yeah, when I saw that, I was like, oh no, I really don't believe this, because like somebody else said, Obi is not really out there in the north, which is the biggest voting bloc, I think. So he needs a lot of work up there. I also wanted to add to the guy that was really upset earlier. That's when I just joined, or when I was about to join, I was watching. And I think it's okay for people to be upset. People should be angry because, we're all Nigerians. We've seen continuous promises and failure by these leaders, and we shouldn't. There's no reason anybody should sit here and say, "Oh no, you shouldn't." And I'm not saying that he's right for the way he was attacking the other gentleman, but I think people should be upset. People should be angry. Even in American politics, you see these things happen. If you remember Trump and Hillary, it was a lot of that has to go down as maybe one of the most toxic elections ever. So these things happen, and I think it's normal for us to see these things. If you can, you maybe tell the person, hey, But that's really all I wanted to just add on. Add to what what I heard. Thank you so much for letting me speak and.
All right, thank you, thank you.
This. Yes,
thank
sir.
you so much. When I saw Son of God, when he came on first, I was thinking he was living with forefathers. So when forefathers now came in, I saw they have the same decoration, the same apartment. Forefathers, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you, forefathers. We can't hear you. Try to figure out
yourself.
Maybe we are.
Who can hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, better. Okay.
Yeah, the sound was, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the viewers and on the chat. Yeah, about the polls. And from what I can see, these polls are quite dodgy, but I think Peter Obi should be happy that he's ahead. Anyone should be happy. Better to be ahead than to be behind, isn't it? But given the samples and the undecideds, not to mention the KG ones that refuse to answer, that refuse to disclose who they are going to vote for. You remember all the type of white voters that don't want to tell you who they are going to vote for when Obama was running? You have to be worried about those ones because they are looking to vote for somebody that people are not very proud of. So, so this poll should be taken lightly. I think if it was around 20 points ahead, I think Tinubu and Atiku should be really worried then. But because 20 points ahead means that over 60-70% of the people have already indicated what they are going to choose. The gap is a lot larger. But that 50% is dodgy, that decide not to disclose whom they are going to vote for, because Peter Obi supporters generally want to shout it off from the top of the roof. You see that, and there is a 33% that is not indicating, undecided. So it's still all there to play for. And but if I was Peter Obi, I would rather be ahead than be behind in such a poll, because that also represents momentum, if not for anything else. So yeah, that's my take on that aspect. I think regarding some of the discussions I've had, and you hear people, some of them going on about North, South, and Igbos being scapegoated, like stopped at all kinds of stuff we hear. And from what I see in Nigeria is that, from my observation of having conversations, what I observe in Nigeria is that most people that go into power, they are not prepared. They think they are, but given the discourse in Nigeria, they are not prepared. Because this is why when they get into power, you find that they get compromised. How many times have we seen leaders that have fought for people, like Amori is saying, he's fought for people, bled for Nigeria, but when they get into office, they just become the same thing again. Why? It's because they are not prepared for what they are going to find when they get there. Because if you are prepared and you understand what is needed to be done, you're not going to go there and compromise. You're going to go there and everything that you see there will surprise you. And this is the thing. And when I talk to Nigerians about the way our discourse is being had, this is one of the things I applaud Rudolph about. He actually affirmed it again when he said it's good that people of different voices come in here, because the discourse is often narrow. And most Nigerians don't take into account a different dimension that is affecting the country, which is the foreign aspects, the foreign power aspect of our country, where most of the money that is being stolen, where it is ending up. 80% of the funds being stolen from Nigeria is not in Nigeria. And nobody talks about the elephant in the room. The discourse is too narrow. And this is why when people get into office, they find out that there's a big whole dimension out there that they've not factored in. And suddenly they find that they cannot make the sacrifice that's required to hold that office. Because if you get into office right now, you have to be prepared to sacrifice everything. Because where we are right now requires you to be able to do all that. But some people, they just want to go in there, think that they're going to push the paper, nudge it a little bit forward. When you nudge it a little bit forward, you're going to come back and you're going to be like every other Nigerian politician, because that's what they've all been doing, and we never got anywhere with it. And this is something I really wish Nigerians recognize a bit more in themselves. Most of us are not ready. I spent more than 30 minutes talking to somebody, calling funny people masters, and saying that we need to learn our way. When we get time, then we'll get there. People will end up in office and they will not have a clue what to do. Some of them sit here mourning the people that enslaved their forefathers and all the rest of it. How can that same person end up in office and be able to free us from the malaise that we are in? How can somebody that is bowing to foreign people that they worship 5 times a day and see them as superior to themselves be able to free the Nigerians? Because when they go into a meeting with them, they capitulate. They see everything and they actually say it. These people that we go into meetings with, they say it all the time. They say they'll go to China. China will give them hassle. They go to India. India will give them. When they come to Africa, we just sign everything. We don't even care. Right now, as we speak, the other day I was highlighting it. One of Ghana's international in Ghana's international airport, one of the terminals has been ceded off to the American military. An airport terminal ceded to a foreign power without consulting the people. And this is the thing. And if you're not prepared for it, how can you know how to deal with all these problems? Because these are big problems, and our leaders will just do it and nobody will have any say about it. This is one of the things we have to be debating about in our country, because before you know it, there are people that are talking about within the next 25 years, we are going to be recolonized again in a more direct way. Because most of our leaders are not taking permission from us. And how do we even know how to have that discussion when we are not even telling them that, okay, if you want to sign any territory away to any foreign power, you need to take permission from the leader, from the people. There needs to be a referendum before you cede any of our territory to foreign powers. Nobody is doing that. We are not even prepared. That's why I say we are not prepared. We don't even know how to protect our country from our own people.
Forefathers, hold on, okay? I want you to think about this as you conclude your thoughts. One of the comments we were getting on the comment section is that we didn't talk about Gumi, that everybody avoided the issue of Gumi. What happened? That was one of our subjects. So, of course, if you look at those that are getting my messages, we have 3 different topics. The first one was Peter Obi and the poll. The second one was Gumi and the investigation going on about his media aide. And the third one we didn't even get to was the inflation figures in Nigeria. It's at 20.53%, and the highest since, I think, 10 years, 20 years. So, but the people were saying that we didn't touch on Gumi. I raised it and everybody moved away from it. Are we afraid of talking about forefathers? This is your territory.
Gumi, I don't know, what did he do? All I know about him, he seems like a nice guy. He was the one that was saying that they have to cede power to the south. Was he not the former Borno governor or something? Is he
no, not that one. Sheik Gumi is in Kaduna State. He is
what did he do?
The go-between of the bandit and
terrorist spokesperson.
The bandit
Oh.
spokesperson. Yeah, the bandit. Yeah.
I guess maybe they decided that they found something on him to arrest him. On that one, we have all had the reports about list of people that are sponsoring terrorism, and where are the arrests? We don't have them. And for me, that is very concerning. And this is some of the things we as Nigerians don't care about, because ordinary people don't care about those things. I don't blame them. But there should be organizations holding government accountable. Why is it that there is a list that they claim that they have, but nobody knows the list and nobody has been arrested or tried or anything about for sponsoring terrorism? So these type of things will keep happening. Why they arrested that guy? If they've not arrested the one that they claim that they know, now they choose to arrest the guy. Maybe they arrested the guy for a totally different reason. Maybe not for the reason we think they're arresting him for. My take, from what I can see in Nigeria, is that there's a lot of shady deals going on in Nigeria. Things that are not explained to the people. This is what I mean by our people are not prepared. Our leaders, when they get there, they discover things that every armchair warrior doesn't know about. There's this organization that they talked about, apart from AFRICOM, that is going around in Africa calling politicians and telling them Ukraine or Russia, which side do you belong? In other words, telling our politicians that you have to choose a side. Now, these are happening in African countries right now. These people, they are reshaping the world. And I was saying this stuff the other day, that when you see Russia and Ukraine fighting, you think it's a fight between them and the Americans and all the rest of it. We should be worried. And I was saying it because I was watching a program the other day, and the lady, a white lady, was hearing one other North African analyzing this stuff. Then she said, but why is Germany the third largest defense spending country now? Because in her mind, he said that, is it not Africa they are going? Because she knows they are not going to go after, this is not after Russia they are going after. Because they cannot go after Russia, they cannot go after China. Then why are they arming themselves to the teeth?
All right.
And we don't sense danger because our threat assessment is completely gone, and our people are not even ready. I really lament the fact that our people are not ready. They are not thinking about these things. All they worry about is, well, now some man is doing this, a Yoruba man is doing this, and this pole go up here, this one is sorted, this one. That is all they seem to be worried about. This is why we are not getting anywhere. We need to be having serious conversations about our country. And I saw the way you were questioning that presidential candidate the other day, and I was impressed because you were pushing him and trying to force some people to actually give us concrete answers. We cannot just sit here and watch ourselves being recolonized. And I'm telling you, these people will sell us out. We will not even know. We will not even be part of the deal. We've seen it happen over and over again. They don't take permission from the people. The Somali president, when he was being sworn in, to become president. He's inviting American troops into the country. No permission from the people, nothing.
Please, Mr. Rudolph, can I just ask him a question, please? Is it possible?
Yeah, hold on. Before you do that, just a reminder. On Saturday next week, we're about to clock 6 hours, so I think we can do 4 hours next week. We have to. I'm inviting all of you to join me so that we question the SDP's presidential candidate, Prince Adewale Adebayo, on Saturday for 4 hours. We try to send. We try to give him 100 questions in 4 hours. We hope other candidates will also come in. This will be the first one we are going to do. And hopefully after that, we will get other candidates to also come and take the questions. Yeah, go ahead, son of God.
Yeah, I was going to ask forefathers because he's gone on quite a bit with this. I don't know if I want to call it a rant or whatever. When you say you want all these guarantees from all these people, how are you going to get this guarantee? Let me assume that somebody you speak to, maybe you or somebody that represents you, speaks to one of these people, and they tell you everything you want to hear, because you've said everything you're going to say now. You say you want this, you want that, you want this. They have to guarantee you this, they have to guarantee you that. They tell you all the things you want to hear. Then when they get there, how are you going to be sure that if they tell you everything you want to hear, that there's a 100% guarantee that when he gets there, what he's told is what he's going to do. How do you get that 100% guarantee? Because all these things you are saying, you want all this, you want all this, you want that, want that, want that. If he agrees with everything you're saying, he tells you everything you're saying is true, and that he's going to do everything you want. How do you guarantee that he will live up to his promise?
All right.
I think it's a fair question. I think it's a fair question. How you can't guarantee that a leader will live up to what they've said. This is why, one, it's good to ask for one, because if you propose the idea, sometimes they don't even know. Like I said, most Nigerians get into that place, they don't even have a clue what they are going there to do, because they never really understand the bigger picture of what they are dealing with. Secondly, you can also tie whatever guarantees they give to you into a process whereby they engage whatever organization. Like you can go through the NLC now. A section of the NLC can say, okay, we are going to be meeting you every month. You have to sign up. Your party has to sign up to this. When you people, if you want our support, things like that, you force them to agree with a certain organization where they are going to be submitting reports and both sides are going to be interacting. Because in the end, if they refuse to submit to these things, then they are not there to help you. Clearly, you shouldn't vote for them. They should be ready to interact with the people on something that both sides have agreed on. Like, okay, if you say you're going to give us power supply in 4 years' time or in 2 years' time, what have you done this month? What have you done next month? This was the plan we had. Why have you changed it? What is happening here? And if you change it, the people have to make a big noise about it. And if there are ways to make them pay for it, which I don't know of how to do that yet, but if there are ways to make them pay for it, apart from using an election, then you apply it. If there is a way, I don't know that way yet. It's a fair question to ask. And this is the thing. It's not. I'm just one person here. We have to be coming up with ways to hold our politicians accountable and make them ashamed that they didn't live up to their obligations or their promises. Because right now they just go and get away with it.
The reason why the reason why I asked him that question, I didn't ask him because I didn't know what I asked him that question because I think the crux of the matter, the most important thing is that when you are talking about electing somebody or when you're talking about backing a particular candidate, you have to look at the antecedents. You have to look at the history of that person, because you can't just go and get. I'll give you like an example. I'm not going to expect Atiku or Tinubu. Atiku or Tinubu can promise me heaven and earth, and I will not believe them. You know why I will not believe them? They could be honest. It could be possible that Atiku may actually want to do it, or Tinubu may want to do it, but I will not believe them. You know why I will not believe them? Because the antecedents, their history, will not make me believe them. And it is possible that Obi may agree with me, his antecedents or his history will give me more confidence, but I'm still not very sure that he will do it. But I'm more likely to go with him because of his antecedents. And this is the point. It's all about, so when you make all these demands, say you are going to make demand, the person you are making the demand from has to be somebody that when you look at his history or when you look at his antecedents, you can say based on that, it's possible, there's a possibility that he will live up to his promise. And that is the crux of the matter.
I get what you are saying. See, look at Bola Ige. Sorry, let me just add this.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. There are two things I want to bring up. One is that I think our platform allows us to spend maximum of 6 hours, and we are 4 minutes to 6 hours. Just in case we are cut off, I just want to say thank you all for joining this show. But it may not be. But we've never gone.
It's supposed to be 12 hours.
Okay, I don't know. Just in case, I don't remember. We did 5 hours maximum, so we are 56. Also, Omori, I think the guy that came on air apologized to you.
He has several times.
Yeah. So people are saying that you should accept the apology. I don't know his name.
Apologized several times.
Yeah, actually, I don't know his name, so I don't know.
I wasn't even angry in the first place. I've seen more than that. I wasn't angry at all, and I'm not angry at all. Those are part of the game.
I think this term that we use, antecedents, I think it's only a Nigerian term that I hear. I never hear it anywhere else. It's basically history of what they've this in their record. That's the way they describe it in the West. They'll say, what is your record? I think that is not even necessarily a guarantee, because Buhari had a good record when he was, at least they thought he had a good record when he came the first time. And Bola Ige was a very, very, upstanding guy. He wanted to, get electricity. He came in, he said, we're going to get electricity back on. He wasn't able to get it. And the reason why I am highlighting this is because just if I go by that history alone, and I take into account where Peter Obi has been and the people he has shook hands with and all the rest, yeah, he's not that different from any of the other group. After all, he was part of PDP. So in the end, what I see is that the people are the ones that have to make them do something. Because what I've seen is the Nigerian government, you can say whatever you like about them, they are not totally left to what the people want. I saw what happened with the NSAS protest. I also saw the fact that they are very, very reluctant to remove fuel subsidies because they are worried about the instability it's going to cause. I also think it's because the people that are profiting from the fuel subsidies are also influencing, both sides are coming together, the Nigerian people, the fuel subsidy people. So that's why they are not moving the way they want to move. So it tells you something that the people are not without influence if they change. Because I believe if the people's mind change and say, you know what, we are not going to tolerate a country without 24/7 power supply. You are going to get it. If you say you're not going to tolerate it anymore, you will get it. You know why? Because when it comes down to it, the government tells you that, you know what, I've run out of money. You have to donate to get the electricity. Then it will be up to the people to donate. I tell you, there is no way we are going to solve all these our problems without the people paying into the national coffers. They will have to, because other nations do it. Even nations that are richer than us, they pay into the national coffers. And this may be the reason why some Nigerians are shy about coming forward and saying, you know what, you have to fix this, you have to fix this. Look at the ASU strike too. The same thing happened. They strike for so long that the parents said, you know what, we are going to pay. Yet ASU refused. So people want to pay when the time comes, but I just hope that we all are aware that we have to pay into the system to fix everything. Nigeria is too big. Nigeria societies are complicated. You have to pay for it.
All right, forefathers, thank you so much.
Sorry, I've been going on. Yeah,
I know you've been going on just because you just joined us. We're going to go around now. I'll start from MC. The normal thing we say when we close, which is what keeps you up at night. Use the opportunity to air your view about maybe something you forgot to say or what you care about Nigeria. MC.
What keep me up at night? Maybe nothing really that much. However, I'm bothered about the situation of things in Nigeria. What happens sometimes when we have some of these conversations that sometimes you go like a little bit rough. I know the situation of things in Nigeria is really bad, and I like it to the situation of the situations of like some situation I've witnessed those days in Lagos. Just things that you think is just shouldn't cause a serious crisis, especially when you're in public transport. The way people start insulting each other like crazy. So an average Nigerian out there is like gunpowder. He's just looking for something to light it up and just explode. So I understand it. The pain is there. For some people back home, that they think like people in America, they're having it like people outside the country, they're having needs very good. Yet we're benefiting some things that an average Nigerian doesn't benefit. But on the other way around as well, people work like hell here and they send the money back home. That's very common. So a lot of Nigerians outside the country are very, very responsible. So it's also painful, like you're making money and you're sending it back to somewhere that you're not supposed to be, things that you're not supposed to be responsible for. So we are all feeling the heat in essence. That's what I'm saying. I like that the guy came back and apologized. That's very good of him. It shows that it was just like that just happened to him by accident. That's what I would just say. So it's not like it's a typical normal daily behavior. But the other way around, the politicians, I wish Nigerians will open our eyes. Don't just support anybody anyhow. Even if your brother is the one contesting the election, ask him critical questions. If your brother is going to be there and give you billions of nairas because he's there, that doesn't guarantee that all the roads that you'll be plying will be roads that are going to be good, or you won't be able to use that money in your bank to actually lay a good road for yourself. Government needs to be there working so that everybody is going to enjoy good education, good earth, good all those good amenities. So I wish our country best of luck, and I wish our people will be more calm to have intellectual conversation instead of attacking each other. I know politics involves that one that we need to kind of engage each other. It's good, but not like a brutal way. And definitely when we're suggesting that, oh, Tinubu supposed to do this, Atiku supposed to do this, Obi supposed to do this, or so we're supposed to do this, it doesn't mean that all of us are perfect or better than them. If we're maybe better than them, maybe we're supposed to be the one on the balance. However, this is our country. They want to govern us. We have that right to ask them questions. We have right to actually choose who we want to actually support at the end of the day. So if you come outside there that you want to become a politician, it's just like you're walking naked outside there. People will say a lot of things about you, and you should be ready to take that. So I wish everybody best of luck. And Dr. Damages, if you want to solve my own problem, what's coming up, if I can say, like something that is paying tax in California, it's becoming worrisome to me. So
yeah, I understand that. We live in New York. We are the same. California and New York are the same, you know.
It's not that the same. Maybe if you can start helping me pay half of my tax, then
just elect a Republican. That's all.
That's also good, but it comes with its own problem also.
All right. Thank you so much, MC. What keeps you up at night?
Okay. Let me start real quick so that I won't take much of the time. Now, my brothers from the Southeast, they've done a good job. They've done excellent job in marketing candidacy of Mr. Peter Obi. And they're going at it very good. I watched a documentary on YouTube, BBC Africa, where it was, I heard that the hype-up distributed phones and computer to the youth so they can bombard the social media with promotions and all that with the Peter Obi's promotion. I don't know how true is that. So most of the time when I come across comments on the social media, I always think maybe the documentary is true to some extent. Now, you know, when I see Peter Obi, it reminds me of Vice President Yemi Oshibajo. You know, the man can speak Turanshi. I remember during the primary election, and a lot of things going, a lot of discussions and permutations and theories, and the man was served a cold tea early in the morning, okay? And then where is it today? Well, that apart, I'll move to online. I read the people's comment. If you don't belong to this, you belong to that. I don't belong to any political party, and all the candidates are the same. So I will call myself a centrist because, you know, whatever the pendulum swing, I roll with it because Nigeria will always remain Nigeria. Now, going with, I deliberately decided not to discuss the poll because there's no there. There's no. People have said a lot about it, and you shouldn't take it. Even the person considered to be leading should not take it serious because there's no there. Now, going with Sheik Gumi, I think the man should be locked up. Nigeria factor is playing out here. We're talking about internal insecurity. We're not talking about external aggression now. We're talking about Nigerian, be a spokesman to a bandit. I don't even want to call them a bandit. I want to call them terrorists. Okay? How could that be? Of course, it's no way. Somebody once said it, I forgot the name of this individual, that there's no way there will be anarchy or trouble in the land that the government would not know about it. We all know, but you know, the personal interest of the people involved, you know, the village people will come and say, don't touch these people and all that. But you see, in a country, how could that even be? Somebody who is, okay, how did they even communicate? How is it communicated with the terrorists? So the federal government should be ashamed of themselves in the first place. But the federal government also, I'm talking about the presidency now, is handicapped because I guess the interests are coming left and right, and you know, and he's hand tied. But at the same time, that man know more than the federal government. I'm not surprised the spokesperson was arrested outside the country, because if that could have happened here, that would not happen in Nigeria. That, it would never happen in Nigeria. But you see, my fear for next year is this. I've said it a couple of times on this show. We have our what you call them, police force. We have limited numbers. We have huge polling booths, and I foresee a chaotic election. I foresee trouble in the land, and I can tell you this: a lot of these established politicians are going to hijack it and utilize that opportunity to make sure the election tilts towards them. Because why? I don't think any parent will allow his or her child to go to the poll and see where there's a trouble and let that child go out. It's not going to happen. So, and when the youth and they're not there in the field to cover and to make sure their vote count, guess what will happen? The established politician will take the cake. That is what I foresee, and that is my fear. We may decide to push it aside, but it's what I think is going to happen, because we have our policemen. We have, I think, 200,000 policemen, and we have almost, I think, 1,000 polling booths in Nigeria. And then if you want to put those policemen in each ward, we're talking about maybe 2 policemen at max. And if area boy in Lagos come and snatch disrupt the polling booth, do you think you're going to allow your children to be there? You don't want them killed like in what happens in Lekki. So that is what I say keeps me up at night. And it's better, we take it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Omori, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, the trouble in Nigeria, deprives me of sleep every night. I started fighting for Nigeria when I was 13, 14. I could sneak out from my village all the way to Lagos. All the man from Ojota to Yaba to wherever I was involved. Through Shomole, through NSC, through NAS and everything. In our time, we could not take the nonsense that is happening in NAS today. I'm even having the feeling that the politicians have infiltrated the NAS body. We didn't have a NAS zone A, zone C, zone B. We had one NAS, one National Association of Nigerian Students. That is the division that is working against us today. Like my brother Adewale, you should not see the movement as Eastern or Igbo movement. This was the same mistake Nigerian government made during the Nigerian Civil War. They saw the action from the Eastern region as a police action. And that was the costly mistake they made. And we are about to make the same mistake again. People are angry. People are angry. People are angry. People are angry. People are hungry. I don't see NAS body in existence, and students are home for 7 months, no school, nothing is being said. The other day, I listened to the gentleman called the NAS president. He was saying that the chairman of ASU was not picking his call. The chairman, I have not heard from the chairman. The chairman must have a reason for not having me. If you even listen to what is coming out from the so-called NAS president, you'll be disappointed. So, the division among us should stop. If we must live as a nation, if they want to divide us, they come with the tribal card, the religious card. This is why we are not united as a people. And they will continue to take advantage of us and get away with so much. They say we are not stoning them. That is why they are doing what they are doing to us. This is the time for us to come together. The popularity of Obi is not about where he comes from. It's not about his personality. It's about the costly mistake of PDP and APC over the years. How could you? It's the high sense of this sensitivity to show that at this critical moment, at this juncture where we are in Nigeria, where people are angry, where people are clamoring for a change, the best that could come out from APC is a Tinubu. I used to respect Tinubu. He was one of the best strategists we used to have, in a way to escape from Nigeria. How do we go about the movement, the protest? He was there. But certainly, the Tinubu of today is different from the Tinubu we used to have between 1999 and 2007. Nobody should make that mistake, no matter where you come from. Be you a Yoruba man, Igbo man, or Hausa man, Tinubu is not fit for the job, physically and mentally. What about the Atiku? A notorious criminal, a notorious looter, all the way from custom to where he is today. Everything about Atiku is looting. So, the popularity of Obi is made possible by the costly mistake of APC and PDP. Nigerians are saying one thing. They are tired of these two evil parties. They are tired of PDP We were tired of PDP. We thought APC could be an option. APC is even worse than PDP. So Obi will continue to problem. The earlier you realize this mistake, the better for every one of us. There will be no crisis. We are ready to die. We are ready to die for Nigeria once again. It happened sometimes between 1967 and 1970. It happened again between 1993 and 1994 when the people's mandate was aborted. It wasn't about Abiola or where he came from. It wasn't about his party, SDP. It was about the people's mandate. This is about what you are. This is what you are about to witness again. We are ready to stand up for our country again and tell them that Nigeria belongs to us, not to the Kappa. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Omori. Sidi, what's keeping you up at night?
Nigeria, of course, but I just wanted to say that I want to also say this almost the same thing Mr. Omori is saying. I think, you know, I watch a lot of the interviews or watch a lot of the social media, and everybody seems to just talk about Obi. Like, what's the reason? Why is everybody talking about him? You've had these people that have been in politics for so many years, and nobody seems to be critiquing them, or even we don't hear from them. We don't hear anything from them. So I feel like, I don't see why we keep trying every 4 years, trying different people, and we still keep getting the same results. Why don't we just try somebody different? Yes, he's not a saint. He's not going to change Nigeria to Dubai or America or anything like that. But we want something else, something different. And of course, if it doesn't work, we'll kick him out after 4 years or 8 years or however long he has to do it. But I also want to sound a note of caution to us. I see a lot of young people, a lot of people that live outside Nigeria talking about Obi, Southeast, Obi and Igbo man. Like, that shouldn't even come up in a conversation. Like, he's qualified. Nobody says, oh, Tinubu is from the Southwest, or nobody says Atiku is from the North. But it seems like I keep hearing this a lot of times. People say Obi, Southeast, Igbo man, the Igbos, this. It's like, it just sounds bad. It's not, it doesn't, it's horrible that people that are supposed to be enlightened, people that have traveled out of the country, lived so many years outside Nigeria, we still keep saying things like, he's an Igbo man, he's from the South. It shouldn't matter. These are the reasons why we are where we are today. It's because these people have put us in a place where we are stuck with, oh, you're from here, you're from there, you're from... It doesn't matter. Like, seriously, it doesn't. We need to start thinking differently. We need to start thinking progressively on how we want to get things done and change. So, yes, that keeps me up. I'm also a little worried about the elections. I hope that I'm really worried about INEC because I don't really trust the process, and I don't really trust that the votes will count. I'm hoping not, but I really see a lot of irregularities going on. I'm not 100% sure if these are true, but you see cases of PVCs thrown away, or fake names being uploaded into the, these things really kind of keep me a little worried. But hopefully before then, maybe, I'm hoping, small hope, that INEC does the right thing and the votes counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Son of God, go ahead. What keeps you up at night?
Hello, yeah, thank you. I was just going to ask to speak because I was going to rush out. Yes, thank you very much. I think CD has just spoken my mind. Everything he said, he's absolutely spot on. I think lots of people make. I don't want to look as if I'm calling people out here, but my friend here, Adewale, he spoke the way a lot of people speak. The minute they want to talk about it will be, they mention the Southeast. Why? When you talk about Tinubu, you don't talk about the Southwest. When you talk about Atiku, you don't talk about the North.
Why?
Why do we always bring in this Southeast tribal thing? We say people in Nigeria, we are outside the country. We should be kind of setting the example. If we are just like the people in Nigeria, speaking like them, what's the difference? I mean, we don't always have to jump to that ethnic Southeast. Why? You don't ever hear people talk about Tinubu and talk about where he comes from, or talk about Tinubu and talk about people may say no one talks about Dudua or that, but when you want to talk about Peter Obi, they talk about Southeast, they talk about IPOB. Why? Why do you have to always link those things? I mean, it's clear to most people now. Obi is not running as an. In fact, he keeps saying this everywhere Obi went, in America, in Canada. When you watch his speeches, when it's ending, he says one thing which is always clear: do not vote for me because I am an Igbo man, because I'm from the Southeast. Vote for me because you think I can do the job. I mean, Obi is one that he never ever uses that card. But people, I think they feel that when they say this, they will paint him as an ethnic candidate. And that's not what he's running at. Why do people keep trying to paint this man as an ethnic candidate? And people do it unconsciously now. I'm not saying my friend that just done it here did it but this is how it's becoming people's subconscious. It's how people, why? And this is what I really don't like about it. And this is people sort of want this into to become part of the fabric, so that people will always look at him as an ethnic, because they think maybe if people look at him, and that's one thing that keeps me awake at night, because people are trying to make this thing more like an ethnic thing. And it's not. The man is not even running as an ethnic candidate. He's trying to run as a national candidate. But people cannot help themselves. I don't know why people think they have to say that. You cannot make a comment about him without saying where he comes from. It's not fair, because the man himself does not even run like that.
All right,
People
thank you,
stop doing that.
Son of God, thank you. I know that we don't normally let people respond when we are doing what keeps you up at night. But I know Adeola will want to say something. We have to run. I also want to say that
I really appreciate that, Dr. Damages. With all due respect, sir, if you go to the comment section, majority of people commenting and supporting Obi are mostly from the southeastern extraction. Hardly, maybe few numbers of people from the southwest. See, there's nothing wrong in saying this person comes from the southeast. You see, they should be proud that they have representation.
Do you say for Tinubu? Do you always mention that for Tinubu?
Yeah, why not? You see, there's somebody on the comment section that is actually there's somebody on the comment section who is actually promoting Tinubu right now. His name is something Ibrahim. Every single comment is always antagonizing the others and projecting Tinubu. You see, there's nothing wrong in saying this person is our son and we are pushing him forward because we want him there. Okay. But what I'm saying is that majority of the people promoting this person online are from the southern eastern. There's nothing wrong. I once said it on this show that if I were to be in Nigeria today, I'll vote for him. You know why? Because I believe it is the tone of the southeastern part of Nigeria to produce a president.
It's not about the tone. It's not about the tone.
No. That is a fact. If you go on the comment section right now, you will see
the best
there.
Candidate. It's about the best candidate. It's not about the tone.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. We have to, for the rest of the people here, I want to give them 1 minute so that we can round up. Otherwise, when we start the show, we do 30 minutes and then we do what keeps you up at night so that people have enough time to. All right. Alaro, go ahead. What keeps you up at night?
It's not really what keeps me up at night. I'm really glad the guy came back and apologized, because this is a great platform and you're doing a great job. And if we go back, if I can digress to the late John McCain, when he was doing his campaign, when a woman stood up and said Barack Obama was not an American citizen, and he stood up. And obedience, if you realize, don't take your aggression out, your frustration out as an aggression. Use your frustration and put it into a positive energy, because the work we have to do is massive. And when people say Peter Obi is an Igbo candidacy, you have to understand this is politics. I'm an original Lagosian. It's a Leko all the way. So that is a facade. They will do that. They have to do that. They cannot always say, don't expect them to promote you and say something nice about you. This is politics. They will fight for their livelihood, to retain the oppression that they are doing. They will fight for that. And they have a massive war chest. These people have the money waiting. They're not looking for funds. You use that aggression. Every cent we have has to be used positively. We're all suffering the same. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, the suffering has united us. We are united whether we like it. We will suffer and we will not labor in vain, like they are saying. So focus yourself, use your energy. Let's move forward. We have politics is like a second in a lifetime. We have to be very, very, very focused. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I do appreciate the platform.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you too. Zik, what keeps you up at night? Okay, Zik, you don't have audio. It's very funny to me always.
No, I have.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, good. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I have one thing to say, then I leave. For some time, for a couple of years now, we've been, in this ship of trying to know what to do best for us. Let us understand one thing. Politics is about, differences from everywhere. People talk, people bring their opinion. We must not agree on one thing. We have to argue it out. Everybody with his own opinion. But the bottom line is this: we can't keep on doing the same thing at the same time and expecting different results. It is very, very impossible. These guys are very, 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 they are very tactical. You see, these ethnic differences, that is what they keep on bringing up. They keep on bringing these politicians, they know the best time to bring it out. Just hold on. You are going to see them. They are going to come up. They will say this guy is from the east, this guy is from the west. It is gradually coming up right now. But one thing is this: let us understand the fact that they know what they are doing. They understand themselves. Did anybody, all of us here, we saw the video when Tinubu went to Obasanjo in 2014. What did he say about Obasanjo? He said he insulted him in front of everybody. He said that Obasanjo is the highest vote rigger. But here is Tinubu in his house. They know how they talk. They know how they reconcile. Look at Jonathan. Tinubu went to Jonathan's house. They sent Jonathan that he said all sorts. Now, what I'm trying to say to Nigeria is this: let us be focused. We have to do it differently this time around. I am not against Tinubu. Tinubu is, if we are even checking from the works that this guy have done, from his records, he has done well. He did some things in Lagos. But what we are talking about is age. This guy is old. He's old. Apart from being old, how is his health? Are we going to go back to the same problem we experienced with Buhari? So this is what we have to think about. Peter Obi, for now, for me, among all the guys that are coming out now, Peter Obi seems to be the guy that we can try out this time around and see what he's up to. Just like CD said, if we try them for 4 years, if nothing happens, we sack them and bring up another person. So please, let us be focused. What I'm trying to say is this: we have to come together as Nigerians, try something differently, and see what happens thereafter. Please,
Okay,
Nigerians.
Zik, thank you so much. We're running out of time. Let me make sure. Forefathers, what keeps you up at night?
About again, Yes, this thing that saying about Peter Obi about where he's from, I think he's allowed to have a political base. I think that is not new. I don't see why any Igbo should have to apologize for supporting Peter Obi because or worrying about, oh, why are you saying because he's Igbo and all the rest. People support their political bases. And just like, Yorubas will probably support this in Tinubu and more. Obama didn't win a white vote once. So he just need to win enough. From the other side, the same thing happens in the UK here. People are tribal. Even in Western countries, they are tribal. They don't just, Scottish people vote for Scottish people, and the Irish vote for Irish. It's just how it goes. It's just that it's not toxic, and this thing, I guess what people are calling out is the toxic aspect of it, and the aspect of it is something that we need to watch out for, because in this life, all we have is ourselves, and our greatest weapon is our unity. When we are divided, we are in trouble. That has proven to be true in the past, and it's been proven to be true even in this recent past, this independence. And if we allow that to keep happening, this is our generation, we're going to pay their price for it. So what keeps me up at night is that we go for 4 years and we are back here having this same discussion again. That one scares me, because we don't have a lot of free lunches to get away with all the mess we have left behind. And we are a growing population as a people in Nigeria, as a race. It doesn't mean anything when some other people basically control our survival. And it shouldn't be like that. The Asians have the Chinese, the Europeans have America as NATO, the Indians have their own India, but no black nation has anything. We don't control anything. And Nigeria is the largest black country in the world, and we have the greatest potential. And this is why our division is a very dangerous thing. It's not only for us, it's also for the entire race. Surprisingly, that's where we are right now. And we shouldn't take ourselves for granted. And the few of us that understand this, you need to understand that you are extremely important. And you need to be open-eyed and be ready for the sacrifice that it will take. Because these things, it doesn't come easy. It's not like you are going to seek to make sacrifices, but you need to understand more. You need to learn more. You need to know how to approach these systems more. I'm learning. I'm trying to learn every day, because we can't afford anything else. Our children and our inheritance and everything will all be lost. This world is a funny world, and it's a strange thing that our people have decided that maybe because we're colonized and we never really engaged in any West world conflict, we just went to sleep somehow. And I don't understand that, because every other group understands this. And we really need to take ourselves seriously. Sorry, okay, I've gone past my time.
Yeah,
it's all right.
I know.
But let me just say one thing, because this thing has been in my mind about Murtala Mohammed. That guy, he really, really annoys me, because what that guy did in Nigeria, the consequences are still flowing to today. That guy, when Nigeria's population was 60 million, Nigeria has a military of about 250,000, which wouldn't have taken a lot to get us to international standards. The guy slashed the military almost by half. Then fired so many civil servants without this in any care in the world. Some of them he didn't even compensate them. So many of them, we never recovered from what that man did. And I don't know why he did that. Somebody, someday, I need to have somebody explain to me why that man decided to handle it. And look at how he passed now, with only one security guard. It tells you everything you need to know. How a man in that profession felt like that stuff was not right to do. He felt that he shouldn't maintain the size of the military. If anything, he should have been increasing it, because the whole world was increasing it. So why did he do that? That was the time of the Cold War. Why did he do what he did? Because I read about it, but I don't have any explanation for why he did what he did.
All right.
Thank you.
For that, thank you. CM, what keeps you up at night?
Well, the thing is, I think there's a new development. Probably I may be wrong, but I need to be I stand to be corrected. This, the improvement from card reader to beavers. Now they are saying that some group of politicians or something want to go to court to stop INEC from using beavers to conduct 2023 election. To me, I don't know that alone. In fact, it may sound, it told me it was funny, but later I now thought, say, that's why I keep saying, what really do Nigerians want? Because these beavers, the small love wanting we've experienced at Oshun, whereby you do election on a Saturday, before you know it, by Sunday morning, so everybody had known the result, and then you did in was it Ekiti? People were happy, say, oh, no more snatching of ballot box. Everything is at the polling station, a polling booth. We sort of validate everything there, agree on the number, and then send it electronically. Now they want to reverse the whole gains again. To me, it's shocking. That's why I keep saying, what really do Nigeria? I don't know whether any of you have given a thought to it, because that really got me thinking. In fact, if I say it kept me at work at night, I'm lying, because it kept me awake since see how many days now that I had it. So I'm really not. Such things should be really discussed, and then let's see. I hope it's not true that they won't proceed with it. But Nigeria now, you never can tell. All it takes is for one corrupt judge to entertain the case and then give a judgment. You go to appeal, another corrupt appeal man, and say yes, and then INEC is left with this. So when we excuse me, let me leave it at this. So it's really funny, but to me it's a very serious situation. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, CM. Ralph, you have the final say. What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. And everyone watching, don't forget to like this show and share with your friends and loved ones. If you have secret family, share with them.
Is that what keeps you awake at night?
First, you have to support Rudolph before we start talking about what.
Absolutely.
Rudolph's giving us a platform. I wasn't expecting to be here for this long, so
I know.
my ash don't they pay me. So I'm sitting on my wife's chair, so it wasn't made for my ash. CM touched something that I actually thought would be.
We're losing you. Brooklyn. I thought you were in Brooklyn. Your connection. Okay, your audio is bad, Ralph.
Really?
Yeah.
Anything on this side?
Can anybody hear Ralph?
No. Which people are attacking, I guess.
Okay.
How about, is it better now?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Better.
Oh, okay. I guess village people got me. But anyway, CM touched on something important, the fraudulent case. So I listened to the lawyer whose identity was forged for the case just before coming on the show. And everything was forged for the case that was filed in Owerri. It was a silent case. They silently filed the lawsuit challenging INEC on the, what's it called, the BVSM or whatever that system is called, challenging INEC not to use that system for the election, the general election next year. And it just went under the radar. When she found this lawsuit. And that's a big story. That you still not hearing me?
It's going off and on, yeah. But go ahead. Go ahead. Let me just round up. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So that's a big story that we should have. That has a huge impact on Nigeria and the elections, because why would somebody forge a lawyer's credentials to file a lawsuit and try to stop INEC 5 months to the general election, an election that has excitement at a rate that we've not seen in a long time? The only comparison that we have to this election is 1993. And in 1993, what happened? We had a group called Better Nigeria try to stop the election the first time, and then after the election had taken place, they filed a lawsuit, and then Ibrahim Babangida used that as an excuse to annul the election. We are seeing something almost repeating, like history repeating itself. We don't know if they will be successful, but since the lawyer has come out to say, I did not file this lawsuit, this is without my permission, that's a case for fraud. This lawsuit should be thrown out. But I don't know what the Nigerian law says on what the statute says. So it's something that we should be keeping our eyes on. We should be watching for it. Now, a couple of things happened on during today's broadcast. We saw an obedient, because people love attacking obedience, right? We saw an obedient misbehave and then come back and apologize. So, and then it also reminded me of Peter Obi reaching out to Femi Kuti and apologizing for his supporters' action. You have options, like I always say, for this election. You have options. I saw a tweet that reminded me of a story that people have been avoiding. And it says, vote the heroin dealer as your president to continue from where the toothpick general stopped after 8 years. You have choices. There's somebody who is still the front runner. How did he make his money? You can claim he did good stuff. He fought against Abacha, but how did he make his money? Why did he have to settle with the United States government on drug deals? I mean, you can claim the West and all that kind of stuff, but the person settled is public information. All the property that he owns in America, his children own properties, children without work own properties, is public information. His surrogate, you say Peter Obi does not have surrogates talking in the media for him. The person that's talking for your candidate, his surrogates go out there and talk for him. And one of them said he made his money from investing in foreign companies, which you should be complaining about, but not one person complain. It's Peter Obi that keeps getting complaints. And nobody complain about that. So you go check on the SEC over here. He does not own one shares, not one. But he's like one of the richest people in Nigeria because he ruled Lagos State. Why? And none of you are mad. None of you are angry. But it's Peter Obi that you keep verifying. So keep verifying. You have options. You have options. You have options. I love that somebody brought climate change today. Supply. Actually, my episode I just released this week on Wednesday on my podcast. My guest was born in Ghana. He's from Ghana, but he went to primary school in Kano. And I think he did junior secondary in Kano. He's very influenced by Nigeria, and he's very big in supply chain. He's in New York here. He's a venture capitalist. And one thing he talked about is Africa's problem when it comes to infrastructure. And supply chain is a solution. The solution is not in some big, like an example is the airports. Nigeria wasted money on our airports. We waste money. How many the people in America, how many of you have been to Dominican Republic? Just raise your hands. By raise of hands, how many people have been to Dominican Republic? If anybody has been there. Okay, did you notice what's their airport? Their airport remind you of anywhere in Nigeria? Did it bring anywhere in Nigeria to mind?
Sorry, I'm in UK and I have not been.
I know.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, but you answered my question. But when you saw the airport in Dominican Republic, did it remind? Where in Dominican Republic did you go to?
Murtala Mohammed International Airport.
No, Dominican Republic. Raf, he was joking. I think
Raf, you should have understood me now.
Okay. You are fair for the joke. But my point is, when I went to Punta Cana in 2018, their airport, which is an international airport, had palm trees outside. It didn't look like this mega infrastructure, but you see palm trees right next to the runway. Like when you come out of the plane, palm trees everywhere. What it reminded me of was like, this is Niger Delta. The way we have palm trees everywhere, it just looked like that. And there were tourists from China, there were tourists from Russia, there were tourists from everywhere, all over the world. But we want to build the airport. You must build like you are spending the same amount in America. You go to the poorest state in America, Alabama and Mississippi. Their airports are not as fancy as Atlanta, but biggest plane can land there. When you talk to supply chain professionals, they tell you don't have to. It's the infrastructure, it's the basics. They said there's a statistics I have to look. I will send Rudolph the article. They said markups for transporting produce from the farm to Nigerian markets is actually 700%. It costs 700%. That's why food is expensive in Nigeria. It's not 50%, it's not 10, 20%, it's not 100, 700, 700. How can you be? We are not there. That's why it's expensive. We are not there. And they're even still saying that might be underestimated. And when this guy was telling me on the podcast, that's why when he was telling me on the podcast, I was like, wow, this is hard. And it still brings down the point, we don't trade with our next door neighbor. Everybody's talking about, we want to sell to China, we want to sell to America, we want to sell to Russia. Then you are a fool. You are a fool for thinking that way. You're a fool for thinking about military. Your next door neighbor is interested in the rice you are growing, the tomatoes you are growing. China is not interested in that. China is interested in minerals. Any country outside your continent is interested in minerals, and that adds to pollution. But if you're talking about agriculture, Cameroon might be interested in the rice you are growing. You might be interested in the cow that Cameroon has, and that makes better jobs, creates more jobs for the economy, creates more solutions. And when you start thinking that way, you boost your infrastructure because you have incentive to grow your infrastructure. We can talk about finance later on. So there are some things like that that we can think about.
Sorry, can I ask something? You said you went to Dominican. I just want to ask.
I'm wrapping up.
You said you went to Dominican Republic. Did you go to Haiti next door?
I went for a wedding. Why will I go to Haiti next door? I know the history of both countries, by the way. I know the history of both countries. Islands. Yeah, they're literally the same country, but due to colonialism, two different countries colonized the countries. But
you know the difference in development?
Oh, my brother, no, you guys always try to move.
Because this is the problem. You cannot, even when something is staring you stuck in the face, and you can't tell the difference.
How many Haitians do you think have you been listening to my podcast? I have Haitians, I have Dominicans on my podcast.
Okay.
You're highlighting the wrong solutions.
Forefathers.
That's your problem. I'll let you talk. You always try to interrupt people when they're speaking. Finally, we saw 3 different Obi supporters on the show today in Nigeria, and they all had different reasons for supporting Peter Obi. None of them had the exact same reason. And I've never seen Tinubu supporters in Nigeria come on the show to come tell you why they're supporting him. Even the Tinubu supporters who are here right now, they can never tell you why they're supporting him because they can't defend him publicly. They always go attack Peter Obi. They always, do that. But I just like that Peter Obi supporters came here, and I think we always keep doing this wayo thing of claiming the North is one way, the North is this, the North is that. I can't say what will happen in February 2023 because I'm not a magician. If I knew, I'll go and buy my shares right now. I'm a hammer. That's where, because everybody claimed the elite, but we all want to be rich. But I like that they came on the show and they gave us some points, which I think ties to the poll. Sheik Gumi, we all have our security experts here, so I leave that one to you people. People will decide on that one. Thank you. Keep supporting Rudolph. Give him money. And don't give him naira, give him dollars and pounds sterling.
Thank you, Ralph. Alex, we are done, but I will let you have just 30 seconds. What keeps you up at night? We're closing now. 30 seconds. Can you figure out how to unmute yourself, Alex?
I want every Nigerian to. Oh, sorry.
You have two platforms that are
okay.
On.
So sorry. This one is not loud enough. That's why I added the other.
Okay.
So anyway, I don't hate anybody in Nigeria, but I hate what is happening in that place called Nigeria. My wish is that everybody will be happy, have their own inalienable rights, enjoy life without thinking about the person they will kill next door to get their life going on. We don't have to kill ourselves. And we have a right to live. So why can't we just sit down? Look, we have natural gifts from God. Every group has something that is good in. Why must we insist that everybody must come together in unity and do everything together when it has not worked from day one of the amalgamation of that country? It's only the British that are gaining much more from the confusion we're in. Why don't we push them aside? I think the king is now on the throne. The old woman is gone. Why don't we everyone to their tent. Now, I'm not saying to your tent out of anger and hatred and any fight. No. Let's ease off. Every region or every zone or whatever structure of combination you want, everybody go back home, form their own government. I will want Biafra for myself, and I'm still strongly for it. If you want, whether you call it Niger Republic, if you want Arewa, if you want Middle Belt or whatever name, by the time we all settle in each of those zones for 5 years, let us review our separation. So if some people want to cooperate as independent countries, still okay. If it's a combining of one or two, it's still okay. But this thing we are in now, if we continue to do it by force, oh, we must unite. If you don't unite, we'll come and kill you, which they are doing now. It's not going to get it. We're not even sure of this election that is coming up. We've had election before that went smoothly. Abiola won that election. What happened? It never worked. There has been no election in Nigeria without rigging, and they are still bent on doing it. You see what we saw the other day? They are going to just go with that thing. Who knows what they did in the previous one? So I am losing my sleep because Nigerians think they cannot do without each other. No,
I like
can.
the way I would say 30 seconds and people will just keep going and going. You know, I enjoy it.
I'm sorry. My speaker is not high enough for me to readily hear. That's why I was using the TV and my phone. But anyway, to round up, let us peacefully resolve this thing we are in today. It will still be the same distance from town to town. I'll still have my friends, my relatives, wherever they may be. The same with you. If we do it smoothly, we may find out that has come to be the solution. There will be competition, and we will move forward with that. The way we are now, I doubt it. Look at terrorists coming to take our country from us because we are so much in disarray, and that they have stepped. You're not going to drive them out overnight. Obi cannot do it. All those terrorists who are planted into our midst now, what's going to take them away? I don't know the magic that will do it. Some of us will fight them off. Some will remain under their aggression. I don't know. That is keeping me awake. Thank you.
Alexi, thank you so much. I want to thank everybody. In 10 minutes, it will be 7 hours. This is unprecedented. 7 hours. Paul, I have to let Paul in because Paul, I want to thank everybody who joined us. Ralph, thank you so much for being here. And there are people like CM, Omori, you were here from the beginning. So it's not only me. And we had who was complaining about his boss penning him. Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us. Alaro, thank you so much. Dewala, thank you. We really
thank you, my dear brother.
A very wonderful show. Paul.
Paul lives in a different continent.
Paul is in Arizona, so he's still there.
They almost John McClane.
Arizona is a far away from
officially end before we go 30 minutes again.
Paul is a Republican.
Yes.
Just say bye so that I'll play the music.
So what I want to say.
Say bye.
Ralph attacked me, say I wear Jesse. Now the one was see way cheap for market though. I get house now, I get backer. As far as cheap.
So you be backer like me? Oh, you be backer. Good.
My brother, now the one way cheap for market now they buy. I don't be any fan.
All right, guys. You can stay for after show, but we have to close. I want to thank you, everybody, and please like our video.
Go like the video. Good night.
And on Saturday.